minutes past the hour. Here we go. Another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We are live. Thank you so much for tuning in. Busy show today. We know the wheel of meat's going to spin. We know that. We also know we're going to see what's eating Scott Gorosky. Yep. Old Scott's going to be in studio today. Looking forward to that. And we have a public service announcement right out of the gate. All of that coming up here on the Rick and Bubba Show. rickandbubba.com is our website. Spell out and. All the information about the show is there. Eddie Van Adler has got TV rolling. I am Speedy. And to my left, it's Greg Burgess. And to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Good.
Hey. Public service announcement. It is April Fool's Day. Do not get fooled. Do not get fooled. And in our industry, there's a lot of good ones out there, radio goobs, that will try to fool you. There's some memorable ones that come to mind, and the guys will talk and break that down a little bit and have some fun with that, because we've been around for quite some time, and so we've seen all kinds of little fun promotions that different stations do to try to mess with you. So don't get fooled today. There you go. There's my public service announcement.
I think it's one of the dumbest things we acknowledge in the first place. Now I'm more of a serious guy, so that's probably why.
Right.
But and let me tell you this too, for you people that are out there saying the Chris Rock Will Smith thing was April Fool, it didn't happen on April 1st. So that is not the case.
That's funny.
I've actually heard that, Greg.
They ought to be slapped at 5 by Will Smith if they said that.
I know y'all are tired of us talking about that, but that is, I've actually heard that over the last 2 days. Well, it's probably an April Fool's joke, and they're going to tell us about it on April the 1st. Well, that's not how it works. You DAs.
Can't do it on Monday.
That person.
Speedy, I've heard that.
Oh, my gracious.
Multiple people.
Is that an April Fool's you saying that? No, I'm
going to trick y'all at some point today.
No, are you really? As much as I hate it, now I do, because me and the boys, my sons, we kind of have fun with each other. We mess with each other a little bit. And they're gullible at times. Yeah. And I've been trying to figure out what I could send them. And when they wake up, they'll kind of be sleepy, so it won't hit them. But I haven't decided if I'm going to do that yet or not. But as far as this show, we're not going to April Fool's you. Just be aware today.
That's right.
Be aware.
You never know.
Be aware. That's
be on guard.
That's our PSA for today. Be aware. All right. So this, one story we did not do yesterday that I think is kind of funny is that Eric Church canceled a concert that he was going to be performing at to go attend the North Carolina Duke game. And I just think, and refunded everybody's money and everything. We had that story earlier in the week.
Quite a fan.
And the Final Four, NCAA men's Final Four, is Saturday, April the 2nd. The first game is going to tip off around 5 o'clock Central on TBS. It's Villanova and Kansas. And then the late game is North Carolina and Duke at about 7:50 p.m. Central Time on TBS. And it's all coming from the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. So there's your Final Four matchups Saturday night.
Forgot about it.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun to dig into Saturday night.
I was going to their Church concert. I guess I want.
Is that not funny?
Yeah.
I'm canceling I've got a conflict, canceling the concert, going to the game. I'm out.
I'm out of here.
Huh?
I'm out.
How about that?
I don't know where I land on this because there's a part of me that wants to go, hey, buddy, you committed. These people are looking forward to seeing you. But I also, I don't know who he pulls for, if it's North Carolina or Duke. Or maybe he just likes this matchup. I don't know.
I know.
But
he must really.
Yeah.
I think I read he's a Duke guy. Is
okay.
That right?
Is it? Yeah. So I guess I can see him. Coach K's last year, maybe a once in a lifetime thing for him, and he wants to do it. So
he said, "What I feel is the same type of passion felt by the people who fill the seats at our concerts," and talking about artists and everything else. And he said, "The decision."
Carolina. It's Carolina, by the way. Sorry, it's not. Okay. That doesn't make sense. It's Carolina. Yeah, he's a Carolina.
This falls under I've done this before on things. Okay, so I don't want to beat up on Church too much on this, but it is. Hey, this is what's going on. I've got a better offer, so I'm going to do that. That's what it is.
Yeah.
By the way, he was in Birmingham just recently.
Yeah.
Was he really?
Yeah. He rocked our huge BJCC.
Legacy.
Luckily, there wasn't a ball game.
Now,
on.
Legacy Arena.
Isn't Eric
Is that what it's
Church
called now?
the artist known for, like, he has these marathon performances that just go on and on and on and on?
To the break of
So,
dawn.
Yeah.
My parents actually have a friend whose child is the rockin' guitarist for Eric Church.
Oh, so we have a connection.
So they
wow.
had a connection. So my parents actually had backstage passes to the
Watch
Eric
out.
Church concert here in town. My parents are like, yeah, we're going to Eric Church tonight. And I was like, whoa. When did y'all become Eric Church
I know.
fans?
Thank you.
So please imagine my parents at an Eric Church
funny.
concert.
Backstage.
Too. They said the production, 14 trailers, 14 semis.
Oh, my goodness.
Is what Eric brings around with him. They have 2 mobile bars, 2 mobile saloons.
Are you
Two of 'em.
serious?
Just one wouldn't do it.
They pull in, they're ready to go. Do y'all want to go to that bar or y'all want to go to the other one? This is all Eric Church behind the scenes stuff. They decided that instead of paying opening bands and having to deal with all of their gear and all of their people too, they just said it's just going to be us and we're going to do a 2.5 hour concert, just us. Let's rock. And my parents said that arena was full of, I don't know however many people it fills, singing every single word all night long. So I bet there are a bunch of people that are very mad that Eric Church canceled this concert.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're right.
And that's kind of really what the story is. They're like, okay, people cancel shows, but for selfish described reasons.
Yeah, you got a better offer, guys.
This is a unique, unprecedented move for an entertainer to do. And Eric Church says, look,
Did he reschedule?
the tickets were processed. The refunds for the tickets were processed
he's
automatically according to the email from Ticketmaster on this USA Today story. He said, as a as a lifelong Carolina basketball fan, I've watched Carolina and Duke battle over the years, but to have them match up in the Final Four for the first time in the history of the NCAA tournament is any sports enthusiast's dream, he said. So it was an easy decision for me. So there you go. And that was a story we've had for a few days and never really got to. But I just thought, since now we're looking at the Final Four coming up Saturday night, look for Eric Church, because apparently he has canceled his concert, refunded the fans, and is going to have his dream game play out, and he's going to be there in person between North Carolina and Duke coming up Saturday night. How about that? I didn't know about what I just knew. I remember seeing a special on Eric Church about how he has the marathon performances where he kind of just feels the moment and just kind of keeps on going.
So I want to address something. Love you, Adler, but you've got connections to Taylor Swift and Eric Church. Mm-hmm. Are you afraid we're going to embarrass you?
Thank you.
Nah, we're just artsy people. It's okay. Yeah, it's all good.
No. What we're asking, is
why
that
have they not been on the show?
They both should have been on the show.
I don't have those kind of connections.
So you don't have
I
that
think
kind of
I don't know. I don't know.
Your
I
mom
think
and dad backstage getting a tour.
probably
you don't
could
have
ask
connections.
Probably could ask the who's the guitarist. Hey, by the way, you think we could make a connection to get Eric on the Rick and Bubba? Do we embarrass you? Or
when you say it like that, yes, yeah, it does. It's embarrassing. Yeah.
Okay, well, I get it.
Adler, we could be saying, and today Eric Church will be on the Rick and Bubba show to discuss him canceling the concert to attend the basketball game. See, we could do that.
No, Speedy, you as the producer of the show have way more clout than me. I'm just some guy.
No.
Hey, my parents know you.
Can you come on this
My
show?
mommy and my daddy are artsy, and my dad has good artsy flowing hair.
No, look, gatekeepers would shut me down.
funny.
But if the bass players or the guitarist is hanging out in the back and go, hey, Eric, you want to call the Rick and Bubba show tomorrow? That's a little bit better.
Guys, I heard that concert was just rocking. My parents were like, we don't know what we were doing last night. Evidently, he starts out the concert and he'll go, I guess it was on a Saturday night, and he'll say, hey, guys, you're going to get a little bit of a Sunday concert, too. Basically, we're going way past midnight tonight. So he shut it down I think he shut it down at like 12:30.
Yeah. Hey, Eric, you see that guy with the fabulous hair? His son works with the Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba.
We need a show like yours here, so I love that you are making your way into Florida, and I will tell all my friends to make sure that they listen.
Yeah, it looks like the time that they will carry it Monday through Friday, and Eastern time will be 5 till 8. And then on the weekends, it'll be 6 to 10, the weekend edition on the weekends.
Hey, guys, welcome to Florida.
No, and look, you see, this is where you have to do your work.
You got to spread the word.
Whenever we have Rick and Bubba people that come from one market then to a new market, so you got to let everybody know. So tell all the folks.
Absolutely, I will do that.
All right, so jot that down and be ready to go. So I'm glad you called. It's good to hear you again, and I'm glad that you used the apps. That's great, but now you got a radio station as well. All right, thank you. Spread the word. Appreciate you encouraging us today.
Sweet dreams.
That's right. Coverage again, and one of the things is Helmsy talked about. Helmsy is a phenomenal mascot.
Oh, yes.
I don't know.
No training.
You're fantastic.
I was gifted with it.
Natural.
One of the things I wonder, though, but since you know training, I wonder sometimes, do you pace yourself at the proper pace?
I have to.
Yeah. Because
you have to be in shape, and I'm not.
You got tired that night at the Christmas parade.
Now, the good news is no one can tell that you're
breathing
out
hard
of shape and breathing hard.
But you become the mascot. When you put the head on, that becomes your new personality.
One of the other things I found out as I was the mascot is, Helms, you have a mask on. No one can see you. You don't have to smile during the picture-taking process.
But and you make all kinds of faces, I bet, in that head.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, so anyway,
Rick, if you had heard the coyote panting beside the car in the Christmas parade going, give me a ride, give me a ride.
Yeah. There goes
of course,
Greg.
we wouldn't stop.
There goes Greg through the shot last year.
I had forgotten about this until someone sent me something. I put this out on my Instagram last year.
Solid go, Greg.
So if you go to my Instagram and search back, you'll see this from last year. And I forgot that I had done this. I totally forgot until somebody said, "Oh my gosh, I found it."
Hey, that's solid go, Greg.
Yes.
Don't you ever,
Greg? I think did you have a mustache going or something?
Greg, don't you ever change. All right, so there
here it comes. I think it's got audio too, Rick. I think of y'all.
Well, just watching Greg wander around the shot is just.
Bubba, your composure in knowing it's going on is excellent.
Yeah. I didn't know it was happening.
Bubba actually turned around and looked, and then had to go through the interview knowing what just happened.
So I mentioned a throwback for Helmsy potentially to be on location and getting in camera shots, and I went back to an old classic. A little mascot called the Country Coyote. Now you thought the Country Coyote had been retired.
I did.
But
that's what I was told.
But here he is.
He is.
The Country Coyote is here.
That's the new and improved Country Coyote.
The new and improved. He's got his Rick and
Cut
Bubba
down
shirt
for
on.
summer.
Yeah, and he's got Rick and Bubba T-shirt on. He's got a sign that saying Helmsy don't want none, meaning you can't handle being the Country Coyote.
We'll see.
And also, in a bizarre thing, it also says to follow at Davey WZZK. I don't know
whatever that is.
And an old classic from Rick and Bubba, honk for skin. So there it is. Now this means that this means this would be available to you, Helmsy.
Yeah. And I've
brought it for you.
Yeah, there he is. There's old Country Coyote.
I would love to see the coyote run out on the driving range and act like he's eating golf balls and then just run off into the woods. Like he would just pour them in and then take off running.
Because if he didn't go down to fours, he just takes his hands and starts like he's shoving them in.
Right.
Yeah, that would be phenomenal. So can we look for that Wednesday's broadcast next week?
Oh, yeah.
I would like to see him just at different holes also come running out of the woods.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't realize at some point I'm going to get escorted out.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
It's fine for y'all. It doesn't impact y'all's day.
Like if we're headed into a green and I just see the coyote go digging across the green and you run and then you just dive into the woods. You got to lay out when you dive.
Can I say something real quick? Sure. This is their same voice.
I know. When
I streaked across the driving range, this is what got me.
And I would also like to see when it pans through the gallery, just every now and then standing behind everybody.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I was hoping that he'd go out to the driving range in that and act like you were hitting, like you were just part of it.
I could. I would do that.
Bubba, would you like for the mascot to do one of your favorites? Act like you want a picture with the baby and act like you're putting the baby's head in your mouth?
Oh, that's my all-time
That's
favorite.
a mascot favorite.
Like the mascot's eating the baby.
Yeah, that's
I don't know if he could see it with that sombrero on there.
Yeah, I'm going to do away with the sombrero.
Sombrero's out.
Is it?
Don't get offended, Country Coyote.
No. I'm just saying that's not me.
I was telling Country Coyote not to be bothered by it. You just want a preference.
Yeah.
Right.
He may get
really
deported.
like a Titleist hat or something.
You know?
Look at him wrestle the hat.
Those are some really tall ears.
Look at the eyes.
Hey, Country Coyote, you probably won't let somebody else take that off. I know you want to do it yourself. It just didn't work.
Can't reach that
Your
far.
ears are too tall. Your ears are too tall.
There you go.
Don't you love an embarrassed mascot?
Oh, I do.
something to play for y'all. And this is one of those things where I kind of want you to go, hey, what do y'all think about this? But also, I want to know what you think about it, but also who.
So that's different from what you originally
I don't
said.
want to know what you think about it, but I tell you what I want you to do. I want you to tell me what you think about it.
Well,
Even though I don't want you to.
Yeah, I want to go more of who do y'all think this is? Let me just let me set it up, Perrette.
Tom Hanks.
What'd you just
I
say?
said North Korea. Oh,
all right.
That was the other day.
And y'all might say, Speedy, this is the dumbest thing ever, and that would just be like another day.
It'd be,
so it's not gonna hurt my feelings.
Okay.
All right. Let me set this up here. Let's see here.
I eat one meal a day, drink one coffee, and eat like 3-4 bags of candy.
3 or 4 bags of candy.
Man, define bags of candy, man. Jelly beans?
Nah, see, I'm a gummy type of guy. See, you get your lifesavers.
Come on, man. Stop, man. Come on, hold on, man. So you finna go through a structure, a bag of candy. You about to go through the whole. Okay, let's hear this.
All right, I'm just taking. So yesterday I woke up, worked out again, came home, showered. I'm hungry. Run to Starbucks, get a quick coffee. That's gonna hold me till like 4, 5 o'clock.
I get that.
It's 12. Okay. So it's gonna hold me for like 4 hours.
Dang.
Around 4:30, I ordered some candy and a water.
Order some candy.
So I got, what did I get yesterday? Got the Skittles gummies. Then I got the Lifesaver Creations. They the same size bag, so I just mix them.
So it's safe to say we're gonna see a DK gummy at some point, right?
Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
Okay, y'all heard it.
All right, so I might have given that away,
but I still don't know who it is. Is it?
Yeah, it's DK Metcalf. We're talking about one of the best receivers in the NFL. Elite athlete is on with KG, and they're doing, I guess, some type of podcast or whatever, or some type of show that he does. And he basically reveals that he eats 1 meal a day, he drinks 1 coffee, and he eats like 3-4 bags of candy a
Every
day,
day.
and looks the way he does.
Yeah.
Which of course is mostly genetics for him. But I thought that was interesting that here we are
I don't think I
every
could eat
day we're trying to do now.
candy
Don't
every
miss
day.
don't miss when he says he wakes up and works out. There's no telling what he does.
Oh, I know.
But we're all trying to do better, eat good. And here's this guy. He has 1 meal a day, drinks 1 coffee, and eats like 3 bags of candy.
Yeah, our body. I don't know. I'm like Greg. I don't know if I could do the candy every day unless he's just using that as a way to kind of have something in his, just
Greg.
have something to nibble on throughout the day.
Hey.
Our bodies don't need near as much food as we think it does.
I know, dang it. And
so
I tell
when he
myself
does
that when I'm hungry.
When he does 1 meal, like I do this thing where
My
I go
body says, yes, I
liquid. I go liquid all the way till 12 or 12:30. So I get what he's talking about there. If I would do his approach later on in the day, I would look a lot better than I do. But after 12, it gets ugly for me.
Yeah,
at
yeah.
How
times.
about a couple bags of candy?
How about that?
I don't know how fattening gummies are.
I don't either.
If that's all you're eating and you're spacing it over a 2 or 3 hour period of time, that's not a big deal. Now, his teeth are probably not liking it at all, and Dudley wouldn't appreciate that.
Right. But I do think one thing we can't miss is when he says, I start with my workout.
Yeah.
And there's that's
What time
that's the key.
What time did he say he eats his meal?
What he said? I think he said at night.
Okay, that's what I was thinking too. Okay.
I think he said
Which
at
makes
night.
sense.
Yeah. But I just thought that was
here's a
extremely
question for
funny
y'all.
that this elite athlete eats candy, 3-4 bags of candy,
Man likes
drinks
candy.
1 coffee, and has 1 meal a day.
If our rule was you only could have 1 meal a day, which meal would you choose?
Oh wow.
It would be dinner for me. It's easy for me.
Yeah.
It's an easy call for me.
Yeah, me too.
Because I can go Spark, coffee, and smoothie in the morning. Smoothie,
Yeah,
I'm
be
giving
dinner.
you all liquids in the morning until 12:30, and be okay with that. I can't go from 12 till 8 o'clock at night without any food.
Yeah. I noticed
But there are
that-
people that would go, man, I got to have my breakfast in the morning. Period. Now, and I can do all liquids the rest of the day. I
Yeah.
can't do that.
But one thing that's weird with him is that he doesn't even do smoothie. He just does a coffee.
Coffee, yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know. I would probably go, if I could split it, maybe like a mid afternoon dinner.
Gotcha.
Like
1,
just
2 o'clock?
Yeah,
Well, see, we-
like make it. Yeah, I'll go 2,
Yeah.
2:30. Just make it through lunch, eat that, and then that's my lunch and dinner.
Yeah.
Probably need to do that a little bit more.
What
I
were you saying, Greg?
We eat early
Yeah.
in my house. 4. something like that.
Yeah. I'm on senior citizen schedule.
I wish
too.
my family would get on board with that. They just haven't yet.
Yeah, we're trying to do a little bit better with that. Where if we make something and we're sitting down to eat, then and the boys are coming in because they're on totally different schedules.
Yeah.
Then we'll just go ahead, make a plate, put it in the microwave or put it in the refrigerator, and when they come in, hey, heat it up. Kitchen's closed; it doesn't stay open all day. And then that kind of works a little bit for us.
You know what
There's
I had
nothing
for-
worse than the kitchen staying
You
open.
know what
and
I had
trying
for
to-
dinner last night?
What's that?
A bowl of Fruit Loops.
Oh,
That was my dinner.
okay.
Probably like candy.
Yes, that ain't much different.
Probably no different than DK.
It's really,
Yeah.
in fact, maybe worse. I don't know.
It may be. Yeah. Had some Fairlife milk in it, so my stomach wouldn't hurt today.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
But I think most of the audience is probably a little bit like KD going, do what now?
Oh, KD. I said DK.
DK.
No,
You talking
no,
about DK
right.
Metcalf?
He's the one that does the diet. You have that
Oh,
right,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, well,
You have that right.
What's
But
the odds of-
KG, I said KD. It's KG, I'm sorry, that was hosting the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my bad.
Nobody goes by name there?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no
we all got initials.
GB.
RB be right back.
CW. MH. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
It's caught in his hair.
Shame.
Oh, is it? Okay, we got it out.
Obviously,
don't be
Ricky's
embarrassed.
embarrassed.
Don't be
again.
embarrassed.
obviously, he made an appearance during Cinco de Mayo, and they stuck that on him.
Yeah, is that what it was? Is Country Coyote completely retired, or you been working? I know you can't talk.
Oh,
it
thumbs
has
down.
You've been.
Ear was crooked.
Well, the mascot's talking.
Well, you can't talk. You can't talk,
this was-
mascot.
Hey,
Mascot, you can't talk.
times are tough. You got to do what you can. I've been building a wall. My cousin gave me this.
I've been building a wall. My cousin. gave me this.
I kind of like mascots talking.
I like that one talking. You can tell that one's got a bit of an angry tone to it. To me, that's that deal where you think something's supposed to be fun loving and
Also
it's
known
not.
as the cranky coyote.
It's almost like low budget.
The cranky
Get these kids away from me.
Yeah, go find something to do, kid.
Yeah, you're a little dirty.
First time you've seen a coyote kid run along. All right, so that's on for next Wednesday.
It looks
Or would you
now,
like?
Now, go ahead. What were you about to say?
I was
'Cause
gonna
I
say-
might like this next suggestion better.
Or maybe that coyote right there could just be there.
Well, I certainly
Well,
don't
he's got
want it.
No, that coyote can't be
That
there.
coyote's going to be sitting where you are.
Okay. Sorry,
That
coyote.
Cody's got his paws
Let me
on
ask you
something
this.
else.
Let me ask you this. What if I sat there and he went out?
He tries this every time.
No, you can't do that.
He tries
Helmsy,
it every time.
I appreciate what this unknown coyote is trying to do, but the personality that you inject into the soup, nobody can be you.
It's untouchable.
I would like you shirtless that on though.
Well, that's not happening.
What? Yeah, you don't want like a werewolf.
Yeah.
Yeah, just run around shirtless with that head on.
Wearing a jock.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
that's what I need.
With them big fuzzy feet on.
Country Coyote, good to see you. Glad you're out of retirement. All right, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour. All right, so we were talking about the stress that must be put on people for doing things. And you ever notice when a president goes in, how the president looks the day he's sworn in versus the day he leaves?
Oh,
There-
boy.
there
They
is-
age, don't they?
There is no comparison. Well, the listeners have started noticing the same things happening to Helms. And since he's been on the program, but it seems to have escalated lately.
And that's why I brought it up. No one in the last, I've been here, 9 years in October? I'm a year behind Greg. 8 years in October?
I'll be 9.
Okay, so which is two terms for president, I might add.
Right.
No one has ever said anything about my hair color up until the last month, and it's frequent. I'm getting an email. I guess I've got one today. I got one 3 days ago. I got one 2 weeks. Somebody even said something about it on Twitter. And I don't know if it's the documentaries that have elevated
be.
that.
Probably so.
But I an email this morning, getting a little gray, huh? Laugh out loud. I am
LOL.
too. Just watched the daily documentary for the first time. I'm getting things like that. So I haven't really noticed, paid attention to it. I like the kind of the gray, distinguished gentleman kind of look. I'm not really bothered by it.
Right.
But I've started asking y'all, have I gotten grayer over the last few years?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have.
You have.
Is it substantial
too.
enough for people to start emailing more frequently?
Look at the lunchbox.
If it bothers you that much, just say, look at Bubba. You know?
Right. Well, look at the lunchbox. You know, when an artist decided to draw you, what color did that artist make your hair?
I know.
That's gray, buddy.
It is.
So he
Well, that's
sees
as
you
gray as it gets.
So he sees you gray-headed.
So it is official. I am gray-headed.
Won't you jet black it?
Would we call Helmsy? Like right now, a person. Let's say, no offense, you wouldn't.
No. It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
I don't mind the gray. I'm not trying to hide it or
nothing wrong with gray. Gray actually, seems.
I was at one time.
You were bothered with gray.
Well, I tried to color my goat.
Oh yeah,
you
come out in the hallway and you got that
because
black goat.
I had all that gray coming in, and I was like,
why did that bother you?
I was too young.
But let me
I felt
ask
like
you
to have
this.
gray.
Why did you go to a color of goat that wasn't even your hair color?
Because I didn't have any friends.
Right. Nobody would say that. But here's the other thing.
But you looked at that picture of me in the kitchen when I first got here, and I'm way more gray-headed.
So does the show make us?
Of course, I'm 50.
You got to ask.
No, we're just look.
I'm 50.
Aging.
Well, I'm gray-headed.
Yeah,
No, this place will age you and kill you.
Well,
But you got to understand, I'm not 40 yet. So
you're in trouble.
Yeah.
You'll be white-headed in 5
y'all,
years.
or am I aging faster? Or
Well, you did say you're like.
I think getting up early takes years off.
that's where I'm headed with this.
Boy, I'm in trouble.
And my 3 kids doesn't help at all.
And if Rick didn't color his, it'd be great.
Yours is just right here on the side. Hams is yours is on the side. The widow's peak still good, but it's on the side.
But what?
The widow's peak in the middle.
But
he's got that 80 mustard rocket.
it evidently is. It evidently is much worse now than it has been 3 or 4 years.
I'm gonna call escalation.
Yeah,
quickly. It's escalated. Yeah. Because would we now refer
receding a little bit too?
Because Helmsy would not do something
not
like
to
this.
worry about that.
Helmsy would not.
Good on it.
Helmsy would not do something like this. But let's say that Helmsy robbed a bank.
Here we go. It is a Friday edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. I knew this would get Greg going right here. This is when he gets like real big eyes and he kind of starts dancing like this. And he does this sprinkler. No, I'm kidding. As we roll on, we have got a lot to discuss today. Scott the Rock Gorosky in. We'll see what's eating Scott today, and I'm sure it's going to be a good one. We've discussed a few things already this morning. If you are listening live, and we appreciate you tuning in as always. And we know that Greg's going to be on them drums today because the Wheel of Meat will spin.
Did y'all hear about Will Smith and Chris Rock?
I did.
I'm excited. About that?
Did you see where they came
what
out
happened?
And basically said the L.A. Police Department was ready to arrest Will Smith, and Chris Rock basically shut him down and stopped him and said, "Look, I'm not going to press charges." Yeah. But they were ready. That's what they said.
I'm as unlike
making stuff up now.
Mm-hmm. Unlike the Wheel of Meat, I'm excited about Gorosky being here.
Yeah.
I wish we'd destroy the wheel. I'm just being honest today. It's Honest Friday, but I love when Gorosky comes because I feel like Gorosky is like me laying on a couch saying what I really want to say, and it's good therapy for me.
Okay.
And I don't have to have the backlash of saying it. You know what I mean?
You can live
it's
through him.
Therapy for me, and I don't get in trouble.
Right.
I can live through Scott.
We kind of do that every day with Greg, but it's at another
it's
level.
at a whole
with
new
Scott.
level.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it. I wish we would do it more, quite frankly. And I know his schedule doesn't allow it, but I'm telling you, he's very helpful for me.
Right.
Matter of fact, I may bring in Greg's love seat during that segment and just lay on it.
Just lay on it.
Yeah.
That's good.
Get
That's
some use
good.
out of it.
Yeah, a lot of folks don't know. We give Greg one-liners because we can't say them, but he can.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can get away.
You
with
get
it.
a pass. You do. You get a pass.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Because everybody loves you, Greg.
Oh, is that it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
We love it.
That's
We love your
evident.
perspective on life, and we think you're funny.
No,
Is there a
okay.
problem with that?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Nice.
You're kind of our little hero, Greg.
Oh, yeah. I've noticed that.
You're our staff hero.
Yeah.
You're the leader, Greg.
Mm-hmm. Listen at you.
I do appreciate the way you behaved yesterday with Tebow on. Thank you for that.
Well, you know.
I think we had a bond
I was
yesterday
listening to
with Tim.
the way he talks because I got to work on my
See what I
impression
mean?
of him.
Here we go.
Well, that's flattering when people do impressions.
Flattering when somebody makes fun of you.
No, they're doing an impression of it. Yeah. You think Caliendo's making fun of Morgan Freeman? No.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, I know.
It depends on what you say in that voice. I get that.
Yeah, and how the voice is.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
So one, Reese the Boss Wilburn came in from the beach yesterday. And he said,
Sunburn?
He said, yeah, of course.
Oh, red face.
Sunburn. Top of your feet all burnt, you know what I mean? And he said, hey, Dad, that drive was fun. And I was like, really? And then he went into a rant.
Was he being serious or joking?
No, he was joking.
Okay.
Being facetious.
He went into a
Funny
rant,
man.
which he gets honest about how people can't drive. and how he would slam on brakes and there would be for no reason in front of him. Anyway, he goes on and on and on. But the reason I'm bringing it up is that we were not home when he got home, and I when I eventually got home, I noticed something, and we've always talked about this. And Greg, Helmsy, y'all have kids. Everybody loves their kids, but every kid is different, right? At the core, my boys are the same as far as what they believe in, morals, and all. They're the same, but their personalities are different, and their interests are different, and we encourage that. Okay, with Reese, he is probably the youngest but most responsible. All right, which is kind of funny.
It's usually not that way.
Right. And Terry and I got to laughing because here's what Reese did when he got home. He got home and he unpacked his truck, and then he unpacked his duffel bags, and then he put it in the laundry room and started cleaning clothes and then putting up his duffel bags and all this kind of stuff. And we started laughing hysterically last night after realizing what he had done because we weren't home when he got home. If it was the other two boys, everything would still be in the car.
Yeah.
They wouldn't know where
you're
anything is. And then in about 4 days, they'd be looking for something, and they're like, hey, have y'all seen?
And it's in the back seat.
And it's in the back seat of their car.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny how all kids are
yeah,
different?
they are.
And it was just normal for him, But we got to laughing. So Terry and I did last night because about how they're all just so different. But yes, it would be, hey man, have y'all seen those shoes? I need some shoes. Where's my tennis? Have you looked in your car? Oh, maybe. Let me see.
That's Braden and Maddie.
I will say this:
Yeah.
I've been
Caroline's more like Reese.
Yeah.
I've been known to, if I've been on a trip or something, when I pull up and go, I'll get that later.
Yeah, because
Oh,
you're
for real.
tired. You're tired.
You're that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I understand
Amanda's
it.
like that.
Yeah, I'm the worst
go,
where
I ain't getting
I'll get my travel bag and I'll bring it to the house, but I won't unpack it.
You'll keep living out of it.
Yeah, Well,
At
like
home.
I'm at a hotel.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's here.
What is that?
That is weird.
Say, I literally.
At least I leave mine in the car.
I love it. Amanda will go,
But
hey,
you're home. You're still not at the hotel.
hey, have you seen those Lululemon shorts? Did you wash those? No, babe, they're probably in that bag that's sitting there, that's been sitting there for 2 weeks, and we got home from Port St. Joe. That's probably where they're at.
Yeah. But that is so funny. I have a little chair that's kind of on my side of the bed because I sleep on my side, and like Helmsy, who takes his wife's side of the bed.
Well, she wasn't in the bed at the time.
And
I gave it back.
And I literally lived out of my duffel bag for about 2 or 3 days when I realized I'm at home. I'm not at the hotel anymore.
All right, so I got a question for you. Hotel living, and we don't do this much, and I know y'all don't either, but when you go to a hotel, are you the people that lives out of your bag, or do you actually take the stuff out of your bag and put it in the? Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
How about I used to like staying in hotels, but I don't now.
You don't.
I just don't like it.
Okay.
What do you not like about it?
Because it just dawns on me.
I don't prefer it, but
I don't know.
Is Adler on you because he talks about how many people have been in that room?
Yeah, it gets in your head if you think about it.
That's why he does Airbnb.
Well, my goodness, there's people been in that too.
I know, but for those that criticize Airbnb, the same things happen at hotels.
But I used to look forward to hotels.
Yeah.
But now I don't like staying there.
Yeah, there are good hotels and there are bad hotels, and for some reason I always end up staying at bad hotels. It feels like.
Yeah.
Airbnbs feel like 10 people have been through there in the last year, and then hotels feel like 100 people have been through there in the last year.
That's just weird being in somebody's house.
Yeah, you're right.
Weird.
But it's your own house, Greg. You get the whole house to yourself.
Unless you do one of them deals where you just get a room and the people are still there.
I don't do that, Greg.
Yeah.
I don't
But
do
that's
that.
possible.
Well,
Greg, you do act
a lot
as
of
if
things are possible.
Greg, you act as if Airbnb is like that all the time.
Yeah, well,
and
in
it's
my
not.
mind it is.
Well, but it's not.
You're not like sleeping on somebody's couch using just their blanket, and they brought you a pillow from the closet. It's not like
story of them poor people that came watch the show from Michigan. Remember how they got treated?
they picked the wrong.
Picked a bad
they
dude.
picked the
Woman
wrong
made them take
area.
their shoes off to come in the house.
They picked the wrong.
Maybe you don't need to
one.
have Airbnb if you're that particular.
Yes,
I will say this: I have done one Airbnb stay, and it was when we went to Mentone,
I was
Alabama,
just about to say, yeah.
and the little getaway, and it was fabulous.
Yeah.
Well, that's like renting a condo that somebody owns.
Right, I
They don't
guess
live-
a little
they don't
different.
live there.
But
that
that's
would be
different.
weird if she was like coming down.
No,
you
I'm
know.
just saying, even if they weren't home, they don't live there.
Most of
True.
the properties like he's talking about though now are on Airbnb.
Well, okay, but originally started out people renting out a air mattress in the floor. That's what it started.
So that's where you. That's
But that is what it started.
You've got them written air
They
mattresses.
did. That was how it started. Airbnb.
Speaking
People
of
would rent an air mattress for you to sleep in their floor. That's how it started.
yeah,
Look it
no,
up.
you're right. No, that's why it's called air.
Yeah. So
y'all are both. Are you making that up? No. What I'm saying is, Greg, I believe you on that. I thought Speedy was just making that up.
No. It's really correct because we actually did the research on the air and have discussed it, how they got their name.
You remember, and we've talked about this before, that
which normally you remember everything.
We've talked about this before, but I think I may have heard the information because
it's clearly out of the room.
Ashton Kutcher is a big investment guy, and he invested in Airbnb early and Uber.
I got high eyebrows.
But I think in that conversation, that's where I heard that about the air mattress. I don't know. I may have made
Speaking of Airbnb and hotels and everything, I'm not sure what to do with this story because it's so strange. Kentucky hotel invites guests to bring their houseplants for the stay. A Kentucky, I know you're just staring at me.
Is this because of the freeze?
Travel with a houseplant?
A Kentucky hotel is offering houseplant-loving tourists the chance to bring them along with the world's first plant-friendly hotel experience.
Who is against it? Is there like a rule that you can't bring them now, and they're going, you can bring them here? I've heard no pets and stuff. I've never heard no plants.
Yeah.
Who would know if you brought a plant?
The Convention and Visitors Bureau of Lexington teamed up with Elwood Hotel and Suites to offer a special set of amenities to guests traveling with their houseplants in tow.
Now, first of all, if you're moving or something, but if you just travel with your houseplant, you're a little weird. How about that? So that's going to be a hotel full of weird people.
The world's first plant-friendly hotel experience kicks off April the 8th
anti-plant
and will offer Gardner's premier corner room package for 6 king suites, specially chosen for their abundance of plant-friendly natural light.
Maybe okay, so they're designing it so it can get light.
Right.
See, I tried to go logical on it.
Right.
You're bringing them with you because there's a freeze warning
and that
weekend.
makes a lot of sense.
Can you just put them in the garage?
Well, Greg, I know. I'm just trying to. I'm logically trying to think
I want
this.
someone to call that travels with their plants because they just want to.
Yeah. That's strange.
You got no kinfolk who can water them while you're gone?
To each his own, but that's strange to me.
They say here there's plenty of pet-friendly hotels out there. Why not offer the same Southern hospitality to the houseplants people?
Because there's probably not any. Yeah. I've yet to meet the person that says, we're going on vacation. Well, look, I can't leave the plant here. It'll be lonely, and it won't be watered.
Terry, I told her,
honey, your luggage, and you got to fit a plant.
You and your little house plants, you're going to have to, whoa. I'm like, I know you want to make sure they don't. We are really bad at spending money and getting a nice pot and
they die.
And they die. And they never make it through the winter.
Never.
It's like they never make it. Well, this year she brought them all the outsides in, and she has babied them all through the winter, and they've all made it to the point where now we're going to have to get a bigger pot because they're doing so well.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And when the storm came in the other day, it has warmed up a little bit, so we put them back out. Well, then she puts them all back in because of the wind and all this. She just loves her little house plants, but I don't think we're going to travel with them. I don't think we're going to travel with our house
Never been
plant.
on vacation with a plant.
What about the plant, honey?
Where's it going to ride in the car?
All right.
When we come back, can I ask you a question about socks?
No.
About socks.
Yeah,
I like socks. I like to talk about socks.
Yeah, I like socks.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
All right.
Y'all didn't know I was going to ask about socks.
I like sock discussion. I do.
Okay.
Greg likes socks and chicken.
I like a good pair of socks.
And some good chicken.
And chicken.
Rick and Bubba.
And so they have that we were there, and they came up to us and says, "Now describe us what he looked like. How tall was he? He's probably right around 6 foot.
Yeah,
5'11", somewhere in there.
Eddie Munster hair in the front.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me. Hey, what about ethnicity? Can we say that anymore? Well, you can.
He's a honky.
I say he's a honky. He's a white guy. Ain't no doubt about it. Cracker. The whole deal. And they said
white.
And all of a sudden, hair color.
Yeah.
Would I say gray-headed?
You say kind of salt and pepper.
I'd say
you
brown,
say salt and
turning
pepper.
gray.
So on my driver's license, when I
salt and pepper,
I've got to put. Do you put your hair color? I know you put
your.
You
do.
I
don't think you have to go with gray, do you?
I don't know.
Well, Greg, what if you're gray-headed? You
I
should.
guess you do. I don't know.
I just upgraded my license last month. I left it at brown.
Yeah,
you're good.
I
probably should have changed it.
No, it ain't that bad.
Here's the big question before the court, though. Right now, would your hair be this gray if you didn't work here?
That's a great question.
That's the question.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you be aging this rapidly because you're not that old?
No, I'm not 40 yet.
Here's what I would have wished. I
39 at Holden.
My hair is listed as gray.
Okay.
I wish
it should be
that you would have got these emails and it bothered you, and you came in here with a jet black and tried to act like we didn't notice. That's what I wanted to happen. I used to work with a guy that did that. Well, I mean, he was like white-headed on Monday, and Wednesday he like Geraldo Rivera. Yeah, I know.
Greg, don't go any further with it. Just leave it there.
I was like,
should I color?
Could you ease into it?
Should I go to the trouble of coloring a little bit? Like, it doesn't bother me. I don't really care.
That's the point. Do you care?
No, it doesn't.
Let me be clear.
I don't know what Amanda thinks about it.
I know, Bubba,
I guess I probably should ask her.
Bubba, you did it for a while, and you said it wasn't worth it. See, the thing is,
you got short hair. You got to color it a lot.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
That's a lot.
I don't have any problem with people coloring the hair if they want to color the hair. That's fine. But what I'm saying is, I couldn't handle the maintenance of it. So anybody that thinks that I color my hair, they would only think that they'd be people that do not know me.
Right.
Because if you knew me, you look, Burgess can't keep
doing the brown with the yellow tips. That was
tough.
You
had it going on there.
The
I think there's a picture of it in the audience today on something we signed for.
I will say this: Helmsy at his age could color it if he didn't just get some real weird color, and you wouldn't notice. But when you're 75 and your hair's jet black, that's tough. And I see that a lot. And I'm going, you think anybody's buying
quite
that?
a bit.
You're wanting to say it
jet
so
black.
bad.
Right.
Buddy of mine just texted me.
He's wanting to just say it.
I keep waiting on it. I keep thinking it's about to happen.
I'm not talking about any particular person.
Right.
I'm trying not to let him.
But what I say about
because
gray
he's
hair,
not 75.
Buddy of mine
like
just
you,
sent me a
Rick.
text.
I'm low maintenance. That's why I cut my hair this way.
Right.
So I'm not going to.
Well, you asked me if you look like an older man. I would say maybe an older prisoner of war.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But with that haircut, but
like you've been in there a while,
right? So they have a tough run over at North Korea, wasn't it? But what I was saying about with the gray hair, because my beard is getting more and more gray, almost by the day, and I just simply say it's earned. I mean, gray hair is earned.
Yeah.
I mean, we all
That's
put
what I'm
it.
gonna go
That's
with.
right. Yep, Rick. That's right.
I'm with you.
And I was going to say that it represents wisdom, but I know too many people have gray hair that are pretty stupid.
That's
overrated.
The main reason it's one thing for my wife to say something at home. Hey, wow, you're getting some gray hair. But the listeners are starting to notice.
And you're saying lately it's even more.
And over the last month, I mean, I've had 6 to 8 people comment and email and Twitter.
Okay, Whitey.
And so
I
just thought I'd ask y'all to see
yeah.
is this what's happening?
Listen, Silver
I was
Fox, it's
locked.
gonna be
I
fine.
couldn't focus on anything else.
Right, you had to say did the text get it done? Did that help you?
Well, I did yesterday with Greg.
Right.
Oh wow.
Well, I mean, you talk about not even trying.
Wow, Rick.
I mean, it's really not much of an effort.
It is.
You know what I
It's
mean?
really not.
Yeah, I'd go that far.
I got that feeling again. I'm
Some
getting
people
nervous.
like to get one in black
Okay.
thick Sharpies and they just do it themselves. I don't know if
I
that
like the cheerleaders make signs.
yeah, that would.
Hey, do y'all remember that infomercial or whatever where if you had a bald spot,
you
in the back,
sprayed
you
it.
could spray it?
Yeah,
That's good.
And they claimed it looked just like your hair.
But it doesn't. There's no
What
way.
if I came in
no way
tomorrow
it
like
does.
that?
There's no way it does.
No, your head's painted.
Guys, and look, and Greg, the thing is,
I don't like hair. It's like a painted head.
right. And Greg, the other thing is, if you're going to color your hair, make it.
Paint your arm, as far as that goes.
Greg, if you're going to color your hair, at least do a good job with it. Take the time, spend the extra money.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Because you don't
go with that one
Yeah.
at Dollar General.
Yeah, you don't want. Look at Tom Jones. Look at Tom Jones. You don't want to make your
Yeah,
hair
that-
look like you're wearing a hat.
See, that doesn't look right on Tom Jones. You know? I mean, I want Tom Jones to be Tom Jones, but you can't have that color skin
That's
and
why
have
I'm
that
wearing-
dark a hair. It
Well,
doesn't
I-
look right.
That's my point.
I think Tom Jones, if he just let it gray and even have the gray little goatee and everything, he
Or
still
a
have
little
it.
brown in
He
there.
still have it going on.
You forgot he's dating Priscilla Presley.
I tried to forget that.
Yeah, forgot it.
Thanks for not allowing me to. Yep. To the phones we go. Let's go to Tammy. Tammy, welcome to the.
Don't do that. It is 8 minutes until the top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by Gridiron Men's Conference. And we talked to Tim Tebow yesterday about this. It's coming to Huntsville Father's Day weekend, Friday, June 17th and Saturday, June 18th in Huntsville at the Probst Arena. Gridiron Men's Conference is a fun 2-day conference that you don't want to miss. Church leaders, listen to this now. We've got a great crew here. We got Kirk Cameron, Tim Tebow, Fred Luter Jr., Charles Billingsley will be leading worship. Of course, Phil Waldrop
Check it out right now. Secure your tickets for yourself, your friend, your church group, a group of guys that you regularly associate with at gridironmen.com. That's gridironmen.com. Get those tickets today, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. If you are interested in really trying to dial in the situation that's going on in Ukraine with Ukraine and the invasion by Russia into Ukraine, we talked to 34-year Army veteran who served in the armor and infantry units, as well as is well-versed in Russian military doctrine, graduated from the U.S. Army War College, where he earned master's in strategic studies and has an understanding of the geopolitical environment as well. He was Alabama State Partnership Program with Romania for many years and spent a lot of time in Eastern Europe. We talked to Jim Hawkins in this week's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, about what's going on in Ukraine, and it was a very, very informative discussion, and so I encourage all of you to check that out. Saturday morning, it will publish on all podcast formats, so check that out. We'll also send it out in social media, too, at Rick and Bubba. Make sure you're following us, and we'll let you know when that hits. But it's very, very good podcast.
So, sock question.
Yeah.
So, or several sock questions. I had some issues with my socks this morning. That's why this is, and I don't like the pair of socks that I'm wearing today.
They slide?
And well, no, it's just the type of material, and I don't even like the color, and what I'm doing after the show, of course, is tennis related, and I don't like them, and I'm so unhappy with them. I may actually run to the sporting goods store on my way and get some new ones. Here's why I've got a sock issue. First of all, Coco's eating her socks.
Oh no!
If she
she
has been such a wonderful pet, but if you lay a sock around, she's gonna get some holes in it, and quickly. That's like her go-to. I don't know what it is.
Really?
And so, so I've had these nice.
Well, you're in a dilemma then.
First of all, I always wear these. I don't know if you call them invisible no-shows, footies, whatever. That's the kind of socks that I wear.
No-see-em socks.
All the time. No-see-ems. Is that what they're called? No-see-ems?
That's what
because you don't see them.
That's what the family calls them. I don't know.
So that's my go-to, and it's usually black. I like the color black.
I do too. All my socks.
My socks are black.
Most.
And so this morning, I couldn't find my no-see. I didn't have any that were clean because I had like 10 pair of these. Also, they were either Nike or Asics, and they were awesome, and they were good to do athletic stuff in and just wear around, comfy, blah blah blah.
Stank.
Well, when the dog chews up a bunch of them, you don't have as many.
You don't.
It's
So
hard to keep them clean.
today was the day where I didn't have any. So I went to this. First of all, the ones I have on are white, which I don't like.
Yeah.
And they're Adidas, which Adidas is a good company, but I don't like these particular socks. They feel too hot on my feet, and they come up a little more than I want them to. They're not the true no-see-ems. They're the ones that are
just like the ankle.
They're the
ones?
low cut. Yeah, they're like those.
Oh,
you see what I'm saying?
So that didn't look bad.
Well, but they're not comfortable either.
Sling them up on the counter for the audience to see. Get them things up there.
Yeah, that's all right.
Still can't see them. Okay. Hey, well, hold on.
Could you?
Yeah.
Socks are like underwear, though. You get what you pay for.
Yeah.
But here's your dilemma, Helms.
Thank you, Adler.
Why spend a bunch of money on socks that a dog's going to eat?
It's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, if you get cheap socks, you're not going to enjoy them.
Get them off the floor.
Yeah,
right.
that's hard to do.
Now, when you say eat them, does Coco like to pay, like kind of like just
it's like
kinda,
a chew toy to her.
Yeah, and like
I've known
make a
dogs that will
hole,
swallow 'em.
like make a hole in them.
Yes.
But is she like
She is
completely eating them?
She's consuming a little bit of the sock.
And I bet she does this right here. When they take their head and sling it side to side, which I think is hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, it's awesome. That's how they kill them.
Oh yeah.
But this is a I know this is a good sock, but it's not for me. Like I want the no-see-ems and I want them in black.
But aren't
ones-
you just going to play with a bunch of dudes today?
I am.
And
Well, then don't worry about it.
You remember?
They're not comfortable though. That's the thing. They're making my feet hot. Like I won't take my shoes off.
a little thick.
They are. They're real thick.
The best ones we ever got was that they used to advertise with us. Was it Bombas?
Yes.
Now, they like them.
Yeah, they do.
But they have that thing that squeezes your foot, the middle part, the little band around it. And when I love those.
Oh yeah, well they stay in position.
They do.
I hate when
They
I wear
squeeze my
socks.
foot. I like
I
my
hate
foot
when I
being
wear some ankle socks or whatever, and they start to slide down the heel.
Oh,
Hate it.
no, I
hate
don't
it.
like
hate
that.
it. Now, Are you because those are a little bit higher than the ankle?
Yeah.
And then
Which I don't like. They're right above the ankle.
And then you have some that come just outside the shoe. That's what I wear most of.
That's me.
But the family wears the no-seams to where it looks like you don't have socks on.
Okay. Now I don't wear those.
But you do.
Yeah, because we all have these
Terry
shoes.
loves those.
We have these shoes that look good in the summer without socks, but your feet stink.
Right, and so you don't want to wear your
Feet
shoes
get
without
sweat.
socks. So they all wear they make them now. We were having a discussion about this because she said she needed to get some more. And you know how your phone's always listening. Next time I went on Instagram, there was a sponsor for No See 'Em socks.
Yeah,
because it's always listening. Probably going to be on it right now.
Probably.
That's the look.
Well, I don't
So
know.
you're going to go get new socks.
I may, if I have time. I'm on a it's tough time crunch today. Don't know, but I'll either go before. I either muster through it. I don't even know if muster through it's the appropriate word.
Well, I know what you mean. Fight through it.
I'll fight through it and then go after because I'm not going the whole weekend without it.
Okay.
Without I could just go home and wash some socks.
Yeah,
could
that's
do
an
that.
option.
But I'm seeing I'm hearing complaints from other family members with similar things. So I think I'm just going to go buy everybody a bunch of socks. Now the problem is I don't know what everybody likes.
You know, why don't
I'm
you
done with this whole. But we can't match socks at our house either.
Oh, it's tough.
In the laundry.
That's hard.
Well, this one looks kind of like
gracious.
this one, but it's really not.
Yeah, it's hard.
And we'll put them together and think that's okay.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
They're not even the same brand, much less the same color. What are y'all doing?
I've done that when that's all I got. It's those two left.
Yeah.
There'll be two completely different socks.
See, I could have went that way this morning and I wouldn't do it.
No, I do it
Got
all
to be
the
the same.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Program. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're fantastic.
Well, I am a professional stylist, and I just wanted to tell Helmsy we have a solution for him. It is a gray blending service. It doesn't take away the gray completely. It doesn't look fake. It just blends it away nicely. And I happen to be about 1 mile from the studio.
Yes.
So you guys send down the camera. And
Can
send
you
down
work on that
Helmsy,
point in
film
the
it
front?
all.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the point? Y'all don't like the point?
I like the widow's peak.
You'd be surprised how many people come in and ask us to shave that off. Honestly,
Really?
No, they need to have another bit of big
I
job
like
for
the
him.
points. As a matter of fact, my lake house will be right up there in that little, and I come fish off
In
that
that
point.
cove.
Do I need to do I need to do some work with the point? Why are y'all not my friends? Y'all would have told me this a long time
ain't
ago.
nothing wrong with the point.
Thank you so much, Tammy.
Tammy,
Look on the
I'm fine with
mailbox
the point.
at it. That's what's fun.
yeah,
I wish
Tammy,
I had a point.
Tammy, could you just have a look?
too.
If you just had a
Speedy.
look, could you just have a look at it?
I can. Come down and see us.
He may
We'll
need
take
to
care of
round it off a little bit.
Yeah, Helmsy
That
at
thing
Rick,
gonna cut you right now.
yeah, Helmsy at rickandbubba.com.
Like the popcorn
It's
machine.
like the popcorn machine.
All right.
We could dress up as
Thanks.
Gene Simmons on Halloween.
Thank you. Matter of fact, if I'm almost mistaken, right out here, I think is where Andy Andrews lives.
Rick, if you'll throw right over in that eddy water.
Right.
Hey, by
Greg,
the
I'm
way-
fishing out here on the point.
Hey, speaking of him, does he not look like Rodney Dangerfield to y'all?
Yes, a little bit.
Really?
Yes, as he gets older, he does. Take a look.
Take another look.
Betty
Me and my
Pan-
point think so.
Betty.
I wished I had one.
Hey, Helmsy, you have a point. Let's go to Betty in Panama City.
At
Betty,
least you
go.
don't have a billboard.
Thanks for listening
How
to
about
us.
I'm more worried about the point than I am the grade.
No, the point's fine. The point's your thing.
Thinking I
Well,
need to
just
go
round
address it.
round it off a little
Yeah,
bit.
it'll be,
Put the file down. Don't sharpen
right.
it up.
Yeah, there's no need to try to hurt anybody with it.
At least you ain't like me and got the friar tuck. You know?
Friar tuck.
I hate the old friar tuck.
Got the landing zone up there.
A minute ago, I saw somebody do a confession to Greg, and I said, "Hey, you're mistaken."
Yeah.
Let's go to Betty. Betty, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment on you talking about gray hair.
Yes, ma'am.
I just turned 69. Well, I've always been a blonde, real, almost white when I was a kid. 15 years ago, my hair starts turning dark, and now it's a dark brown. And I know people think I dyed, but it's just I don't know if it was in the vitamins and herbs I'm taking. But we got a friend. He's 84. His hair is dark brown, no gray, and he don't put anything on it. So somebody said that you need copper is why you're not when you start turning gray. But
Copper?
Copper. Are you eating a lot of cabbage?
I eat a lot of greens, yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Please ask more questions.
Yep.
But
And then
I don't know. People, sees me and says, well, you used to be a blonde. I said, well, I'm not coloring it. It's just nature.
yeah, they need to mind their own business, Betty.
But I think, well, they going to think I'm dyeing my hair, but I don't. It's just got darker.
Understood.
And
do you have an objection to eating venison?
no, I love venison.
Well, there we go. Boy, the hits just keep coming.
I like Bambi. I said these people don't want to eat Bambi, but they'll eat old Bestie.
I know, same thing.
Amen to that.
I find the Bambi to be quite tender and quite delicious.
Yep.
So, well, thank you, Betty, for calling. And if anybody else gives you more flack about it, let us know.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thanks, Betty. All right, those of you that keep telling Betty in Panama City she's dyeing her hair was blonde at one time, and it's turned darker as she's gotten older. She's not coloring it.
Y'all get off of her right
Cut
now.
Betty some slack.
How'd you end up? How'd you do?
Well, the team, and by the way, had a great group of guys. We had a lot of fun yesterday. Our pro was Colin Montgomery, and he was such a gentleman and so much fun yesterday. I told him one time, people like to hear both of our accents.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, when I talk to you, I feel like I'm on an episode of The Tudors. And, if you'd seen that was the Scottish and English history back in the Middle Ages. But he was a blast. He was a lot of fun. Kirby Smart, head football coach at Georgia, a lot of fun yesterday. And Jamie Cowan was my partner in my cart, and John Turner also, who hit some big shots yesterday. And we were on fire at the turn. I mean, we were like 10 under after 9 holes, and then we cooled off on the back 9.
Really?
So we ended up I think it was 14, 15 under, which was probably tied for about 5th or 6th, somewhere in there, middle of the pack. Higher end, maybe a touch above the middle, but we just, the last few holes, we didn't get the birdies. We needed to keep moving forward.
Well, there you go. Well, we interviewed Coach Kirby Smart, and he seemed extremely excited about playing with you.
Oh, yeah, we had a ball.
He was fired up and ready to go. It was one of those things that was interesting to watch because you always have anytime this is going on. Now, let me be clear again, because we have to deal with this the last couple of years. In the past, it's actually worked out. I don't know what has changed, but Nick Saban was not available to us. He was either didn't do much media, didn't do any, but definitely didn't do our show.
Mm-hmm. I would say he was late getting there too.
That's not well. We
was
were
in a hurry.
Yeah, we're not. We don't have anything to do with that. That's some coaches will come on, some won't. Hugh Freeze was just didn't do any media yesterday, and when he finally did something, when somebody asked him about the sanctions, he got up and left.
Mm-hmm.
So the coaches that are on the show are the coaches that agree to come on the show.
That's right.
There's no. We'd love to have them all.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we've had Coach Saban on the show in years past, and it always went very well. But dealing with him, especially in this state.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How's everybody doing? A brand new hour. Well, it has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. We start this baby with our national anthem. is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us. Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com is our website. Unpacking another show today. Wheel of Meat will spin today. What's eating Scott Gorosky? We'll find out. As Gorosky stops by the No Name Studio to air grievances again today. So I know those of you that can understand Scott will enjoy that. Those of you that cannot, try again today. So we got the gang all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. They've already given you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Let's bring him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
No time to talk. Come on. It's all right.
That's a hard one early in the morning when you know a lot of people can't hear the music.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's never stopped us before, though, Bussy. There they are.
It's hard not to sing that one.
It is. And also, especially, still trying to get accustomed to everybody's favorite soundboard here. The levels and everything just seems to sound different almost every day. I mean, I know there's a constant ongoing of adjustment on it, so you get it where it sounds. You come in the next day, it sounds different.
Yeah.
So, but we'll lock it on in, and I know there's some processes going on, and everybody at some time in your life, it might be an automobile, it might be some sort of electronic, it may be. You know what? It may be a professional broadcasting soundboard, mixing board, where you get a lemon every now and then. It's just, and it's not a good feeling because there's no worse feeling to think I've been lemonized and I can't trust it.
Lemonized.
Lemonized. I remember the days when you were out there and we were all going up, and I can literally remember driving a car that cost $900.
Yeah.
I'm talking about $900.
You talking about the Blue Mongoose?
And all of a sudden, it's something, you hear a little something, and you're like, oh, well.
That wasn't good. I heard a clicking noise.
You think about it. I mean, I remember many times, and I think we've talked about this before, having automobiles that you had to know how to keep running at red lights. Remember that? I mean, I can remember you got to do this to keep it not from going dead at the red light to keep it going.
Got to put it in neutral.
Yeah, got to give it a little gas. Yeah. All these. Remember, I had an automobile that didn't have reverse in it.
Oh yeah.
I had no ability to put the automobile in reverse.
Well, you had to plan ahead of time.
Had to park on a hill.
Yeah, and I learned how to park in all kinds of ways. You wouldn't believe how many inclines there are out there. There's so many more than you think.
Yes, there is.
So anyway, but we have a lot to unpack on the program today. I mean, we continue to get updates on the Will Smith, Chris Rock thing. That's got a mini update today. And then
I'm even growing a little tired of that drama myself.
Yeah. Well, what's happening now, and this is how the world works, and it used to be only in politics, but now it works everywhere. I come out and I have one view on something. It's actually called being principled.
Right.
Okay, meaning in most cases, there's always some exceptions, but in most cases, if you're principled, as soon as something happens because of your principles, your reaction to it.
Yeah, you kind of put it up against the measuring stick of your principles, and you can make a call on it.
Well, here's where I am because I'm principled. But what we have now is people will say, well, here's kind of how I feel about it, and then they'll see the outrage, or they'll see the excitement in the people that are just celebrating something. And they'll just come back and start adapting what they're saying now based on how everybody's reacting. It used to be only politicians that did that.
Right.
But now you're seeing now the Academy really wants us to know that they were going to escort him right out of there. And Chris Rock told him not to worry about it. Police even said we were ready to arrest him on the spot. And that may all be true, but it is interesting that how come when the next day this happens, everybody said, let me tell you exactly how this went last night.
Yeah.
Here's what the academy did. Here's what police did. Here's what Chris did.
Well, maybe it took a little time
yeah,
for it all to
right.
filter out and everybody, talk to the parties involved. I don't know.
Yeah. So anyway, and then I'm looking. Anytime I look on our stories today, and I see that the Views had a cat fight again.
Mm-hmm.
That's
well, Whoopi doesn't like people criticizing Hollywood elite. She's tired of it.
She said they're just like everybody else, and if you think that and say that, it's like saying black people like chicken.
She didn't say that.
That's what she said.
Yeah. That is just. I just don't even. You know who she should be upset with? She should be upset with Wanda Sykes and Jim Carrey.
Well,
because they both said the same thing. They said we've become an embarrassment.
If you notice, Whoopi has now kind of been sent in to try to calm everybody down.
Right. Yeah.
That's her gig. She's on the board of governors for the Oscars. So she's trying to do what she can to smooth it out and say, look, this is a great award show. We're just hardworking people like everybody else, and of course we all know that's the case. And that's we'll see how all that plays out. On a couple of other things, and I just want to hit the high points here. Some things we got to tell you about our podcast this weekend. If you are confused, if you have been following this Ukraine-Russian conflict, we tried to do a deep dive on this with somebody that actually knows what's going on.
Yeah,
and I thought it was a very great conversation. It was one of those podcasts that when we got 45 minutes in, I was like, we could still talk a little longer on this, but very good. Jim Hawkins, who we've had on the show before, and has a lot of expertise in this area, and it was very good. So I hope that you guys will check that out this weekend. Have an Airbnb story for you guys. I heard there was a topic about that this morning with some advice that if you do Airbnbs, you need to know about this. In a near disaster that my family experienced.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, back to the podcast quickly. I left yesterday thinking I kind of understand how this is going to end in Ukraine.
Yeah.
After that discussion with Hawkins, because he's just so knowledgeable about Russia in general and their whole history, and he's very knowledgeable about Ukraine and their history.
Yeah.
And he kind of laid out. Here's your scenarios of how this is likely going to conclude.
Yeah, and there's some shades of gray in a lot of this.
Well, he certainly doesn't know exactly what they're going to do.
Well,
he's just going to say based on the history,
yeah,
based on why they're doing this, based on what's trying to be accomplished, there's going to be a peace negotiation that'll probably land somewhere around this.
It's I think it has been a disaster for everybody involved. Obviously, Ukraine has lost a lot of people. They've lost. I mean, if you've seen some of their cities, I mean, there's nothing left of them. Mm-hmm. This is going to be a disaster for the Russian people. It's going to set them back 20 years economically, no matter how it turns out. The world is more unstable. If Putin and the Russians have just an inherent, fear of being invaded, and that they want bumper states around them, this was not what you needed to do because you got more troops and weapons on your border now than you've ever had in the history of Russia, and it's going to be more. You've made a terrible decision, Mr. Putin.
Yeah,
we'll break all that down.
Yeah, so that's all this weekend. So enjoy that. If nothing else, for me, it gave me a lot of. I feel a little more informed.
And I've got an Amazon question for you, too.
All right.
That I need some guidance on.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
The home state where he actually coaches is difficult because it's a difficult deal to get him around and all the demands on him. So that's not by design on our part. It's just we take who will be on. I mean, not everybody will be. Not everybody will be on.
I don't know if you saw when he arrived yesterday, because
somebody
were already
said he
out.
went behind the tent, but I didn't see it.
No, I mean the entourage showing up. I've seen the president come through town, and I've seen Nick Saban arrive, and I believe Nick Saban has more fanfare.
Well, I will say this: in this state, I wish people knew how to act, because then you would probably have more access to Coach Saban, because people don't know how to act. I mean, I literally saw people chasing him. With footballs. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. I'm trying to move with you. I'm running after you.
Yeah.
I'm running.
Grown men.
Hey, I'm running Okay, so you can't have nothing, and you can't even have Nick Saban because of people don't know how to act. And I actually understand the situation that he's in, and there's no telling, because sometimes people get to the point where they say, well, he won't do this, and then you go straight here, and he won't speak to that. And see, that's easy to say, and I'm not saying there's coaches that, can have the same situation. They do handle it different than Coach Saban. They do. They have a different personality. But at the end of the day, a lot of the things that you have to deal with the Nick Sabans of the world is because people don't know how to act.
You're right.
If people knew how to act, it would be different.
Yeah.
People can't call themselves. People can't act appropriately, sadly.
And that's why yesterday he went, instead of coming out there, he went and spoke to some kids at a school or a certain area where they all came before school and watched, because that's a controlled environment where you don't have the idiots. And the kids still got to see him and hang out with him and those types of things.
See, he had spoke somewhere, by the way. We got something for you on that to break. But so he got there, and it was time for him to get onto the tee and all that. So it just wasn't, we didn't have access to him. It was not, hey, man, there you go again. Y'all need to interview everybody but Saban. No, we'd love to interview Saban, really, probably more than any of them, because of his status in football and his long-term status, but he did not make himself available to us. So that's the truth.
Yeah, and
and if you don't believe that, just go look at old videos of us interviewing him. He's been on the show before.
And and two, as you said, location has a lot to do with it. If you'd have been in Athens or Atlanta, Kirby Smart would have been very difficult to get a hold of. But
right.
Not quite the following, a little further out. So
right.
But there was a lot of Georgia fans out there yesterday.
They were.
He couldn't get out from under our tent.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, there was so many, and I was on.
Or maybe a better thing would say, if you were in Athens, it'd be a lot easier to interview the Georgia Tech coach than the Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because we didn't have any problem getting the Auburn coach.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And today, if Tommy Tuberville's in Lubbock, you'll be able to sit down with him.
Oh gosh, when he said living in Lubbock, Tommy Tuberville was a nice little surprise yesterday.
Yeah, he was.
Who's the governor?
He didn't care. Did
People ask me what it's like in Lubbock. I said it's like Iraq.
I love you going, Coach. You're live.
That might have been my favorite line of the day.
Also, I got to give a shout out to Coach Dan Mullen. I challenged him to listen 10 minutes a day.
Okay.
He admits that he needs to listen more on our affiliate 96.1.
I agree with that.
In Starkville. And so, hello, Coach.
Yeah, he and Coach Malzahn were on together. They were a lot of fun, too.
Yeah.
Everybody that was on, I thought all of them did a great job. We'll be back. Talked about with Gary. Gary socially can be a little awkward, and the fact he had to wear sleeves. I think when we came up with that analogy that he looked like one of those dogs that had been put in one of those sweaters that makes
calm them down from the storm.
that calms them if they don't like loud noises. He just didn't really know what to do with himself. And then finally, after you went to play, we gave him a little mic time. Of course, he did deliver one really, really good line that kind of brought the house down. I mean, everybody standing around. I don't think I want to go back to
whispering to his wife.
Yeah.
I saw that. I almost got through the whole promo this morning. I I didn't get to see all of it.
So anyway,
it's 10 minutes ago. I tell you.
It was. It really was. So anyway, enjoyed that. I guess we'll be invited back again. I don't, because
Coca-Cola, we were on their VIP porch and they do a great job, and they were very happy. They said that they love working with us.
Yeah,
and
went well.
We're always welcome back.
Well, I think too they do a great job with that whole event. The folks at Greystone, the Bruno's event team, everybody that's working there. I mean, for what they do and the scope of it, it's amazing. It runs very, very smooth.
Good to meet folks that were coming by. Had a great time with that. Sorry to John Daly for parking in his spot. But
and Rick, I want to say
too,
get
there that quick.
I met a lot of folks.
It is 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so, Bubba, you want to unpack anything that you were talking about? The Airbnb, the Amazon, any of that you want to unpack now?
Well, let me ask you an Amazon question, because it's been in the news, and it's a story that's in the Birmingham area. We have an Amazon fulfillment center here, which a lot of people would call a warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
And they've built this really, really nice place in Bessemer.
See it a lot.
and they were going to vote about unionizing.
Remember that
a while back.
I remember that. Yeah,
they voted overwhelmingly not to unionize.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, that vote got thrown out. And I don't know. I'm not following the story. I'm not judging here. I'm just asking a question.
Hey, man, who are you to judge? Huh? Jesus
Trust
said,
me,
hey,
I'm not worthy
Hey,
to
Jesus
judge
said
anything.
don't judge.
I know. He did.
Of course, he said a tremendous amount of other things.
Yeah. He also said go and sin no more. We forget that one.
Right.
You got to finish the sentence.
Actually, Jesus said don't judge incorrectly. That's all he said. Don't be a hypocrite. He did not say that you never say things wrong. But anyway, go ahead.
And for whatever reason,
Who you to judge?
They had to revote.
Right.
So I don't follow the union news. I don't know what's going on with all that.
No, I don't either.
And so they had a revote, and that just happened recently. Well, then I heard yesterday that they were protesting some of the ballots, and I think if I understood correctly, they overwhelmingly voted not to unionize
again.
But now they're challenging some of the ballots, and I heard they said, well, if the judge or whoever throws this out, this may mean they have to revote again. And I'm like, revote again? What is going on?
Okay, as a casual,
somebody, because I do not know the story, and I'm asking y'all. Maybe I should just go read it, but I don't understand what's going on.
How many times have we said that to ourselves?
I'd rather get everybody's take on it. So,
well, it goes back to this. Just as a casual observer, and I have I'm like you, extremely casual observer here. It just feels like that the stronghold union folks are they're going to keep trying stuff until every time they overwhelmingly vote not to unionize. It sounds like there's an attempt to make it illegitimate. Yeah,
right.
So I mean that's what it sounds like.
Listen,
I mean, it may not be the case. I don't know.
Throughout our history, unions have their places. Unions can help in some cases, and they can hurt you in some.
They're like
cases.
a lot of things. They started out with a noble cause, and then it got away from them.
Well, it gets into a power play, and sometimes you can get so many good things for your workers that the company goes out of business,
right,
and shuts down. Right. So we've seen that before too. So. Not being judgmental, not picking sides, but I'm like, it's if we voted twice, let's go with the results and let's deliver some packages. How about that? Isn't it about time we get on to that job?
Right. Well, I mean, can't the workers, if they're allowed to vote, make the decision themselves on whether being part of the union is beneficial to them in the long term, or do they think they're better off without it? I mean, they voted. That's their decision. What's going on?
I know our state has been the target of a lot of the larger national unions because of our workers here not wanting to unionize in the auto industry and a lot of other things. And there's been a lot of arguments and debates about all that. But it almost has a feel that the national unions have, they want Amazon. They really want to crack Amazon. And they feel like this was the place that they could do it, and it just hadn't worked out for them. So I don't know. For the people who are working there, I am happy that you have a job and have an opportunity to work there, and I hope you enjoy working there because Amazon has done. It's been an amazing success story.
Well, yeah, and they also their service is pretty number one.
Yeah.
I mean, they what they do well. I mean, they're not perfect. Nobody is, but especially considering. What we've been through on trying to get goods to people and things like that. I mean,
pretty much saved the country during the COVID. And built them up. I like brick and mortar places. I like going and putting my hands on something. I know how y'all do too. Mm-hmm. But when I go and the shelf is empty or you can't get what you want and you have to order it. And it'll come right to your doorstep in about 2 days. That's a pretty sweet deal.
No, I mean I know the whole deal. It's one of those things where anytime that you have a service, and look, I even have preferences that are not going to make it. Okay,
right.
But the bottom line is, I am and I'm not saying that we don't do anything to minimize the amount of evil that can be done. Don't misunderstand. People need to be held accountable who play with the rules in the wrong way, but I'm a free market capitalistic guy.
Yeah.
So if people are able to get products to people who want them at a price people are okay with in a more efficient way than I can, then I may not make it. And then if the market starts preferring it another way, and the way I do it is no longer preferred by the market and the demand of the people, then I don't make it. And or I adjust like many have, and I become a hybrid. I provide both.
One of my, and I know I've mentioned this before, one of my favorite classes that I had in college was a business class, and it really was just, for me, kind of filler material at the time. But it was a class, I don't remember the exact name of it, but it was a business class where we looked at businesses throughout the history of the United States and the cycles they go through. They all do. Everybody thinks they're going to defeat that cycle, but they don't.
Right.
Because they have a need, and they rise and they grow, and they have all this great time, and then you see a time where they think they can never, they're too big to fail, we're too important to fail, and somebody else comes along and does it a little bit better, quicker, in a different way, and before you know it, they're playing catch up. Some of them make it, some of them don't. But it was very interesting to see all that, and it's interesting to see even in my lifetime how that's played out with. I remember some big retailers. We were talking about it. I think me and you were talking about it all fair. Yeah. Sears and Roebuck. At one time, you thought there's no way these people ever go out of business.
Yeah, well, and
they got caught looking.
There's no way to see the future. I'll give you one more example on that. And if anybody does want to comment on what's going on with this Amazon location, that every time they vote not to unionize, their vote is called illegitimate. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Loved the show yesterday. Made a lot of pictures with them, and some of them have sent me the pictures today. I asked most of them to send me a copy of it so I can just do a little scrapbook, of everything.
Sure.
And but just so many nice folks out there.
Absolutely,
it was great.
No question.
It was great.
So is this Bubba off the?
This is off 3 here.
Okay.
Hey, right down the middle, baby.
Yeah.
You look good.
Yeah, you did. We're looking on RBTV right now.
Yeah, it was way on down there.
In the first tee was fine. I mean, you didn't.
Well,
it wasn't disaster. But it wasn't disaster.
No, it wasn't, and I got to give him some props here. Because I couldn't tell off the first tee where he went. He actually went on the left side bunker, and then, but from the bunker, hit it on the green on the first hole.
Well, it actually was a little behind the bunker.
Was it?
And the second shot, which I felt really good about, hit a limb and then went into the bunker. So I'm sitting in the sand trap.
All right, that's what it was. Okay.
And then my third shot I hit up on the green. I actually was putting for a 4-net 3 and didn't hit it hard enough. So, one of those things. But we had a couple. I had a 5-net 3, 4-net 2, and a 2-net 1 on the front, and then the back was a disaster. So, I don't know. I ran out of gas there somewhere.
You think?
Yeah, the whole team kind of hit the wall on the back 9. We were like -9 or 10 at the turn, and we talked about it. I knew it was going to take that about -20, 21 to win the thing, and we thought, well, hey, we're cooking right here now. We need to go ahead and follow this thing on out, but we kind of hit the wall. But we had a good time.
Yeah, well, Colin Montgomery was very good on the broadcast. He did a really good job. Had some fun with him. And he was talking about, he said, those that don't get to play a lot, but they've played any, he said, usually they can do okay on the long game because at least that can come back a little bit. He goes, it's the short game where that requires rep after rep after rep.
The thing that's aggravating to me about golf, and during my 2 weeks that I practiced.
You're right. A year.
It's not somebody's not hitting the ball at you. You got to run it down. They're not hitting it hard at you. It has a lot of pace. I mean, it's just you and the golf ball there. There's nobody blocking you.
Right.
There's no, big tackles trying to knock you off the ball. So, I mean, it's just you and the ball. And I think that's part of that's so aggravating. But there's so many little things with a golf swing, moving parts, and it doesn't take but one of them just to get out of whack. And hey, there you go.
Well, we always have a few things which they work out fine, but this thing with all the various passes that you need. Thought it was pretty funny that Gary was walking around with a media pass.
Sure,
that was.
He
funny.
looked the part.
Yeah, he did. But is this thing about? And I finally figured it out. There were 2 ways to get to the food and to the bathroom and to the drinks. One door, they kept saying we didn't have the passes for, but if you just go through the other door, you get to the same place and nobody says anything to you.
Right.
So once I finally figured that out, I was like, because, I walk out of the tent, I think go to the door to the right because that's quicker, and I would always meet opposition. and then if I just went around to the door to the left, I went to the same things into the same place, and no one ever questioned it. Did you ever pick up on that?
Well, yes, I did. The problem was that door was supposed to be locked.
Oh, I see.
And because of us that morning and us tinkering with the door, and because we were locked out,
right?
That other door where the gatekeeper was, Homeland Security.
Yes, she's very good.
Yeah, they were not there at all, so we had to make arrangements to. So we unlocked it, and so they eventually locked it back after we left. But that was the reason.
I did have to be that plant in front of it.
Yeah, I did. Yes. I did have one of those uncomfortable moments where I was told I wasn't going to the restroom, and I had to explain as kind as I could. Yes, I am. You know what I mean? And then Coca-Cola finally came over and go, like he's right here. I mean, they're with us. It's awful.
Yeah, because you gave your pass to.
Well, it wasn't about that. They never looked for that. They didn't
the
like
armband.
Okay. They didn't like that armband.
So we had the wrong one.
Yeah, and it was funny because I called Ashley with Coca-Cola, and she's like, "Really?" And he did not have an updated armband flyer to look and see, and they quickly got that. So it's about 15 minutes of mania there.
And then they worked it out. Then I heard this conversation, and I finally showed him the other door, which solved all the problems. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm either gonna go in there, or I'm about to get behind this bush right here. You pick. I mean, because that's what's about to happen. I got to go. I got to go to the restaurant. And, so it all worked out. It was fine. It was mine.
Well, they actually just rebuild that whole place for that tournament.
Oh, it's nice, too.
The way they
Very
redo
nice.
everything.
Was nice. Food was good.
How about taking in and out exercise equipment in that room? That was, boy, can you imagine having to load all that stuff up?
And they really have it set up very nicely.
Oh, yeah.
So
they do.
It was good. And I 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. SimplySafeBubba.com is the sponsor. Without those that team up with us, there would be no show. But it's also really cool that we can point you to a product that can be life-changing. And SimplySafeBubba.com has taken their industry back to what we were just talking about. And they have completely revamped it. This was an industry that had gotten kind of archaic and outdated. It all started just because, a very innovative group of guys had friends that couldn't get security systems for rental properties because of how intrusive they were. And they're like, man, there's got to be some way for you to be able to have some security if you're living in an apartment or a rental house or something like that, or a business that you're leasing or a building. And so
it was a need, Rick. Yep. It was a need, necessity.
And then you know what everybody discovered? I kind of like the way the security system works, no matter what my situation. It's just a better way to do it. And it has been voted by World Report, PC Magazine, U.S. News, Popular Science. All of them voted it the best security system of 2021. And guess what? U.S. News has already, given them the crown for 2022. So if you'd like to put them to work for you, they got the all-new wireless outdoor security camera, too, so you can see what's going on outside and inside. There's never a long-term contract. Why don't you make the move now? It costs less than $1 a day. You set it up yourself in about 30 minutes. It's so customizable, so it fits the property the way it's set up. It's not one of these boilerplate one size fits all deal. So go to simplysafebubba.com. Go there, and we'll get you a free indoor security camera. Plus, you'll save 20% off with interactive monitoring. So simplysafebubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So we were talking about how industry changes and this stuff with Amazon and. The more things change, the more they say the same. But one of the things I was going to talk about is, there's always this desire anytime things change, like folks like we're now those people now in our industry where, we're all grumbling and we don't like to change and this is stupid and this is that, whatever. But then you start realizing that this is how human beings prefer to get said product. So one of the things that I've always said that I think is just a horrible way to go about your industry changing. And that is the deal. For example, when Walmart was demonized, they're destroying the mom and pop.
Right.
I mean, they're just destroying it. And what about the mom and pop? And I love the mom and pop. I do.
Yeah, I like both.
And me, honestly, me, just individual, there's not enough of me. I would rather go into a mom and pop type place, get what I want, come out, than to go into the world of Walmart. I don't enjoy the world of Walmart in general. But the overwhelming majority of people said what the Waltons were able to do and the price they were able to bring me was preferred, and the job they're doing was preferred. Mm-hmm. So what you need to do if you're somebody who competes with Walmart, what you can't do, and I saw the American car makers try this, and I'm so thankful that they got away from it, to guilt people. It's the same thing I've talked about with faith-based businesses. Well, you should do business with me because I have a Bible verse on my business card.
Right.
Well, no, I should probably do business with you because you do a better job than your competitors.
Well, take Chick-fil-A.
Right.
For instance.
There you go. Yeah.
Why are they wildly successful? Because
they do a great
have guilted
job.
the Christian community, or they make really good chicken and they get you in and out really fast.
Yeah. Right.
To the point that people that don't even like their biblical stance will still go eat chicken.
Right. That's a great example.
It's a great experience.
Yeah, because what they're saying is we have a good product, we have great service, and no matter how about this? We are a really good chicken sandwich place who happens to be followers of Christ.
Right.
Yeah. And kind of the way we do the show.
We're going to give everybody Sunday off.
Yeah. And they practice out their faith. But most people, really, if you're honest, you don't go there because of their faith, and you don't refuse to go there because of their faith.
Right.
You go there because they do a really good job.
Yeah, the boycotts don't seem to be working when they try to do it based on that.
Yeah, so demonizing your competition and guilting people into coming to your place is not the way to go. Right. And I'll give you an example of this. Even we have examples in our own industry now, because now we become the old men who don't want to change. But what I'm saying is, it's a perfect example. There's a church plant that I'm familiar with that was a dying church. Okay, I mean, I'm talking about down to 15, 20 people. Okay, all older people. All the young families had left. So they start to rejuvenate the church, which means, now I'm not talking about bad theology. That's a different thing. But they were just playing some songs that were more contemporary. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, there's some contemporary songs that just because they're contemporary doesn't mean it's not they should be removed from the set list because they're contemporary. It's because they have really bad theology. So I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about style of music.
Style,
yeah.
right.
But theologically still sound.
Yeah.
But just a different style. And so the worship leader was looking at the now packed church with just vibrant young families and children running everywhere. And there was an older man, and he came up to him and he said, "So how do you like the new way we're doing worship?" And the old man said, "I hate it."
Mm-hmm.
And then he began to get tears in his eyes. He said, "But I am so thankful we're doing it."
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Look at this church."
Yeah.
He said, look at it coming back. Like, do I like this new music? I can't stand it.
Yeah.
But it's not about me. I see that what we're the adjustments that we're making, now not compromising theology. I'm not talking about that.
Well, you're just talking about a style.
I'm just talking about a style. And so
a little more hip.
And he said, to sit here and say we're going to keep doing it the way we've always done it until this church is shut down, and people who could be going to church in their own community are now traveling all the way across town because, and so I think we have to kind of take on that attitude. I would say this about what's going on here. Do I really like doing a podcast? I don't, but I'm glad we're doing it.
Yeah.
Do I understand all the stuff we do with streaming apps, and do I understand all the podcast archive stuff? We're trying to understand how to maneuver the world of YouTube and how this stuff gets monetized and how it can help our business grow. Because usually what happens is sometimes there's a demand, especially in the entertainment business, for the audience to have something a certain way, and the technology gets out in front of the ability to actually do a business with it, which means to monetize it. And usually that catches up. It just takes time to do it. So I think you have to have you can't put your head in the sand and sit here and go, well, we should keep doing it this way, and y'all should just like it that way, because if you don't like it this way, you're mean and you don't love us. No, you better understand how your customer prefers to get their product and make some adjustments, or you do it a way that's better than what the new thing is. But the plan can't be, this is just the way that we want to do it, and this is how we've always done it. And if y'all don't like it, that means that you're bad people if you're going off to all this newfangled stuff.
Yeah.
And you better learn how to adjust to your industry and do it. Or you go to the thing that's the new thing and you say, well, the old way we did it's better than the new thing, and then people go, you know what, you're right, I'm coming back.
Well,
but it can't be about guilting people into support you.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you don't want to take the effort to actually change.
Well, the art of what you're talking about, Rick, is to be changing and be true to what you are and keep the right balance of it.
Absolutely.
And that's why it's not always easy, because it is an art form, and you have to change but yet stay true. You know, as we were talking about, I hate to keep going back to this, but Sears and Roebuck was the gold standard when we grew up. And their business started, they were a catalog business. And then, retail came, and every big town had a Sears, And you look at it and you think there's no way these folks can ever be toppled from the retail king, and they were.
Right.
And then you see where Walmart has come, and you think, well, they'll never, nobody will ever cut into that business. Well, then you see Amazon.
Then here comes Amazon. And what did Walmart do? They got into the shipping too.
Yeah, right.
Sure did.
And probably, I think if when you go back and do case studies later on, they got caught a little flat-footed
they did.
on the shipping thing.
Yeah. Too big to fail.
They're playing catch up a little bit, and but look at Amazon. Well, Amazon is basically a catalog business again.
Right.
So it's
a high-tech catalog.
It's repeating itself. The catalog's online. That's a little bit different because they don't make all the products.
Understood.
They're a middleman.
But as far as I go and order something and it comes to my door, they just do it a different way.
But the shipping, the way that you get it, how quick you get it, the way you pay, the ease in payment, how secure it is, all of that has evolved, and it's because of markets. And that's what I love about the American system and capitalism. It's created the highest standard of living the world has ever seen. And it's not perfect. It never will be perfect because humans are involved. But it's far cry better than what we've seen in a lot of places in the world.
Yeah, and like even these communist countries, the ones that are surviving.
Yeah, we talked about that in the podcast.
We did that in the podcast.
Yep.
The ones that are surviving, they dabble in capitalism.
Well, they're more, Rick. They're more capitalistic than even they will admit.
Right. Perfect example.
But what it is, they're just a dictator in a capitalist system, calling it communism.
Right. Well, perfect example. Perfect example. The countries that went pure communism and completely rejected capitalism are failing miserably. The ones that
have already fallen.
The ones that are staying alive are the ones that have embraced capitalism.
Yeah, that's right.
And so that's another example of adapting to what actually works. I mean, look at the music industry. Napster gets out there, and everybody, rightfully so, says you are giving away people's music that you don't have the rights to. But then all of a sudden, what does the industry realize?
We got to deliver online.
Hey, but people really want to get their music this way.
Yeah, it changed the whole industry.
So they went and found a way to monetize it. But here was the bad news on this: they did monetize it, but they could never monetize it to the level of the old system.
No.
So then they had to, as artists, they had to go, okay, well now we got to get back on the road doing concerts because the music business used to go this way. I mean, I'll go out on the road so you'll go buy my album. Now I release my album so you come see me on the road.
Yeah.
They had to adjust. They had to adjust their industry.
You know what's strange about that? You would think with them delivering it digital and not having to print physical records, they would be more profit in it. I think the middlemen grabbed some high ground during that transition that the artists never got back.
Right. Yeah. And maybe the music consumer also decided it was only going to pay a certain amount to have it. Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, I think Gary was taken back by how good the breakfast was. He made a little joke. I hope I have some gravy and biscuits. I said, well, they do.
Oh, yeah.
Man, it was good.
My only complaint about breakfast is we needed about 30 minutes earlier because we have to just choke it down at 5:30 to get out there.
Yeah, well, it was.
I want to go back for the biscuits. I do biscuits and gravy on round 2.
Oh, that is a second round thing.
Right.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. RickandBubba.com is our website. If you watch the daily documentary, we've had some fun about this, and you are in Birmingham for this event that now starts. It is not Shoal Creek, it is Greystone.
Yeah, I saw that.
Regardless of what our documentary says. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Now, this will cause a lot of people across the country, for lack of a better term, to maybe come out of the closet involving the fact that you love this show. We now have made it available. See, before you could say, well, guys, I would put something on my car that talks about y'all, but there's just nothing available. And now you have to put your money where your mouth is. There's a Rick and Bubba decal now you can put on your vehicle. And it's our round logo, those little decals people put on the back windshield. They're available at rickandbubba.com. I've seen some bold people. Go ahead and grab them. But let's face it, never again can you say, well, I would let everybody know.
Now, what does it look like, Rick?
It looks like, well, it's not in here. You can see it there at the store in the specialty item. It's the round logo, the round one, just like the decal, like people put in the back. See, who wants to put, how far you run? We talked about this after you went to play yesterday.
Yeah.
Why put how far you run on a car? If you want to tell people how far you run, put it on your body somewhere. I mean, so because I look at that and go, well, I've driven more than 26 miles. That ain't a big deal.
I like the one that says 0.0.
Yeah, those are fun. So anyway, it's I know that's kind of the thing now, and so I had a lot of requests. I actually was kicking around one day doing a Periscope, and people were talking about. I mean, I got inundated saying this. Why don't y'all have that? And I said, oh, we'll look into it. And we were able to do it. They don't cost a lot of money, so they're easy to do. And they're available to you there now at rickandbubba.com if you want to grab one of those, put it on your vehicle, and enjoy either people celebrating with you or, of course, hating your guts. Yeah. But anyway, but you can let everybody know that you have the superpower of common sense. All right, so you guys were telling me about this story. I know the kickoff hour touched on it, but the fact that it's in Memphis at Bellevue.
I bet Steve loved it.
Oh, yeah. I was just there back in February for their men's event. Steve Gang. I feel good. Bubba, I know that this week a lot of people will be graduating high school and college. I know you've got one graduating this weekend. And so I saw this adults brawl at high school graduation ceremony. Now, you've already got me there. Okay, I'm ready to watch there. But when I looked in and saw the date line Memphis, still got me.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, it can't get any better than that. And then I see Bellevue Baptist Church Sanctuary. Now I'm all in because of our connection to Bellevue through the great Adrian Rogers and then, of course, now Steve Gaines. And like I say, I was just there back in February. So this is a well-known and very established church. It's a big one, and the parents fought about seating adults. Not keep in mind, we're not talking about the graduates got in.
Now we've got video of it. Can we just roll?
Oh, it's about 3 minutes long. It's all the cussing has been muted. So we're good there.
Can I turn that up?
And it is a sight. Let me just tell you.
Don't forget,
we'll have to give play-by-play for all the folks on radio, but they're piling in now.
Don't miss that this is in a sanctuary at a church. Don't miss that.
The graduates are filing in, and apparently an altercation breaks out over seating, and someone had taken someone's seat.
Oh, whoa! Well, there they go.
Head of hair. Look.
All right, so now it gets a little crazy here. Now here, the better view is now. It looks like from behind.
There's a view of somebody's stomach.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. Look! Oh wow! That woman went after a guy.
This ain't nothing.
Bubba, this is a full-blown fight between adults. I mean, people are punching and hitting.
Oh, wait, the music's playing.
Oh!
Watch it. Hey, hold on. It's about to get really bad. Right here. Watch it. Watch this right here.
Oh.
Boom, 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 boom.
Hell, head of hair.
It's graduation.
Oh, Lord, forgive me.
Did you hear that, lady? Forgive me for cussing.
It is 8 minutes now to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Will of Meat still to come today, and what's eating Scott Garosky? That's happening at some point today on the program. Sherry and I are excited to head out to Panama City later today and be there tomorrow for the Highland Park Baptist Church Marriage Conference. Starts at 4 o'clock local time tomorrow. We'll do 3 sessions and hang out together and discuss biblical marriage and the roles of husbands and wives. And they got dinner planned for those that bought the dinner tickets. Those are sold out, but there's still tickets available, and you can still come even up to the church door tomorrow if you want to be part of the sessions. You can get those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So we look forward to seeing all of you that already have your ticket, and look forward to seeing all of you that might be thinking, I think I'll go. And we'll see you guys tomorrow in Panama City. All right, so Bubba, you talked about something about Airbnb. What was that?
Let me give everybody, this is kind of a warning, heads up, let you know kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
I have never done an Airbnb, okay? Just not my speed. I prefer the more traditional hotel setup.
Right.
But a lot of folks don't. They love Airbnbs.
We could be outdated on that as well.
I know Adler loves them, and they certainly have their place. Free market.
I've been in one, but I didn't book it. It was booked for me, and
I want to tell
I
you,
found it felt odd.
I want to tell you what happened to our family. Betty and Caitlin were going to Washington, D.C., okay, on a trip, and they booked an Airbnb. When they landed, Betty told me that she could tell Caitlin had a kind of an uneasy look on her face and some scurrying around on the phone type thing. She was trying to prevent panic with her mother. But what happened is when she landed, she got a text from the Airbnb person they had booked and said, hey, we had water pipes that break. We're not going to be able to host you this weekend. You need to cancel.
Oh, boy.
Well, Caitlin knew this, and I never would have known this. That's why I'm sharing. And Adler, you may want to chime in because I know you're an Airbnb guy. If you cancel last minute, you don't get your money back.
Right.
Okay. She didn't cancel. She called the Airbnb company and said, look, we got a problem here.
Like that'd be the real estate office if you were staying somewhere that they book homes and stuff at the beach.
Well, no, she called like the head Airbnb.
Of all Airbnbs?
Yeah. Well, wherever
the company.
Yeah, you book the umbrella group.
That's the word I was looking for.
And they decided to go to this address and see it anyway. So they go to this address, and it's an apartment, and there is, some management at the front of it. And told them what the deal was and said, the manager kind of had an odd look like Airbnb, anyway, carries them to the apartment. Nobody's there. There is no water leak. There is no problem. They call the person, and you find out this is a scam going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
The manager then tells them, we don't allow them to sublease Airbnb at this building. So that's why I was very confused when you said that, and I wanted to see myself what was going on. So long story short, the Airbnb people refunded their money. They got a hotel. Everything worked out. But apparently there's a scam that goes on where they will text you right before you get there, knowing you're probably on an airplane.
Right.
Can't get when you land, you see, we got a water leak, you're going to have to cancel, and we can't host you. Well, that person a lot of times will cancel and then look for another spot. Well, once you cancel, you've lost your money because you can't cancel that late.
Wow. Yeah.
The thing is to contact Airbnb and get another place before you cancel so that they cancel it, not you.
Right.
And that's kind of fine print stuff, but I thought that was very interesting.
No, that's very important.
Me.
That's important,
and
especially since it's such a new industry that some of us aren't savvy with you.
Right, and I hope that is not a scam that a lot of people are falling victim to. Adler?
Yeah, there are a lot of scams on Airbnb. There frankly are, so you really got to watch out. And just like on Uber, you want to make sure whatever the situation may be, you want the rider or the driver, you want the driver to be the one to cancel it, not you. That really matters. Who does the cancellation? Who hits cancel? Whether you're getting an Uber or whether you're getting an Airbnb. And then as far as if you have to cancel, different Airbnb hosts have different policies, and all that policy is listed on the listing for the Airbnb. And then you talk about just scams in general on Airbnb. I read a whole article about, I think it was Chicago, in which people were putting these pictures up of these super nice houses. Come rent this place. It's going to be great. And then, Bubba, like you were talking about, right before you're supposed to check in, oh, no, we've had a pipe burst or whatever. But we do have a backup place for you. Here's your new place. You're not going to be able to stay at this place. Here's the new address, that kind of thing. And it's this rundown multi-facility where they're baiting people into booking a really nice, expensive place and then giving them a terrible, almost empty, run-down apartment kind of thing. So whatever it may be, look at the reviews. Make sure the reviews are written by real people. Like you got to really dig in and say, "Oh, my family came, we had a good time," that kind of thing. Look for the reviews. Look for legitimacy because there are lots of fake scams and things like that out there.
Yeah, I think the Airbnb thing is an amazing development. Again, not my preference usually, but a lot of people do that and enjoy it. But the scammers are going to be out there, so beware. Don't cancel once they tell you there's a problem. Go to Airbnb, report it to them, let them sort it out. And by the way, I'd heard, of course, they can evolve into another person and do it again, but they took down the listing that they had rented, and that was no longer there anymore. So. They recognized it as a scam.
I get so old that everything that we deal with now, these evil scammers, they try to scam everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
you can't have nothing, right?
I mean, you can't even have an Airbnb.
And I was just wondering if any of our audience has had, Airbnb scams like that. Is that common? Is it more common than what I know, or is this isolated? Which I hope it is.
Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big, but that was good to let people know that. Anytime we can help you with those kind of things,
don't cancel.
We give you a heads up.
Call Airbnb.
Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Give me.
She just realized she's in the sanctuary. Forgive me, Lord, for cussing.
Now we're out in the lobby.
That's Greg. Greg on the far right.
Look, somebody. Oh, that's
the ladies are being arrested now.
Look, God, somebody's mama in her skirt on the ground getting cuffed. Wow.
Yeah, one flip flop on.
And so many of you ask why churches need security forces.
Boy, I'm telling you.
Bellevue has one, by the way, that secured this.
Sure they do. Matter of fact, they also stopped the Mad Gum in Easter a year ago, but I'm sure they don't need them. But anyway, so look, y'all, that's your mama.
Can we fix that skirt, please?
And can we pull her skirt down, please?
Yeah. She's the one with the arms that was punching everybody.
Right. Where, Greg, I'm wondering right now, where is Jason Crabb with his tambourine?
Yeah.
Great story, brother.
So we all remember our high school graduation, correct? Picture that being your memory. Look right there at her on the floor with her skirt hiked up while being handcuffed.
Your mama got in a fight at graduation while the graduates were walking in. And what's that song they always play when they come in?
Yeah.
Pomp and Circumstance.
Isn't that it? Yeah. Wasn't that what was playing as they walked in?
Normally.
And then all of a sudden, a fight breaks out. Well, I can't make out the song because there's so much screaming. But
why'd I have a feeling this is not her first brawl?
One day they'll laugh about this.
So there she is now. Ooh, she's the one that decked that one.
No, look, high skirt gets some punches in right there.
Who's that screaming at graduation?
The person filming. And then she asked the Lord to forgive her for cussing.
Lord, forgive me. Lord, forgive me.
I done come up in here cussing the sanctuary. Excuse me, forgive me. Of course, if I cuss in the parking lot, I'm clear.
That view there is the best one.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, that's your mom. Everybody try to go back to 18, and there's your mama.
Oh, boy.
Laying there getting cuffed on the ground with her skirt up about her waist.
Go to rickandbubba.com when you get where you're going, and there's a link there for you to see.
Somebody get Jason Crabb, and I mean now.
Yeah, get the tambourine.
Has everybody got a tambourine?
Rick, don't forget one shoe on. Please look at that.
Well, yeah, the other one's lost in battle.
All right, so one woman was handcuffed. They don't know if anybody was arrested.
And you remember when we were taking off in Memphis, they said we were too redneck?
Right.
Yeah.
Y'all
Bubba,
that?
Thank you for remembering that. What a great time to mention that again.
Yeah, I don't think so, sir.
Yeah.
We
were removed from a Memphis radio station for saying we were too rednecky. I would like for that program director and general manager to simply watch this video.
I kind of wish he was in that brawl.
Yeah.
Right. So
it's a pretty big sanctuary.
Yeah,
I see some empty seats. I think this could have been avoided.
Guys, that sanctuary is huge.
Yeah, I mean, and they said that we sat down. We didn't realize we were in somebody's seats, and then it just escalated.
Well,
from there.
you know what happens. People get there early, and they try to save seats.
Yeah, and they put stuff in the
and they
seats.
have family coming from other places. I understand that. And they get up and start taking pictures and moving around, and before they know it, somebody else has worked in and got their spot. So, I mean, it really happens a lot, but most of the time they work it out without a brawl.
Right.
Now, keep in mind again, I want those
Forget the guy holding
those
the
of you that think churches needing security of their own is unreasonable. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office there in Memphis says they did not have to respond to the fight because the church has its own security.
Yeah.
And they did handle it. Now, he said to the woman, I'm going to give you fair warning. Notice she probably didn't seem to come to order.
Mm-hmm.
Here are my credentials, and so that's wow. It just he shows a badge and says you have been advised by law enforcement, ma'am, to shut up. She wouldn't do it, so they had to then bring her under control.
See, he's law enforcement. It's not just a security team. I mean, they have their own police force.
I will go back to this again. How do you ever get to the point at your kid's graduation, son or daughter, that you will go to fisticuff blows and fight to the point you're cuffed over who's sitting where? At some point, even if you think you had the right man, okay, look, if y'all undoubtedly y'all understand y'all are mad about the seat, then we'll go sit somewhere else. End of subject. How do you ever end up fighting about it? And I mean, they didn't just sort of fight. I mean, it was a big fight.
You know how sometimes every time you watch a video, you see something else? I've watched this about 10 times.
Yeah, you hear
and
things.
now I'm focusing on the guy that's holding the camera with one hand and with one arm.
what's he doing?
He's trying to hold everybody back.
He's
but
part of
but he
filming.
won't stop filming.
But he's part of the seat, looks like.
It looks like
he's
it.
in this.
Yeah,
Because
it
he
looks
gets
like
pushed
it.
one time.
Yeah.
By, look, women are fighting men.
Yeah, look, but he's still got the camera up.
Look,
He just elbowed her.
by the way, pretty good form on his part.
Yeah.
She looks like the one who ended up cuffed is the one who really escalated it.
Right.
That one right there.
Yeah.
She's a brawler now.
She wanted her
She's
seat.
getting a little bit of everybody.
That student, for
She's hitting kids, men, women.
by the way, that student for the rest of their life, whenever graduation stories are brought up, he says, whenever y'all finished, I got one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
High school graduation gone bad. Something involving saving of seats turns into a brawl, not before the graduation started.
During.
Right as the students are coming in to pomp and circumstance, the fight breaks out. Somebody's mama has been cuffed. Now there's a news team that says, I will tell you this. I know this. I know nothing about this school, know nothing about this woman, but I can say this with very little hesitation. I will put the disclaimer. I do not know, but I'm pretty confident that when this happened, that when the name was mentioned, who was involved, no one was surprised.
Right.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, the Rick and Bubba Show, rolling on for another hour. All right, so phone calls are coming in at 866 We Be Big, and Bubba, some of this is Airbnb stuff. So after you gave everybody, I think that was a really important heads up you just threw out there.
Yeah, because I had no idea. I probably would have canceled, lost my money,
sure.
called and chewed somebody out. and,
Sure.
You know, all that. So I'm glad my daughter was savvy enough to know that.
You know, because all we've really concentrated on the Airbnb system is watch out for Haints.
Yeah, I know.
And some of this other
Antique
stuff.
mirrors and hidden cameras, right?
Look, there's only been one time, and it was very kind, that I was speaking somewhere and they put me up, and I realized pretty quick they were Airbnb-ing me. But boy, I went being in somebody else's house. It just and
you know, every now and then you run into one of those positive stories, and this happened to be at a hotel they went to, And they were in a bit of a handle because they were homeless in D.C. for a minute.
Yeah, it's a terrible feeling.
And they went, and the guy at the desk said, "Look, I can book this for you, but if you'll go to that computer right there and book it online, it'll save you money." And they went right there and did it.
How about that?
And checked
Isn't
it.
it nice somebody
Yep.
do stuff like
Yeah,
that?
that's
Because he
real
probably
nice.
gets a kickback. But
Well,
I mean, it
it saved them money.
Right.
I don't know the internal workings of that company,
Right,
but
yeah.
I'm thankful that he was nice enough to do that and
Right.
get them a room.
Yeah.
Let's
go to Brittany in Alabama. Brittany, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning. How are y'all?
We're great. We're good, Brittany. You go ahead.
So I actually stay in B&Bs, Airbnbs tons. Like I travel a lot. Me and my husband both love to travel. One of the other tips, it's definitely important that you guys contact Airbnb if you have a problem. But one of the big things that we like to do is get personable with your host. They have options to message your host on there. And here's the deal. If it's a scam, they're not going to want to get personable with you. They're going to give you your information, take your money, and be done. But if you message your host and you're like, hey, we're new to the area. What's some places you like to eat? What's some places you like to visit? Da-da-da-da-da. If you get really personable with your host, they're less likely to be a scam because they're going to want you to stay more frequently. People coming back, it's like business.
Have you ever had a problem with, since you use that service a lot, have you ever had a problem with one of them not being up and up?
I have never, ever had a problem with Airbnb. And my sister is a travel nurse, and she only stays in Airbnbs.
Have you ever been terrified of that one closet they won't let you open?
Yes.
Yeah,
we
me
stayed
too.
in one place in Orange Beach, and it was a little sketchy when you got there. It was right across from the beach, but it turned out like the people, again, I stayed very personable with the person that was there, and I was like, hey, anytime I had a problem, I was messaging her. When we first pulled up, I was like, hey, are you sure this is the right address? And she was like, yeah, it looks kind of sketchy on the outside, but on the inside it's really nice. And we went in, and it was really nice. But
Do you ever get nervous when the security cameras starts adjusting so we can get a better shot of you? I mean, it's
at that point, this is time to go, dude.
I'm just kidding you. I know, guys. I know, and this is me talking to myself out loud. When you're in somebody else's place, there's certain areas where they keep stuff when they're down there or they're whatever that they don't want you messing with. And I tell myself
commonly called the owner's closet.
Yeah, I tell myself the entire time, owner's closet. That they're just there's floats in there and stuff like that.
And stuff they don't want to have to bring in and out.
There's not a skeleton in there.
Right, no body.
Let's
plastic bags with gloves.
Orange Beach checking in. Speaking to the beach, Sunny 105. Tina, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love your show. Listen to you on my way to school every day. I'm a teacher, but I own Airbnbs, and, I own rental properties, and I list them on Airbnb, but I also list them personally. I rent them personally since I live here in Orange Beach. And the best thing you can do is what Brittany was just saying. Get personable with your host, and don't be afraid to respond to your host. I request a copy of their driver's license prior to me providing them with all the information that they need to get in, the move-in letter and all the other stuff. Airbnb's gotten much better over the years at being a good, solid company. They weren't as astute in the beginning, but they've gotten much better.
Yeah, kind of had to evolve, I guess.
Yeah.
They absolutely did, because I complained so much 5 or 6 years ago, but now they do well. They're responsive. They answer the phone. You know you got a problem if somebody doesn't answer the phone, but if your host does not provide information to you that looks like they're a real group, a real person, either an owner like me or a real management company, and you can easily go out and look for owners and the property and check it out ahead of time, and you're really making a mistake if you don't. One other thing I wanted to mention to you is I teach teenagers, and they have this thing going on right now where they are constantly saying, hey, we're going to get an Airbnb for graduation. We're going to get an Airbnb before we go to high school. We're getting an Airbnb for my birthday. These parents are renting these Airbnbs, apparently, and renting somebody's property and allowing their teenagers or young teens to go in there and have parties. And so you as a host also has to be very, very careful.
Oh, I can't imagine. Yeah. Do you know, did I tell you I finally got a message directly from Delta Airlines? Did I tell you about this?
No.
I've got it on my phone. Listen.
Don't be mad with me. You had me. Dang it.
Dadgummit.
Rick, to that lady's point. 2 or 3 years ago, Amanda and I, for Thanksgiving, we want to do something different. So we said, hey, let's go to the mountains. So we got a cabin. Took the kids, and it slept like 12. That's what it said on there. Sleeps
That's good.
like 12.
Look, let's get some room in
And
here.
so we had not seen some friends of ours that we're close with. They're Greg calls them the Winklevosses. Their name's actually Wintermantle.
Okay.
Wow. So we
That's the last name?
Yeah. So we're talking to them, and we find out that they're not going anywhere for Thanksgiving either. And we think, hey, why don't y'all just go with us? It sleeps 12.
Oh, yeah. Be careful with sleeps 12.
And so we show up, and there's a camera outside, because you can have a camera outside. And the minute we all pull in, we start getting emails. Hey, I thought you said you only had 5. What's the deal?
Uh-oh.
So they probably, like this, thought we were about to throw a big party.
Yeah.
Because party of 5 ended up turning into party of 11 real quickly.
Oh, did it? Well, let me ask you this.
And it was fine as far as the sleeping
Well,
and all that. It was great.
Okay, good, because that was my
But it
concern.
panicked the owners going, you told us you had 5 people. Now 11 people are showing up. What's going on here?
Yeah, from someone who's booked a beach house many times for the extended family for a big group, just because that house says it sleeps a number, you better go look at those pictures, and you better look at every single room.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you'll go sleeps 12, and well, those last 4.
It's like a chair.
It's 2 bunk beds pushed up against walls in the hall. You know, I mean, be real careful with how many it says it sleeps. But in this case, it sounded like it was great.
Well,
they just want to know if y'all were going to party.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it probably looked like that.
Oh, sure. Let's go.
Of course, I hate scenarios like that, and I didn't want anything to do with it.
Made you uncomfortable?
It made me very uncomfortable.
Let's go.
You probably saw what you were.
Caleb in Alabama. Caleb, go ahead.
Hey guys, what's going on? I own a Airbnb down in Panama City Beach, Florida, and one of the biggest things that consumers can do is never swap to text messaging. Always go back and forth between the apps. And then Bubba, for your wife, if Caitlin hadn't have called Airbnb, they are very good with the consumer. To if you show them the messages, she would have got her money back anyways. But also too is on the host side, we have to be careful of scammers too, because if say someone gets their mail delivered to the house, well, now they can become squatters, and we have to go through the eviction process to get them out. So it's a handle both ways.
Yeah, or you never know. Helms and his bunch might book you place.
Yeah. We've heard about them Panama City parties.
Yep. 15 minutes past. Still to come this hour. What's eating Scott Gorosky as he airs his grievances for a very, very appreciative world? That's coming up. Will of Meat hasn't spun today. That's going to happen before our day is done. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's the secret. Do we agree with that?
Oh yeah.
I don't think the child.
This wasn't her first fight.
Yeah, I don't think the child was surprised. I'm going to bet that throughout this kid's life, this mother has embarrassed this person a number of times.
Right.
Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know if they played sports. I have no way of knowing that. But I will say this: if they did, I'm sure that she's been handled with coaches, with teachers.
Yeah, she's fought at DMZ, PTA, Little League, you name it.
Yeah, right. She has been interviewed. Had this comment.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Okay. but what this school is so, you know how sometimes they're glad for a student to be done?
Mm-hmm.
They're so glad for this mother to be done, and they're thinking, please tell me she didn't have others. You know how normally, like we used to kid about our sister when they heard her last name and said, please tell me you're not kin to Rick and Greg. When they hear this last name, they go, your mama's not so-and-so, is she?
Right.
Because I know I'm going to have to deal with her quite often.
Mm-hmm.
So she's saying she doesn't care about it. What do we have here?
Well, what you got is you got News 3, WREG. That's who we're going to play here. Their reporter,
TV.
Yeah, their reporter could not find them quick enough. It's Amanda Murphy. She is the woman at the center
really?
of
Okay.
of this issue. And they found her as she was pulling up to her home.
Oh, this
so
is good.
we start with the reporter
this is
running
good.
up to the door.
This is too good.
Here we go.
Can I speak to Amanda? Amanda didn't have a whole lot to say to us a day later
Please look.
when we tried getting her side of the story.
Please look at them.
tell us about that? I think it's important people hear about that.
Not really, because none of the people matter to me.
This woman, shown here flipping us off, clearly embarrassed by the viral nature of the video. You can hear her screaming at some other women through the door. On Facebook, Murphy is standing by her actions, even writing no regrets. Still no regrets?
What?
I don't know.
Did you see what she put on Twitter or whatever that was?
Yes.
She dropped an F-bomb
Twice
to all of them.
Now she claims a man put his hands on the 13-year-old niece, and that's what. Okay.
Well,
the thing is, she's not punching a man in all of this. She's punching about 5 or 6 people, and
she shoved the
student.
man. She shoved the man, and now she shoved a girl, and now
That's another one.
that must be her mama getting involved there. I don't know.
Yeah.
And but
let me ask you this: Can the news stand outside your door and record what you're saying in the house?
That's
Can
a
they
good
do
question.
that on your own property?
Because that's a great question. It sounded like that the daughter was screaming, "Y'all have embarrassed me in front of my whole class. Y'all don't even care that I graduated."
Greg concerned about the legal issue.
I'm just wondering, can they do that? Because I'm gonna look out on my porch sometimes, make sure nobody's out there.
I think you can get them off the private property.
Yeah, I mean, can they record what's going on inside your house? Just stand outside the door.
They did.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I wonder. Well, and of course, to clear up any misunderstanding about her views, she went out on social media, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
And just basically said to all those involved,
just F this, F that.
An F-bomb for you and an F-bomb for you.
Hashtag no regret.
No regret.
Now, who was flipping who off? Y'all see that?
That must have been, I don't know if it was another member of the family or who that was, but
we got.
She obviously didn't want to be on camera.
I don't think
was
so.
that? Did you see? She had an ally in this fight. The
older lady, a little bit.
Like maybe the grandmother
had the. Was it red hair?
See right
kinda
there,
red
black
hair?
shirt.
Yeah,
I'm thinking black shirt.
Yeah. Now watch her come around in front of her here.
Yeah,
right there.
I'm thinking that's grandma.
It looks like it.
Look,
yeah.
Let me tell you what. Once she got a handful of hair, it was on.
Rick, there's the punching, dude.
There is nothing better than a good white trash brawl. There ain't nothing like it. Greg, nobody can brawl quite like white trash.
No,
this has to be just a heyday for you.
I'm talking about
it's
male,
awesome.
female.
Normally, a body part falls out of the clothing
Right.
during it.
Right.
Sure.
And then the hair. I mean, they get a handful of hair every time.
Right.
A lot of kicking involved.
Pretty good fighter.
Oh yeah.
And it ends with her sprawled out on the floor with her dress hawked up, getting handcuffed.
Right.
Do you feel
that's a good that's a good white trash brawl?
Greg, you just got to watch that while eating Dreamland. Can it get
It
better?
doesn't get any better than that. I'm done for the day. I might as well go to bed and start tomorrow. I have nothing left of this day.
This day has nothing else it can give.
7:30.
I'm out. Do you fear for that reporter a little bit? I thought.
Oh yes.
You've seen people that go up to like tiger cages, and I feel like he jumped the fence and got in with it. I mean, easily that door could have slung open, and she'd have gone waylaying on him.
Good one.
What's he doing?
So good.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. We are working our way to another edition of What's Eating Scott Gorosky. We'll have that coming up next segment. Also, don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Jim Hawkins, our guest. Look, his knowledge of the Russia-Ukraine situation, I think, will be extremely beneficial if you're trying to figure all that out or wondering where this is headed, why did it happen in the first place, how you think it's going to end. Really, really informative. So catch that on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend.
If you've been watching documentaries on the internet and now you're really confused about who the good guys and bad guys are, Jim's going to help you sort that out.
Yeah. So he's got a tremendous amount of Russian and Ukrainian history that he can share with you, and it's important to know that because you see things at least a little clearer. Now, you may still say, good gracious, I can't stand this.
Right.
No doubt about that, but at least you'll kind of understand where everybody's coming from.
At least he's knowledgeable on
At least he knows what he's talking
unlike
about.
the rest of
Yeah.
us.
Yes.
Glasnost.
And like you said, I don't think what
A little Russian for you.
What Putin was hoping to accomplish, I don't think it's going the way he had hoped. So we'll see. But anyway, a couple of things to look at. Now, you and I, and sometimes we like it so much we'll even repeat the same segment and do it again.
Right.
It is funny to watch the knowledge of a Jeopardy contestant and then compare it against the basic things they don't know. Because let's face it,
there's some really intellectual people on Jeopardy.
I don't watch it because I don't like feeling that stupid.
Yeah, to the point I don't enjoy it.
Right. Yeah. It's it is not. I don't like the show. I don't watch the show.
I don't like spelling games,
Nope.
and I don't like Jeopardy.
Nope.
And aside from that, I'm all in.
I still say
Family Feud, love it.
I still say on Wheel of Fortune, y'all are buying those vowels really quick. Hang on just a minute.
Just a
I mean,
second.
try it for a couple times. Go with a consonant. See if you can do it. But that they cost money. They think they're accomplishing something, and their number just keeps getting lower and lower. But anyway, hey, I solved the puzzle. I get $100. You at one time you were like $1,200, and you bought all the vowels. It'll help you solve the puzzle. But the vowels cost. They take away.
Well, Rick, here's the thing,
the vowels quick.
In your mind, I mean, there's only 5 of them, right? Or 6, depending if you count Y.
Yeah.
Or AEO. Just imagine it's in there. You know what I mean? You don't have to. It's not like you have to run 20 scenarios. You know, it's just a few.
All right. Well, look at there. $500. Okay. So how you want to start? I'd like to buy some vowels. We don't even have a letter up there yet. All right. So here's a Jeopardy contestant. The contestants.
They get 2 blocked here.
Bubba, they are asked a really, really difficult question involving Bo Jackson. All right, so here we go.
Correct. Multisport athletes 800. A few career highlights. He won the Heisman at Auburn, ran for 221 yards in 1 game for the Raiders, and was an American League All-Star. Who is Bo Jackson?
Come on.
And have a clue.
Come on.
It's not like they threw out another multi-star.
Yeah.
That category is just cruel.
Yeah.
Why we even have that category on there with these people?
There couldn't be a whole lot of them, you know?
No. I thought Bo Jackson was a household name, even if you didn't watch
because of his
sports.
Nike campaign.
Yeah, just because of advertising. You know who that was.
Look
I like Pal in the sweater that's holding the clicker.
Yeah, look at their
let's
faces.
see it one more time.
Look at their
Let's see it one
Rick,
more
will
time.
you add
Adam.
crickets while they're waiting?
Hang on, let's get crickets.
Let me get crickets ready to go. All right, fire it up again.
Correct. Multisport athletes 800. A few career highlights. He won the Heisman at Auburn, ran for 221 yards in 1 game for the Raiders, and was an American League All-Star. Who is Bo Jackson?
That's the only question I've ever
The
seen
low
that I
level
did
got
know
you.
the answer to.
Got it
On this show.
You know what I noticed? Whoever's in charge of the little sound effect that says, let's just give them the answer. They were so 2 blocked. Whoever posted that said, let's just give them the answer.
Yeah, they didn't even go like, they didn't do any of that.
He played for the Royals. They didn't even. What? How about that?
Look at this guy. He's
Right
on
there.
there.
What about you, buddy?
Got a 200 IQ. No idea.
Sorry, Bo.
Sorry about that.
It's just hard to be good at everything, isn't it?
It is.
Who else would have been in that category, y'all think? Deion Sanders.
Brian Jordan.
Jim
Brian
Thorpe.
Jordan, who I was thinking of, who we've had on. Jim Thorpe. I mean, he did it all.
He won the Olympics. He did everything.
Now we talking about professional only, I guess.
Multi-sport athletes professionally.
Professionally.
Bud Grant.
Yeah.
Bud Grant.
I doubt Bud made it.
Yeah.
Who was in that category?
Yeah, Jordan.
'Cause there's
Michael
only
Jordan.
five of us.
Who was the rifleman?
Michael Jordan.
Who was the rifleman?
Chuck
Connors.
Chuck
Connors.
Chuck Connors.
See, we've give you about 8, right?
Chuck Person.
No. I see you talking about. They gave him that nickname.
Rick was talking
I'm talking about the
acting.
actor who was a multi-sport athlete who played the rifleman.
He was also in Branded.
He was branded.
With a coward. What do you do?
Branded. What do you do when you're branded?
Did they have to break his sword? I never
did, right in his face.
You
He
never
could
got
still
back.
fight with that half
All right,
sword, though, pretty
all right,
good.
raise your hand if you've ever been to Disney.
I was like real little. I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, you know, if you go into Disney, they got a special deal. When you enter Disney, you enter into their own city. I mean, their own everything.
Yeah.
They got their own police force, fire department. I mean, you leave the world and you go into Disney, literally world.
I don't think a Disney cop could take me.
Yeah,
try.
Well, they're their own.
I mean, they got Mickey Mouse on their bag.
By the way, speaking of Mickey Mouse, we've been following this Will Smith thing. Did Minnie and Mickey have an open marriage? Did he ever marry her?
I don't know.
Were they like legit?
She had a weird relationship with Goofy.
Yeah. So anyway,
and if an officer's trying to stop you there, can he say, "Sir"? Can he say, "Sir"?
Not now.
I mean, what can he say?
Well, DeSantis
it goes more than just the police force. They're like their own municipality. They're their own governing body.
Right. Yep, that's right.
And I know Walt Disney did it. He went to a place in Florida when Florida was not as populous as it is now that nobody wanted. Right. It was swampland, and took it and got some special privileges that other places don't have, like being his own government.
So now DeSantis, because of all the bizarre weirdo stuff that Disney is doing now, he wants to take that status away.
Yeah, it's a 55-year-old state law that allows Disney to effectively govern itself on the grounds of Walt Disney World. And since they are trying to take on the governor now, the governor said, well, wait a minute here. Let's see what we got. Don't want to throw too many rocks here in this glass house.
Yeah, so
branded.
So the and the thing that DeSantis again, don't forget all what Disney now getting off on this weird bizarro world, and I hope y'all saw that wonderful meme I sent you about the person who got fired that was playing Winnie the Pooh after all this.
Yes.
But gosh,
be sure to get your costume on the right way.
That was good. Don't. But it's now Disney thinks they can do anything, anytime, anywhere. And they think they can now threaten DeSantis, and he's coming back. So I tell you what, I'm going to take a look at this municipality little deal we've given you.
Well, he said what I would say as a matter of first principle is I don't support special privileges in the law because a company is powerful and they've been able to wield a lot of power. He said Disney has been engaged in a war of words with the Republicans in Florida leading up to the Monday signing. He said that he referenced a bill that was reining in big tech. And he said at the last minute, Disney added a carve-out for a theme park. So he said this is an ongoing thing where Disney does not follow the law, and we need to end that.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's go back to this. Hey, we ain't even got to the brothers yet.
Uh-oh.
And they're out there somewhere. And nobody could find them. They were supposed to be at graduation. They didn't get there.
Right.
Yeah,
of course not.
But her brothers are somewhere.
Yeah.
They're going to be a little harder to find, but once they finally get the news, we're not done yet.
No.
We'll see. We'll see another addition to this story.
Nobody thinks we're done, right?
No. Nobody.
Yeah. I mean, because I'm going to tell you what, this family's not done.
No.
Rick, and just again, because it shouldn't have happened.
No, it shouldn't have happened.
And the fact that we know Steve, I can only imagine when he got the first look at this video.
I'm very close to placing a text.
Well, you've got to, Rick.
Yeah,
Steve, please tell us your first thought when you saw the video of the graduation.
I'm going to say to him, at first when I saw the video, I thought, boy, whatever message Steve gave today really had a reaction.
Yeah.
And then I'm on I don't know about that move right there.
Yeah,
but
I'm scared. I'm scared for him.
Had the microphone stuck against the door.
No, I know I understand trying to get something. I'm not sure I'm not quite sure about that.
You realize how quick that door could come open and he could be grabbed in there, just pulled right in by the collar of his suit.
Please don't miss that.
Oh, I know.
I believe when the family closes the door in your face, that means they're done. That they're done with the interview. You know what I mean? I don't think you can sit there with a microphone and put subtitles up so everybody can see it.
Well, we'll see. Nothing new. I mean, even before the Turner South years, even before the Heartland, and even before the technology is now available, you can just stream your own television show yourself, which is what we're doing now. We always have talked about things that you can't see if you're listening to the program. And, of course, we just did this story, and it came with some great video. But, if you're unable to see it, someone just text, Lisa, my RBTV just paid for itself. Me being able to see that video as y'all were talking about it, my RBTV for the month just paid for itself in one video. So it is something to be able to see everything that we talk about as well when you're somewhere where you can. Just, add it to the combination. The two work quite well together.
Rick, and it's just pennies a day. Pennies a day.
You know what? I love the guy that called. I want to give him credit. I can't remember who it was. Said it's called front pocket change.
Yep.
So Let's go to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll start in Hartselle. Jimmy, standing by. Jimmy, how are you doing today, buddy?
I'm fine. How are you?
We're great. We're getting after it, man.
A little story about Bellevue.
Yeah.
In 1980, my daughter was a homecoming queen, and a bunch of the homecoming queens from all over the country had been invited to the Liberty Bowl to be part of the festivity. Well, we wound up going to Bellevue the next morning, or Sunday morning for church, and they toured us around. It's a beautiful facility.
Yeah, it is.
We visited many things there, but the thing was they had us roped off and special seating where they could recognize the girls. Well, I'm sitting on the outside, and this lady in her 80s, probably 110 pounds, come up and told me I need to leave. I said, ma'am, we're with the homecoming queens, and this is where they have seated us. And she said, I'm telling you, you need to leave. And I said, but we're here. And I said, maybe this is your seat. And I said, we apologize, but this is where we are. And son, she went to cussing me.
Oh, yeah.
Told me to get the F out of her seat and leave.
No, she didn't.
And finally, an usher come down and explained to her what was going on. Seating in Bellevue is very important.
Well, I will tell you, that's really a problem in a lot of your traditional Baptist churches. Our pastor makes jokes all the time. Though some of you think your seats are reserved for every Sunday, they are not. No one has a reserved seat here. Live on the edge if someone's in it and sit somewhere else in the sanctuary. Right. This has to be discussed a lot. Yeah. Now, I don't know why she went to swearing, if you're telling that story right. Undoubtedly, the many times she sat in there,
she didn't get anything from it.
There were a lot of Bible verses and a lot of things the Lord has said about our filthy mouths that she must have missed out on. But anyway, but I know you're right. There are people. I had somebody like freak out last Sunday because Sherry and I got to the sanctuary later than we normally do from Bible study, and somebody said, "Hey, I couldn't find you." And I was like, "Well, yeah, we just sat somewhere else."
Yeah.
And well, man, I was trying to look at you. I'm like, well, you see, that's probably bad too. The fact that we look at each other doing things during the service,
right?
Man,
not good.
Hey, where were you? I couldn't find you. I was only about 5 rows back. I was there, and believe it or not, we were able to pull it off. Nothing happened. We didn't melt down. We didn't disappear.
Yeah.
We weren't unable to hear the message. It didn't.
I understand getting an angle or something you like in that general area, but yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to move around.
Well, the reason why that we sit most Sundays near the same place is just. It's not because we won't give that seat up. We will if somebody's there. It's just we both know where each other will be. "35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, we are back. And Willamette still coming up sometime on the program today. Bubba, it has become a new segment, and it picked up a little momentum in 2021 and continues to move into 2022. A little something we call What's Eating Scott Gorosky. Let's get the dinosaur in here. Let's all sing it. Dinosaur. Well, Scott Gorosky. Yeah, go ahead. Have mercy. No, yeah. Gorosky, welcome back, buddy. How you doing?
Doing great, guys. How's it going?
Well, I mean, you almost seem a little bit upbeat today. Is that a misread?
No, it's not, because I have options today that can make my life so much better, stress-free.
Okay.
So I'm excited about today.
So give us our options today. We'll pick two like we do normally.
Like Jeopardy.
Yeah, like Jeopardy.
So categories.
What's some things that you could that are eating you?
Well, you might be disappointed today because I only have two options.
Okay, good. All right, so we got 'em.
And one of the reasons is I've got so much to talk about in one of them that I just made it all one big. It's just
okay.
I'm sorry, I just need to get this off my chest.
That's why. That's why you're here.
That's the actual title of the.
I'm sorry. I need to get this off my chest.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to just go?
What are the
that
two
one,
categories?
and then the other one is no thanks. I'd rather just be bald.
We're Speedy.
So
no thanks, Bubba. Do we go to the biggie second and do? I'd just rather be bald first.
Let's start with bald and work our way up.
All right, let's go.
Yeah. Hey, Where is Speedy?
He needs to be a part of it.
Yeah, I don't know where.
Have you seen what people are willing to go to grow hair? I mean, seriously.
Unreal.
You look at the commercial. Okay, look. Diarrhea, heart attack, cancer, losing your sight and hearing, the inability to have children, memory loss, weight gain, double vision, coma, death. These are all side effects to just grow a few hairs.
And
Okay?
it doesn't even look that good.
Have you ever seen somebody that's taken keeps for 6 months, spent 20 grand, walk by and go, it's like Gino Vanelli.
Yeah.
There's hair everywhere.
Wow.
Okay, it's just flowing
What a
around.
difference.
Best
He's like
case,
an Adler.
Best case you get, have you stopped wearing your glasses? That's all. They really can't tell. Something's occurred in your life. They don't know what it is.
That's
And
right.
you've risked, it's like living in Chernobyl, okay, to get your hair to grow. And I don't. And these commercials, look, I got to be careful with this, okay? But it's all started back with, first of all, if you're bald-headed, did anybody think that Demi Moore looked bad in G.I. Jane? I didn't. Okay? I thought, obviously I was married, but if I would have been and she would have wanted to go out on a date, I would have certainly said yes.
Right. Yeah.
She looked fine.
Sure,
Okay?
cue ball.
Embrace it. I mean, it's what I say, embrace it. But they've turned this into the fantasy island of commercials. It's like they've got tattoo on the boat docks. And boss, the pills. Okay, everybody's so excited about it. You see people running around doing stuff, and half the time they never tell you what they're fixing. Okay, the commercial's 15 minutes. You have no idea what you're talking about. Thank goodness some of it. Okay, really. So it all started with Viagra. I remember this.
Oh, wow, so you're gonna go here.
remember this
Right.
because my children were very, very young. And when I have the question asked me, what is Viagra for? My response is, son, we haven't talked about the function. Can't talk about the dysfunction yet. Okay, we got to get the first one out of the way before we get the second one. So worry about that. But people are buying into this crap by the hundreds. And look, menstruating women are not that happy.
Oh, my goodness.
They got them running around flipping, doing herkies, okay, drinking wine coolers. Everybody's excited. You show me a woman trying to knife her husband, okay, a woman that's crying with a fit because she lost her car keys, and then pan over and she's sitting there reading a Danielle Steele book, drinking coffee. I'll buy that. Okay? If this stuff about us being happy about it, that ain't happening. It's not real world. The last thing you want to do if you have shingles is play shuffleboard. Nobody's got shingles. You go outside, let's go play shuffleboard.
Yeah.
I feel so good today. Let's go play shuffleboard, okay? But people are buying this stuff. And then look, my best is, don't take Zenvolta if you're allergic to Zenvolta.
No.
Well, how the heck if I know I'm allergic to it until I take it? Zenvolta hotline, what happened? Hey, my husband took some Zenvolta. What was he taking it for? I have no idea. What happened to him? He died. Well, he's allergic to it. Okay. Well, I mean, you don't know until you take it.
Right,
How
yeah.
do you know something you don't take it? Okay.
Do they have that in the allergy test? We found out you're. But anyway, yeah.
Is there that big of a difference? I'm gonna walk lightly here between men's and women's razors. Is there that big of a difference? Listen, when I watch TV, I typically have my laptop in my lap. Just when I'm just kind of watching. My wife walks in the day and goes, "What are you watching?" And I look up the TV and I think, "Oh no, my dog has accidentally stepped on the remote and ordered Cinemax." Okay? Because I'm thinking, what in the world are we? I mean, I'm thinking, do you have to show me everything? Okay, the only difference is your razor's pink and mine's not. Let's just end it at that. We don't need all the lessons about the uses of razor blades. We just don't.
Right.
They've gone too far with it, but people just keep buying it and buying it and buying it. Now, this carrot commercial.
Carrot?
Yes.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Oh.
Listen.
Yeah.
I thought they were selling juicers. Okay. I had no idea until
They were selling what?
Juicers.
Oh.
Until Betty looked over and kind of gave the guy the evil eye, and I thought, wait a minute now. This is not a juicer we're talking about here. Look, okay, here, listen. Okay. There are things that I don't need to know exist.
Right.
Okay. I'm aging at light speed.
Right.
I mean light speed. I've got my own problems. I've got a wife and family to worry about. I've got a job. I don't even know about things like that could happen to me. Okay, leave me out of it. That's why you have doctors, and that's why we have HIPAA. You go sit down with your doctor, and he can laugh all he wants to, but he can't go home and tell his wife about you. All right? That's how it works. So I don't need a commercial that's explaining these horrific things to me that I mean limbs are going to fall off. And you have to figure it out. Like I said, at first I thought, what in the world? It's awful. Okay, it is. Now, it's all turned into a self-diagnosis. Now just people come in and they say, doctor, what's wrong with you? I don't know. But I want whatever that guy's got that's driving the Harley with a 25-year-old blonde on the back of it. So, whatever you got, that guy's what I want.
I want that vitamin.
Yeah, exactly. And all this stuff is a multi-billion-dollar business.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? And now also to get this. Why do we have women doing commercials for men's products? You're not ever going to reverse that. You're never going to reverse that scenario. You're never going to have a man doing a woman's product commercial.
Never.
Okay? We will not even go beyond that. Ain't going to happen. I'm tired of us being so ignorant. It's just we buy this stuff. And then, look, I'm not trying to be sexist here, okay? I'm really not. You know that.
You don't have a misogynist bone in your body.
Not in my body.
No.
It's anywhere. But these commercials have to be written by women. They take 20 minutes and don't tell you anything. Okay? I mean, they go forever. And at the end of it, you look around like, what are they selling me? What part? I mean, you missed the biggest. They just kind of veered off during the middle of the commercial somewhere else. And you have no idea where it's going.
Yeah.
It's like, this had to be written by a female because I can't follow any of it. I think that's part of the ploy.
They're walking on the beach holding hands for what's going on.
How about the people in the bathtub? They're sitting in the bathtub in the backyard. Like people just do that. That's normal. Overlooking this meadow, okay, in a copper bathtub. That's all it is. What are you selling me? Copper, water, property? Or are you selling me some kind of energetic something in the? What are you selling me? It doesn't matter. It's just a bathtub.
Bath salt? Yeah,
I seriously doubt it.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, especially with the carrots in the cottage. So I guess that's my thing. There is I'm frustrated with the fact that we're so ignorant. We've bought in these commercials. And again, Viagra started it and got away with it. They should have shut that down.
Right.
And now he's expanded to the point where I'm scared to watch commercials.
No, I think really, if you have children, commercials may be a scarier thing than the actual programming that you're watching. I mean, that's saying something.
And this is network TV.
Right.
I'm not watching Cinemax. This is just network TV.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's horrifying.
We come back, and so the next one's just one broad title.
Yeah, you have to hang on your hats here because we're gonna skip around a little bit.
Okay. And what's the title of it going to be?
Sorry, I just need to get this off my chest.
What's Eating Scott Goroski continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sometimes we'll arrive there at separate times, or the boys may need to try to find us, or, and I know there'll be a seat there because it's always available. But if someone's in it, I just simply sit somewhere else. It's not a big deal.
Right.
I definitely wouldn't tell a group that was visiting that we'd roped off a place for they couldn't have their seat. We continue. And again, never forget when you hear these stories. Our show was removed from Memphis on an affiliate. One of the reasons, they're too rednecky. I want to say that as many times as we can when these kind of stories come through. We thought Graceland was enough, but there's even more. Let's go to Andrew Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Andrew, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
Hey.
Good. In regards to the Amanda Murphy video, I just wanted to say, especially with the last couple of days of conversation, I saw that video, and all I could really think to myself was, well, there's Bo in there.
He's referencing back to that old video of the Nolan Ryan fault.
Yeah. There's Bo.
Bo's in there, and Bo gave us the whole story yesterday.
He did.
We now know that Bo attempted to dive into the pile, and everybody moved, and he landed on the pitcher's mound. I don't know if you heard him talking about that, the Nolan Ryan fight, and he told us the whole story. They knew it was coming.
I want to go back and look at that footage.
I thought that his insight to that yesterday was very good.
It was.
He said, guys, he thought he had hurt himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed that. I was consoling a child that got their feelings hurt a few minutes before. I must have missed that part.
Hey, man, back off.
Yeah.
Back off, punk.
Yeah.
No, I added that.
Yeah.
He did say back off.
The
made me uncomfortable. I thought he was talking to me.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, you need not say it to me because I'm going to be on the interview. But no, he told the whole story about
he landed on the pitcher.
Well, he said because they knew the fight, and he said that Ventura did not listen to his. He told Robin, he said, "Look, he's going to hit you.
Yeah,
and when he does, keep your helmet on and try to go out there and form tackle him. Use football form. If you take your helmet off and Paul's coming up to him, he's going to grab you. which is what happened.
And then he put the piston fist
and then he got the piston fist on him. So Bo said when it all got her crowd, he was going to come in there and dive in. And when he did, everybody moved, and he landed on pitcher's mound. He said he thought he was almost broke his neck.
Greg.
Oh, is this the footage?
This is
He,
it. Yeah.
he asked him. He said, why do you think he's going to hit me? And him and Tim Raines were in the batting order that inning too. And he goes, "You think he's going to hit one of us?"
That's true. Yeah, he didn't. He said he's going to pick.
Where's
who to
Bo's
hit.
dive? I've missed it.
Yeah, I don't think you see the
That's
dive. They
hilarious.
back off. See right in here, it's going on. But when they back out,
Range is 30. I just saw his jersey.
yeah, you don't really see Bo in the mix.
There he
was
went.
that-
There he went.
was
Did
that
you see
him?
it? Yes. Boy, he got a running jump on it.
All right, back up. I have never seen that before.
Did you see that?
No, I missed
mean,
it.
he did a full fledged over the top, Bo.
Okay, so I've never seen that. Look, is it coming?
He's like, see, 30 is Range. He's already in the mob. Now watch from the left coming. There's Bo right there.
Oh, I
saw-
did. Yes,
you
I
saw
saw
him
him
go
I saw
to
him.
leap.
He goes to leap. That's it. That's what he was talking about
He
yesterday.
leaps and everybody parts and he lands.
I've never seen that part before. And because
Does the
all I ever
video
hear,
go on in
all,
the film?
all I ever hear later is
They
him
cut
go
away from it.
Is them going. I see Bo in there.
There's one guy comes up and he kind of braces against the backs of the guy in front of him, and then Bo comes like a lightning bolt
He
and
does,
jumps in the
man.
middle
Good
of it.
gracious.
I love him saying that Robin Ventura did exactly what he told him not to do.
Right.
You know, I don't.
After Nolan Ryan.
Nolan's a little too old to be brawling.
Yeah, the second fight breaks out, and that's when they mention Bo. Another fight breaks out after this. Yeah, they think they've got it under control, and then they start fighting again.
Everybody's
Maybe
kind
there's,
of.
maybe there's another leap by Bo.
How about no? He's just standing in there on this next one. How about-
Nolan's out of breath.
Nolan Ryan is very tired.
He threw a lot of punches.
Come
in
to
there.
find out, though, this was actually over seats at a graduation.
You know it's bad when you're having to button your jersey back up.
Now Rodriguez wants to
Here comes the
start
second
things
fight.
back up right here.
Nolan's done. He don't want to fight.
There's Bo. See Bo? See him?
And here we go again.
Bo's in the middle of that one. Someone's got him in a headlock. One of his own players, he got out. You see it?
I cannot see who is in the middle. Bo is in there. Somebody drags out.
Notice nobody's really going at Bo. You know, he's just pushing.
Well, Bo
everybody.
said yesterday, you get in there and gets to pushing because you don't have room to swing.
Doug
Yeah.
Manzolino.
Now, does he have a plastic hip at this point?
It's 93.
Look at that cut.
Boy, Mickey Hatcher's got a
Look at Hatcher.
pretty good cut over his right eye,
Nice
as you
hair.
can see right there.
Yeah, but he means business.
That's a steel toe to the head there,
Yeah,
probably.
yeah, probably so. But anyway, that looked like the graduation, didn't it?
It did.
We continue. 866 We Be Big. Scott Gorosky. Big G's with us. And what's eating Scott Gorosky? So we went through all the very, very long commercials for all the meds that are out there now. I do think that you're right. The carrot commercials, when we all realize, okay, so nothing's off the table.
Nothing.
And I'm kind of with Greg. How would you like to be the person whose name is used for that issue? I mean, it's just not good. All right, Gorosky, I know that we've only got 10 minutes. So, and these are things you need to get off your chest.
Yes, this is. I'm sorry, I just need to get this off my chest.
Okay, all right. I got it.
Adults who vacation at Disney. Would you please check yourself? Okay, for half the cost, you can go to a lot of great places and stop trying to repair your childhood. Can we stop referring to BMX bicycle riders as athletes? Okay, has any wife ever told their son, their husband, hey, go out and teach your kid to dunk the ball? No, it's all let's go ride a bike. That means everybody can do it. All right, you're not an athlete. Okay? There's too many sports in the Olympics that I can look at my age and condition and go, I think I could do that. That can't be.
Right.
Okay? We've got to get rid of that.
Oh, so this is just, you got a running
Oh,
list.
you got to stay. You better stay on target here, okay? Listen, commercials about abused dogs and cats. Listen,
Wow,
all right.
yeah.
It's a 10-minute commercial, okay? Now look, why would I give money to an organization that goes in and films a dog in pain? Think about that. Hey, let's get a little B-roll before we get out of here.
they don't help it.
Of Lopez over there, the Chihuahua that's shaking. Look, Lopez is the cameraman's dog. They've hosed him down. They got a fan on him, okay? He's going to get a handful of trees and an electric blanket when he's all done. They're just trying to get your money. That's all there is. Do you realize those people bring in $250 million a year, okay? I did the numbers. That's $6,000 a dog. We could hire SEAL Team 6 to go in there and get them for that. Okay? We could. Okay? I'm telling you, we could do it. And so even worse is the Wounded Warriors only ask for $11 a month. All right? The dogs want 20 and the Wounded Warriors want 11. We got to check ourselves. Get Bob Barker back out there talking about it and move on. Look, drivers, if there's not a sign in front of you when you're getting off the interstate to stop, don't stop. Just keep moving.
Amen.
Keep your car moving. Yeah. If you're getting on or off the interstate, just keep your car moving. And if you decide to stop at the red light and text and FaceTime, whatever you're doing, that's fine. But when I honk my horn for you to go, don't shoot me the bird.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay? That's not on me. That's on you. Okay? And 90% of the places in America, you can turn right on red. Yep. Just turn and get out of the way.
Thank you.
Okay? Good grief.
Well, I felt a little relief on that one.
Okay, wives. We see the brake lights 2 miles ahead of us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes.
We see them. I got them. And now my car tells me if I'm about to hit them, it'll shock me or whatever it does. Okay? You have to start screaming 2 miles ahead. I feel like Bigfoot's running in front of us out there. Look, general etiquette. I'm opening the door for your wife, daughter, or mother, and not for you. Okay? Have a little self-awareness, all right? Take a 10-second break for how selfish you are, and let me open the door for your wife or your daughter or your child, okay? Also, when I stop the car, and we let you and your family jaywalk in front of us, how about pick the pace up? Okay? Quit wandering in front of us like cattle with your jogging shorts on. We can read a tattoo on your rear end, okay? And get on out of the way, all right? And just give me a
Courtesy
wave or
pace.
something. Let's be exact. Says, hey, man, thanks for doing that, all right? All right. Quit trying to make me like women's sporting events. Have y'all seen now the NCAA's commercials where they have nothing on but this background of these people screaming and yelling about the person that set the record, the girl, for swimming? I wouldn't have watched it if it was the only thing aired. If they'd have turned off all the television sets in the world and that was the only thing left, I'd have read a book. I'm not watching this, okay?
Right.
Quit trying to guilt me into watching it. Here's an idea. Get something that works. Right. It's all about economics. If you look at the highest grossing, in my opinion, the best women's sports, you have Glow, the gorgeous ladies of wrestling.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The Westminster Dog Show.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have the WNBA. Now think about this. The WNBA brings in $70 million. Impressive. The NBA brings in $8 billion. That tells you the difference in those two sports.
Say those two numbers again.
70 million, of which they lose 10. And that's just 70 million of corporate sponsors who feel guilty. Let's just call it what it is. NBA, which I couldn't care less about either, brings in $8 billion. Okay, $8 billion. Yeah, go ahead and whistle that one over. All right. Well, also, quit trying to convince me through these Subway commercials that I should feel bad about winning. Well, I choose life and I choose health or winning. Well, I choose winning. Okay? How about that? I don't want to be a loser, and that's just the way it's going to be. All right? So don't make me feel bad about that. All right? The people that say winning doesn't matter are always the ones getting beat every single solitary time. Now, my last subject that I thought people missed last time was Chica Blanca and 7 average-sized men.
Say that again.
Yes. Chica Blanca and the 7 average-sized men.
Right.
If y'all know that Disney's redoing Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs.
Yeah, we did know that.
Okay? They've casted a Latino woman to play Snow White. And I'm going to give you a heads up. It's called Snow White because she's a white lady.
Yeah.
That's 100%. And they're dwarfs. That's why it's called the 7 Dwarfs. Now, what's his name? Dinklage?
Yeah.
Peter?
Yeah, you got
Dinklage.
mad.
He gets all mad.
Game of Thrones.
Remember, this is the guy we know as Trumpkin from Chronicles of Narnia. Elf, okay, in the dwarf lore from the Game of Thrones. Now that he's a billionaire dwarf, he's going to take care of his billionaire dwarf friends, okay? Now, look, they just want to make some money. They're mad as I am about it, okay? You can't have Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs without a white chick and 7 dwarfs. It doesn't. You have to change the name of the movie. It's got to be something else.
And what was your name of the movie?
Chica Blanca and the 7 average-sized men. Okay? It's the same reason that Macaulay Culkin didn't play Eazy-E in Back to Compton. Okay? There are just certain things you just don't. I mean, Bruce Lee played Night of the Dragon, or whatever it's called, because that's what it's about. All right? Chuck Norris didn't play Rocket Man. He didn't do it. He wasn't Elton John in that movie. There's a reason for that.
No, he wasn't.
No.
Why did you pull that one into the
I'm
list?
just saying. Disney's folding like a cheap chair over this stuff.
Oh, boy, it's
it's ridiculous. It drives me crazy. Of course we're typecasting you. It's dwarfs.
Yeah.
It's called the 7 Dwarfs. And look, the Latino community shouldn't be excited about the whole white thing either. This chick falls for 7 minors and can't recognize a witch. Okay? They're not playing Shania Twain. This is a girl that never figured it out in her life. And that's our first move in. Okay? It's not a wonderful mind they moved into. This is a Snow White of all people. Okay? Now, these extreme sports. Have y'all seen Free Solo?
No.
No, what is that?
Free Solo? Oh my gosh.
Is that a documentary?
Let me just say this. Best way to explain it.
Oh, the climbing guy.
If you had 3 inches of dental floss, you couldn't have pulled it out of my rear end with a pair of needle nose pliers watching that thing. I've never been that nervous in my entire life watching a man climb a 3,000-foot rock face with no ropes. Okay? We've gone too far. Evel Knievel jump buses, and it was 50-50. And he did it for the fame. He did it because he wanted to be famous and make money. These guys live in hostels, and they drive the Partridge Family van around.
Yeah.
They're broke, and they have these cute girlfriends. You're thinking, what are you buying into, lady? First of all, he's not going to live more than 4 or 5 years. Second of all, you live your entire life with a guy that doesn't bathe and lives in a van.
Right. Yeah.
Okay?
Down by the river.
They do these crazy sports, and sure enough, we finally saw him tonight. I kept calling it. He gone.
Oh, really?
He gone. He dead.
He didn't make it.
Yep.
Did he fall?
He fell, and they didn't go get him. Like, yep, there's just rope. He done. Left him. He gone.
Wait. So he's in the kind of places if you fall,
Yeah, they
they
didn't
can't come
they
get
just, they just flew over the helicopter and said, oh, yeah, I think that's it. Yep, gone. Done. That's it.
So you called that one.
How easy is it to call? If you're climbing rocks and ice structures without any ties, you're going to kill yourself. I mean, it's just the way that it is.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, just do something easier.
What do you call this sport?
Free solo. That's the picture of the guy behind
solo.
you. It means you're doing it by yourself without any ropes. And look. This guy, look down now. Those are trees below you. Okay.
Oh boy, look at
Okay. Now look, this guy had practiced this 4 or 5 times, but had never done it with a rope on and made it successful. My kids were like banging pots and pans around. I'm telling them to shut up because I didn't want to make him fall. It's the most nervous I've ever been watching anything in my life. Okay, I'm just sweating. And we've gone too far with it. Y'all remember Jacques Cousteau?
Oh yeah.
The great Jacques Cousteau. You realize Jacques Cousteau probably couldn't even swim. He always sent his best diver, Manuel, in the water.
Yeah.
We were approaching the White Sharks. I sent him my best diver, Manuel. Manuel was making $350 an hour plus $100 for a shark tooth. That's how he got paid. Jacques Cousteau never went in. He was just a promoter. Okay,
He was the host.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's like Wide World of Sports and Evel Knievel. They had this thing going back and forth, jumping buses.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you don't know who these kids are. They're dead. So they didn't. I mean, what does that do? Oh man, that's what we're supposed to be. Well, not. No.
He went out doing what he loved.
No. Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, it's extreme beyond extreme, and we need to back off that.
It is. You feel better?
Oh, much better.
Much better.
I do.
The weight of the world. The weight of the world has been lifted. And you spoke for a lot of people on this one today.
I tried to.
Yeah,
You covered a lot of ground.
You did. What seating?
I did miss picking categories, though. I'll be honest.
I will have that back. I just had to.
Yeah,
I understand.
This was therapeutic today.
It built up too much.
It was a spring rush.
Yeah, you're saying all those individually really just come under one heading of these are things I must air quickly.
Yes.
Scott Gorosky, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Thank you, Scott.
Right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to John in Huntsville, listening to 100.3 The River. John, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey.
Morning. Hey, just want to tell you, yesterday, man, we had a blast with y'all down
John.
there in the Coca-Cola tent.
Oh, yeah.
Speedy, everybody, man, we had a blast.
Well, thank you, man.
Yeah, it was awesome to meet all the celebrities and just be there with y'all and laugh and get the just the experience was unbelievable. Me and my wife both. And hey, to Bubba, I was going to tell you on the 18th green when somebody yelled at your name, that was me, by the way. And I said, you can't have nothing.
We heard a little bit of that yesterday.
Hey, I'm glad I'm
But,
glad you enjoyed
yeah.
that. Coca-Cola set that up, and they were going to, took care of you guys, not just during the show, but the whole day. So I'm glad you guys had a great time. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, Ashley and Pam and them, they were excellent.
They really were.
And hey, man, I look forward to doing it again.
Well, thanks. I hope you'll come back, and maybe we'll get to do it again next year. Bubba, breaking news, we've been hearing about all the things going on with Fox News and Roger Ailes and, the kind of controversy that's going on, and you said you just got an alert that he just died.
Just died, age 77.
So all this killed Roger Ailes. I hope everybody's happy.
Yep.
They've killed Roger Ailes.
Ailes.
Roger Ailes is dead. Wow.
So him and the singer for Soundgarden died the same day.
I know it. Now we got to look back and see if Roger Ailes had a visit with Eddie Van Adler. Eddie Van Adler went to see the lead singer, and he died a week later. Hey, sure did. Well, talked about it last hour, but we've been watching some of the coverage here now. Roger Ailes has died at 77, And we were
the head of Fox News for many years.
Yeah, and also has been in some controversial stuff lately involving behavior and all of that. And so we were watching Fox and Friends, and one of the people there just was crying so hard that couldn't even.
Yeah, one of the anchor girls
blubbering.
Yeah.
So he was accused of a lot of things. Apparently, she thought very highly of him.
Or they had a date Friday night.
Right.
But we
no.
don't know that.
Too soon.
Too soon. Way too soon.
Too soon.
Much too soon. But anyway, so that was, but it was kind of interesting to look up and really, because you would think anybody that was that upset, they'd say, okay, you're out. Let's who can go,
right?
And but undoubtedly she may have thought she could do it and could not. But look, it's just like everything. There's probably people that have had bad experiences with him. There's allegations that may or may not be true. And then there's probably people who he had a great relationship with, and they loved him very much.
But I'm sure the stress of all that had to, influence his health negatively. I mean, I don't see how it wouldn't. Now, all I could think of is anybody seen Bill O'Reilly lately?
Well, you make a good point, because I was thinking about this. We've seen this happen before with people who are up in age. I mean, look at Joe Paterno.
Yep.
We thought Joe Paterno. Yep. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm not so sure and I'm not sure it would be the best idea, but I just, based on what was going on, if these allegations and then sadly what looked like did happen had never happened, I bet he'd still be coaching if he wasn't dead. I mean, if he wasn't dead, I don't think he would ever left. I think he would have had to die not to coach.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, but a lot of times,
he'd be real old.
A lot of times you see this.
I mean, I'm talking about if he was alive. Obviously, if he's dead, he ain't gonna be there. But I'm talking about. But do you think the stress of all this contributed to him dying when he did?
I think he might have retired. Let's say retired that same year. Would he still be alive now? You think the stress from why he left is that the point?
I do think it contributed to it.
Yeah,
and I think it probably did here too.
Because boom, he was out and then he was dead.
You do see that happen a lot when people get put under. Look, stress will kill you. And, of course, I'm sure that, Paterno probably his whole legacy was tainted and probably was brokenhearted about it, probably had some guilt of, well, maybe I should have done more. I hear everybody saying now that I hear people saying maybe, the way I saw it, I wasn't right.
Yeah, because he was so highly respected for so long.
Right. Yeah. And now that legacy is forever tainted.
Oh, yeah.
And you can say whether that's fair or not. It's reality.
Mm-hmm.
And then like one of the sons is up getting on the board or something, didn't he? Now,
well, there was kind of an effort to.
He's a threat to give an interview
to fix, kind of repair his image a little bit, and that kind of got cut short too. People said, yeah, too soon.
Too soon. Yeah. Well, remember there was going to be like a Joe Paterno Day
statue. Wasn't they going to put the statue back up or something?
Well, it was something.
Did they yank the statue a little quick? Did y'all think maybe they yanked the statue a little quick?
All right, Greg.
Careful.
I hear you, Greg, but look, I've done this too.
Well, I've forgotten what it was.
That's
about.
right. Okay. I was just about to say, and so have a lot of.
You're right.
Because we can't help it because it is sad. But I mean, we all too. When you have something that you like, it because it's revolving around something that for a lot of people is an idol, and that's sport, and especially football. Everybody keeps trying to think about the football side of it, and they forgot what really happened.
Right.
Yeah. Because you get so distracted by that. What happened was
unbelievable.
Was wicked, and it was evil, and it was horrifying, and it's almost like we don't want to face that. But I think the reason why you saw that statue come down is when the reality set in of what really had gone on. You almost just want to eradicate anybody that was connected and say, "Oh my gosh!"
Yeah.
Rightfully so, by the way.
And again, his part in it was that he was told by someone who saw something happening, and he didn't do anything about it. Right.
Yeah,
best I remember.
Yeah, the whole thing that tainted his legacy.
He didn't report it.
Yeah, the whole thing that tainted his legacy is that it was proven that he knew about allegations and the way he handled it as the person in charge and in leadership, not the things that were out of his realm of influence. What was in his realm of influence, that his reaction to that was, it left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I think he did the deal. Well, I reported it to my superiors, but then when nothing happened, I didn't follow up. But like I did what I was. No, if what you were told, what we heard was told to him, when nothing.
Thank you, Johnny Donovan. From the No Name Studio, it is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they're all here and ready to go for another hour. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for joining us.
What's that right there?
What's that right there?
What's going on right there? Huh?
Wheel of meat keeps on turning.
Wheel of meat.
Ooh, if I don't win today,
Wheel of
then
meat.
tomorrow.
Will.
Wheel of meat's got me yearning.
Love you, Wheel of meat.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat. And another round brought to you by our friends at harryanddavid.com. They've got the meat on the wheel, 1-800-Flowers. They have the roses on the wheel today. Cord Buddy's got a Cord Buddy on the wheel. The Rick and Bubba store's got Rick and Bubba products on the wheel. Buzzbox Coffee's on the wheel. We've got Moultrie on the wheel. And Blaze TV subscriptions, but you could win nothing. Also on the wheel is Can't Have Nothing. Also on the wheel is You Could Be Eaten by Jaws. That's also on the wheel. And we could get Henry the Horse, which is fun and games for the audience, but the caller gets nothing. So we have kept Scotty G for another segment. He has desired to spin the Wheel of Meat. We give him that opportunity today. So, Gorosky, I know there's another thing that was eating you. You never spun the Wheel of Meat. So we're gonna solve that today, my friend.
That is corrected today.
That's right. And so you were listening for the callers to say, "Wow, what a wheel!"
Got it.
All right, you got that. How do you like Rock and Roll City in there? Give me some.
Sounds like Thunderdome.
There's Rock and Roll City, everybody's favorite studio band. All right, so let's begin. Let's go to Birmingham, Alabama. Hunter is standing by. I know all the people have kids named Hunter.
Yeah.
You have to do the Hunter.
Well, not in our family.
No, you don't. And can I tell you and Betty?
Silent T.
Can I tell you and Betty something? Thank you for that.
Yeah.
The T emphasizers. Well, we were talking to our son Hunter. It's all right, man. We got it. We know there's a T.
Hunter.
Let's go.
One syllable. Hunter.
So, Hunter, what do you say to Scott Gorosky?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Scotty G. There it goes.
It's a big spin from Scott.
All right, let's see what we get here. Scott Gorosky.
Scott's a big man. He spins a big wheel.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He spins that like he acts in traffic hard. Yeah! Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it! It is flowers, Hunter. So here's the question I have for you. Would you like to send somebody 24 red roses or assorted roses?
Red roses.
Red roses. Didn't mean to two-block you there. All right, let me put you on hold. Hunter, thanks, buddy, for listening to the show. And just to let them know where you want it to go, and they'll send it right out. Bubba, we go.
Where are we going,
to
Rick?
Oxford, Mississippi, it looks like here. Tyler, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good, how are y'all?
So, Tyler, what do you say to Scott Gorosky?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Let's go there. Do you think Tyler's at work and you don't want anybody to know he's playing? He's a little bit of a low talker.
Yeah, he may be. He may be Green Acres.
Yeah, Tyler, I need a little more pep out of you. All right, let's see what happens here. Here we go. This Tyler, look at here. Yeah. Blaze TV. Blaze TV. Well, are you a subscriber to Blaze TV, Tyler?
Not yet.
Oh, well.
You are not.
That changes today, my friend. We'll put you on hold. You'll get a free run at Blaze TV. Fantastic program, including a best of hour of Rick and Bubba every day, and also our podcast, Rick and Bubba University. Let's go to Lee in the great state of Alabama. Lee, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Scott Gorosky?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Scotty G. Reverse it. He's reversed it. He flipped it, and he reversed it.
He rolled it down the aisle.
Let's see what happens here. The Wheel of Meat, where will it land? Yeah, it is Henry the Horse. Henry the Horse, everybody's favorite stallion. Somebody set a mic up for him. Somebody said, well, I don't, who am I to judge? All right, where are we going? Right there. Who are we going to? Greg's mic. Hey, Henry.
I heard you guys the other day. Keep my mare's name out of your mouth.
Oh no! He slipped, people! No! Henry! He slapped Gorosky of all people.
Keep my mare's name out your mouth.
There you go. Keep my mare. What a horse.
Oh, man.
He slapped us with that hoof.
I know, that hurt. That's not going to give us hoof and mouth disease, is it?
That's good.
Okay.
I don't way to finish the week, Bussy. All right, let's go to Bubba. Joy's in. Is it Stare It? Is that how you say it?
Stare it. Stare it. Yes, sir.
Stare It. Joy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm great.
What do you
Wow, what a wheel.
Go, Scotty G, go. Well, now he let it rip then. Look at those lights. Do you love the lights as much as I do?
I do.
Look at Rock and Roll City.
Constant noise.
Let's see what Joy gets here, if anything. Come on. Yeah! Blaze TV! Blaze TV! Oh, the wheel's got a trim today. Joy, do you currently subscribe to Blaze TV?
I do not.
That ends today.
Yeah, that ends right now. It's great programming. It's a nice little place to go to get away from all those who are trying to keep you from watching what you want to watch.
That's right.
All right, so Joy, let me put you on hold, and we'll get you the information, and you'll become a Blaze TV subscriber. Go! All right, let me put it on. There we go. All right, so let's go to Evan. Bubba, now you know how to say where Evan's from.
I can't see it.
Our.
Oh, Artville.
By the way, I heard Helmsy talking about this, and I've also got heard a friend of mine talking about it who has a son that plays travel ball. Man, they got quite the sports facility up there, little plex up there now.
Yeah.
A lot of tournaments going up there. Tennis, baseball, probably some other stuff too. Evan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, gentlemen. How are y'all?
Good. What do you say to Scotty G?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go. Did he reverse it again?
Another reverse.
2 times we reversed the wheel?
He's rolling it down the alley.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens for Evan. Come on, 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 Evan. Yeah! Me! Oh, Evan.
Barely held in there.
Evan. You were hanging between two worlds like Free Solo. It was can't have nothing or it was meat, and meat it is. $50 gift card from harryanddavid.com, and they'll send that to you. You enjoy those delicious meats. Greg, I got to have a go for Evan. He's won meat. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Well done, Evan. I'm putting you on hold, and we'll get that to you, okay? Everybody okay with one more?
One more.
One more. Let's go to Tim and Dothan, listening to us on News Talk 105.9, 103.9. All right, I'm sorry, the symbols blinded me for just a minute. For a minute, I lost my sight when the symbol went in my headphones. All right, so Tim, what do you say, Scott Gorosky? You're ending Wheel of Meat and ending the week. What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, G. Last spin. Now, he turned that one loose. He spun that like he throws an out. Hard. You think old Scotty G didn't throw it in there with some velocity?
Gave it all he had.
Yeah! Meat!
What a way to finish.
Evan, the Wheel of Meat finishes with meat. Meat it is. Wheel of Meat's got me, yeah. All right, Tim, let me put you on hold. Thanks for listening to us on News Talk 103.9. Well, there goes the wheel. We put it up for another week. Scotty G, thank you, buddy. And we'll come back. More Rick and Bubba coming up here momentarily. And we got more stories to cover and more things to do today. So hang with us. Congratulations to the winners. I think everybody but Henry the horse was a winner, and that was still a win.
Good run today.
I mean, if the only person who doesn't get a prize still gives us Henry the horse.
Right.
Do you hear Rock and Roll City?
Yeah. Do they ever play a normal song?
No, that's not going to happen.
Noise.
Have you seen Adler? He's adding facial expressions. He's got it all.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're thinking.
Check. Greg, can you hear me? I got it. All right. Are you getting go? Are you going? Are you started? Or you want? Hey, what if we slowed it down just a little bit? Like,
It's a city. It's a city of rock. It's a city. It's a city of rock now. It's a city. Gonna hear a drum solo in the city of rock. Welcome to the city. Rock and roll city, that is. Yeah, nailed it.
I would have went back to him and said, "Hey, guys, you do realize what we're dealing with?"
No, that's what people said. They said, look, if you reported it, and then all of a sudden you look up and Sandusky is walking across the campus again, still has an office, and here he goes with some Penn State sweatpants on, and he's still there, and he's still in all the areas where these allegations took place, and you didn't do anything to say why is he still here? And it looked like that you were going to let him kind of live out his life without facing any consequences, when maybe you should have said, regardless of who you are and what you've done or whatever relationship we have, if you have done what you've been accused of, and it looks now apparently that he was, we can't let that stand. I can't go to sleep at night knowing that we're not dealing with this.
Yeah, and
he did not do that, and so we talk about it, which is rightfully look. Here's two things we have to understand. When you deal with somebody in a place of leadership, when whatever product they're the leader of is successful, a lot of people should get more credit than they get for it being successful, but that person gets all the credit. They're the ones that say how many wins he has, not how many wins the staff has had or the teams have had, how many wins he had. He's the one that's on the poster when it comes out. He's the one that's on the billboards. He's the one that has the statue.
Yep.
So when something bad happens, one should not be surprised when you're held accountable for that as well, because if you're going to get the credit, then you also should get the blame. You are sharing the blame.
I guess it was so shocking when we heard all of this, probably to him too. You don't know what his thought process was. Like I said, and I don't know what their policies were. I mean, on this side of it, you can say a lot, but he reported it to his supervisor. I guess he thought he was going to do something about it, which may have been their policies and practice. I don't know. But it was a very, very bizarre deal, all of it. You couldn't even comprehend it.
Well,
really.
I remember us doing, and I'm not going to use anybody's name because it was so bad. Well, let's say there was somebody that works here that has no name. Okay, there's somebody that joined us, and they were with us for years and years and years. And we heard something about this, and we went to our broadcast partners and whatever, and said, hey, we got a problem. We need to get in here and look into this. And we all did an investigation, and we thought it was dealt with. And all of a sudden, that person just came back to work. I mean, we'd probably say, what's going on here? I mean, it did. And that's what people were saying is he was back. Everybody knew he was back. He still had his office. He still had everything.
Yeah,
and nothing was done.
Yeah, and the assistant coach, who Greg calls Red, he's the one that reported it. And everybody criticized him for not actually running in when he saw what he saw, but he's like he was in shock. He didn't. Anyway, he can't find a job. I think he's moved back in with his parents. They've taken him in. He's lost everything.
Did he win his lawsuit? He had a lawsuit.
I believe so.
He did.
But as far as paternity, I mean, let's not fool ourselves. He ran that whole place. He looked the other way. It looks like.
Well, it goes back to this again.
And that's from what is being reported or he just didn't follow through with really.
He wanted it to go away. He didn't want the image of Penn State that he put on such a pedestal. He didn't want it tarnished.
That's the bottom line. And especially if you're one of these coaches. Most coaches who are very successful, why are they successful? Because they have control. The one.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings to my knees.
All righty, 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Jim Hawkins talks to us. I got a lot. Boy, he's very, very knowledgeable about the Russia-Ukraine situation and can really shed some light on all this. It was very, very informative and helpful for me, I know.
It's very good. And we covered a lot of post-World War II Russian history.
Yeah, we did.
It was just a good conversation with Jim. Very knowledgeable guy.
Yep, enjoy that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. All right, so the Final Four is this weekend, and then there were 4 in the men's NCAA March Madness tournament. Huge, huge moneymaker. Villanova, Kansas, North Carolina, Duke.
Yeah, that's really 4 of the top programs in the country. You've got some blue bloods there, and you've got what some people are calling one of the new blue bloods, Villanova. They've won it a couple of times recently. So it ought to be a pretty good matchup. You have all kind of side stories here. Coach K, could it be his final game? They're playing their arch rival, North Carolina. I mean, this looks like it was a script written for a movie.
Yeah, it does. It is, and it is funny. You guys mentioned it. Even someone like me who doesn't really follow college basketball very much, I did when I was a kid. Is that these 4 names? Everybody's talking about all the Cinderella stories and the St. Peter's thing and all this kind of stuff. Then all of a sudden you get down the Final Four and you hear these 4 names. You're like, well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a betting man at the beginning of the year, I mean, don't you think you're probably going to see a North Carolina, a Duke, a Villanova, or a Kansas in the Final Four? I mean, don't you feel pretty safe with any of those?
I do. So it's
kind of like making a wager that Alabama or Georgia's going to be in the championship game in football.
Yeah,
kind of. The odds are saying, yeah, that's probably the case.
Well, and the fact that North Carolina and Duke are going to play each other in the Final Four,
yeah,
for those rabid basketball bases, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it really is. And like I say, you throw in the Coach K, could be his last game on top of that.
It's got
winning his coach, with all the records he's broke, and
it's got everything we need. So that'll start. It looks like are these times on here Eastern time?
Central.
They are Central time.
Mm-hmm.
So 5 o'clock, 5:10 Central time, and then 7:49 Central time.
TBS will give you some odd times.
It is. Well, I mean, how about the fact that we're living in a time that TBS has the Final Four?
Yeah, didn't they? They went in years ago with 3 or 4 other networks and bid on this because it is such a big operation and has such a big, price tag to it. And they split the games up.
Yeah.
And so good for them.
Well, and this is the only championship deal that the NCAA owns. They straight up.
Right.
They don't share it with anybody. But it is a money maker.
Yeah,
it's
big money.
It brings in the money.
Yep.
And then that led to the whole Eric Church thing, which I heard the guys talking about.
Yeah, I was not up on this story, and I heard a little bit on the kickoff hour. So, Speedy, what is the deal?
Eric, let's see the game.
Eric Church had a concert scheduled, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And canceled it so he could go to the game.
Correct. He's a rabid North Carolina fan. And he had a concert. He's on tour, and I heard Adler talking about it. I had no idea that your parents had some kind of tie to Eric Church. But anyway,
I pulled it from the stack we had the other day. We never got to it because the show was just going in a different direction. But
Mine
he
says about a high school runner getting sucker punched.
No, I grabbed from your stack that you pulled after the show the Eric Church story that y'all just asked about.
You handed me this. I don't know why you handed me this.
No, I set it back down and you grabbed it. I was grabbing Eric's there for Rick was looking at it.
You.
Yeah. And so anyway, he canceled and refunded all of the tickets to his concert that landed on Saturday night so he could attend the North Carolina Duke game. He's a huge North Carolina fan, and so, made the decision that he's going to cancel the show, refund the money, which he did to those that had purchased tickets so he could attend the show.
Yeah, that's one of those things.
Attend the basketball game.
And it has to break Adler's heart. He was supposed to play in San Antonio. That was it. So I understand this. Now, if I am a person who I understand I'll get my money back, so that's established. But if I was a person that had planned this trip to San Antonio, or I lived in San Antonio. And it's been on our calendar for months because these tickets go on sale a lot of times 6-8 months before the shows. When you're in Eric Church, you know you're going to sell out. And it's a big operation. Adler, I heard you talking about your parents talking about what a giant show this is.
Unbelievable, yeah. So my parents aren't like big Eric Church fans, but they're fans of music, and they're music people themselves. But they had an inn in which my parents' friend's son is, I think he's the MD, the music director, at least the way that he kind of operated on stage. He plays guitar basically for Eric Church. Anyways. My parents got backstage passes to this Eric Church show here in Birmingham because he just played, I guess it was last weekend. And my parents were very just amazed at the production. It's like 13, 14 semi-trailers full of equipment. They have two mobile saloons, mobile bars. Travel with Eric Church. They set them up. They got the chairs, the lights, the stools. It's crazy.
Can I ask you about that? Because I'm Baptist, so I don't know much about this. Are those saloons for like backstage for his crew, or is this for the fans?
The public?
Do they open them up to the
props?
public, and he makes money off that too?
This is going to be saloons that are backstage saloons.
Okay,
so if you're backstage, the talent, the techs, the artists, guests, friends, and family, that kind of thing. So
I got you.
It is crazy. And my parents said when he started the concert, Eric Church goes, "Hey guys, you're going to get a little bit of a Sunday concert too." And this was on a Saturday. So hey, we're going past midnight. It's going to be. And my parents said there was however many people in the BJCC screaming every single word to that Eric Church concert. So there were probably some pretty mad people in San Antonio.
And you were telling me, listen to this, Bubba. I don't know if you heard this earlier. He said that Eric Church, and I've seen this happen some with the biggest of the big, no warm-up act. He comes out, he's the very first thing you hear.
He goes.
And they just decided they'd rather do the headline, not deal with other gear and have to another setup of another band and all that. And you go, and if you came to see him, it starts. Now, if you're going to San Antonio, you're not going to see it.
Right. No.
Because he's refunded your money, which is fine. And I guess the promoter got refunded because he's paid a guarantee, I promise you. When you're this level, Eric Church gets a guarantee. And then that promoter makes his money off the ticket. So everybody's getting their money back, but you still can't refund everybody's experience. You can't refund what everybody – I mean, I feel bad when we were doing golden ticket seats if one of us missed a show, even though people didn't even pay for it, because they had planned and were looking forward to being here to see everybody on the show. And when somebody's not here, I mean, they don't really get what they were planning. And you can say, well, they didn't pay anything for it. And, so you can say this to get their money back. But this, hey, we were looking forward to it, can never be given back to them. And I understand both sides. Now, if he had a kid on the team, I totally get it.
Yeah.
But I just want to go see the game because I'm a fan, and I'm sorry that I didn't do the concert. I hope everybody gets their money back, and y'all understand. I understand both sides of it. That's kind of tough, though. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
You can't get control or have to answer to other people and whatever. The ones that win are saying, in my contract, I must be given complete control.
Right.
And they get it, and they earn it. Well, with complete control comes complete control.
But his family says he didn't fully understand the depth of which it had gone, I guess. Is that their defense?
Well, yeah.
According to Red, he did.
Yeah.
Well, and look, guys, let's face it. When he heard what he heard, there's also a good chance that he was like, I can't wrap my mind around that, and I just want to believe that wasn't happening.
Yeah.
To college days. Raise your hand if you remember being in college.
Barely.
Rick, I better think quick because I wasn't there long.
Yeah, Greg, you weren't there long.
I barely remember.
If you ever went to college,
which is why I wasn't there long.
If you ever went to college and actually lived somewhere else, okay, there would be people, because everybody was broke. You didn't have any money. So somebody would say, y'all want to go home with me this weekend? I'm going home.
Yes.
Y'all want to come home with me? Remember that?
Yep.
Well, let's face it. Let's just be real. Now, there were exceptions, but they were rare. If that college buddy took you into their house for the first time and their mama walked out well-dressed, real lean, you immediately thought, uh-oh, health nut. You know what I mean?
She's going to have us jogging.
Right. You knew right then the meal was not going. I mean, you're about to eat kale or something like that, and you're about to get in a bind. I mean, it's going to be not fried chicken. It's going to be grilled chicken. You know what I mean? You're going. You remember thinking that?
Yeah.
And you start
good-looking
thinking,
mom, you mean?
Well, healthy looking mom. I didn't go as far as you went with that.
Yeah.
I mean,
you went full GLM.
Well, I didn't know.
So you're hitting on your buddy's mom.
No,
Yeah,
I want
attaboy.
to know where I was. I had to get there.
If you went to your buddy's house and you could hear his mama breathing before she came around the corner, hey, you about to eat good. I mean, you are about to eat really.
And that smell of hot grease in the air.
Oh yeah.
Or you hear the floor settling when she walks.
Yeah, man.
You had an Aunt B robe on?
Right. Oh yes.
She got that deep fryer. She never changes the oil out.
Oh yeah. No,
Well,
sir.
why would
Puts
you?
the plastic lid back on.
When she hugs you, just a hint of grease.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How about you? You're about to eat. You're about to eat good. And she calls you sugar, and she acts like she's known you all of her life. You know, and just so happy, so excited.
Got a mole on her face with the hair coming out of it.
Yeah. Well, now that's when you're going for that's when you're going for the coup de grace.
Yeah.
You know, that's when you know you're going to eat good vegetables and meat all equally as good.
And we're not there yet.
Yeah, and you may get 2 breads. You may have a choice of biscuits and cornbread.
Yeah,
You know
why
what I
just
mean?
one?
That's it.
Why?
Well, if you could find a mom that could offer biscuits and cornbread,
Yeah.
you choose. And I would say, please don't make me choose. I have 2.
Yeah.
I'll have a biscuit and a cornbread.
One for each
That's a
hand.
question I never like at Cracker Barrel. You want cornbread or biscuits? I'm like, or.
Yes.
I want cornbread and biscuits. What do you mean, or? Bring me a little mixed bag out here. Show as I'm sitting here. 3 Dog Nights. Show as I'm sitting here.
That's a new one to the lineup.
You like that one, don't you?
Yeah.
I dove off in 3 Dog Night a little bit this weekend. Well, it was interesting because I was watching something, and I can't remember who it was, and they were talking about that one of their influences was 3 Dog Night, and I thought, oh, you know what? I hadn't jumped in 3 Dog Night in a while. It's a beauty.
I hadn't even heard the name in a while.
Yeah, so that I saw this. You know, how you're looking for different things when you have a few minutes, and it was a pretty active weekend, but ended up having some few minutes last night. And it's called, doggone it, Soundtrack or something. Anyway, it takes on different historical times in our history, and then talks about these songs were all written and inspired by this historical event. And then you go through all the different songs that came out. They even talked to musicians and songwriters. Said, yeah, one of them I watched was 9/11, and it was talking about where they were, people on tour, and then what inspired different songs, and they play all the songs. It's pretty cool.
That is.
So anyway, did not know that Bruce Springsteen, "The Rising," was from talking about America rising up in response to that. And if you're for him, that was he can get a little. He said, "Oh, but we were all mad. It didn't matter who you were then."
Yeah.
I mean, he said for a brief moment there was no political parties, there was nothing. It was all just one.
Yeah, it didn't last long, but
Right.
for a moment there it was good. I remember Bon Jovi too. The album. He had a lot of. It's the one with the satellite dishes on the front, the lightning. He had several songs off that were 9/11 motivated.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
Gonna live my life every day.
Yeah. So anyway, it's an interesting. I forget what it's called. I don't even know who put it out. I just found it on Netflix or Apple and watched it. It was good. We're back 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. And we'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up here shortly on the Rick and Bubba Show. Sherry and I looking forward to headed off this afternoon to Panama City Beach, Highland Park Baptist Church, marriage conference. Got 3 sessions coming up on Saturday, starting at 4 local time. And we'll have you wrapped up and out of there at somewhere. I want to say somewhere around 7:15, something like that. And then there's a dinner for those that have dinner tickets. If you don't have dinner tickets, don't worry about it. You can still come. The dinner is sold out, but the rest of it is still available. And you can get those tickets at rickandbubba.com at our upcoming events, or just get them as you come into the church. I think they're going to open the doors around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So we'll see all of you that are coming already, and then hopefully we'll see more of you if you want to come tomorrow, Panama City at Highland Park Baptist Church. Sherry and I are looking forward to that. Bubba, I have to ask an uncomfortable question to the folks in the audience. Why are you using a fuel card that doesn't give you discounts everywhere you go?
Well, why?
I mean, if you're using a fleet fuel card, wouldn't you like to get discounts no matter where you stop? Well, if you go to this site, the letter A, 2B, the letter B.com/radio, this is a fleet fuel card that gives you discounts anywhere you fuel up because it's accepted wherever they take Visa. There's no setup fee. There's no transaction fees. There's no monthly fee, no late payment fee, no over-the-limit fee, no gallon limits to the amount of discounted fuel. So are you asking yourself, why don't I have this card? Well, go get it. A2B.com/radio. Now, no credit check is required. For a limited time, we'll get you a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. The website again, A2B.com/radio, or go to rickandbubba.com for that $50 credit. You'll find the link under sponsors. Bubba, our friend Biden's back. The president, once again, out there just throwing out. God love him. God love him.
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know Basement Joe?
Bubba, I'm sure he's back from another trip home to Delaware. But he's it is there's a lot going on in the world that is Biden.
The White House staff that has to go behind his speeches and clean up the mess with a giant mop.
Can you imagine?
We've come so far from I couldn't spell potato. You remember?
Oh,
that,
yeah,
to
yeah,
the
sure.
gaff world. It's it's an everyday thing here. No way to keep up with all of them. But Biden, well, we'll let you hear him say it. He's going to tell everybody that if you switch over to renewable energy, that a family here in the U.S. can save $500 a month. A month. Okay.
There you go.
Big, by the way.
If your home is powered by safer, cheaper, cleaner electricity like solar or heat pumps, you can save about $500 a month on average. Don't take my word for it. The CEOs of 11 of America's largest utility companies came to see me at the White House several weeks ago. They told me if we pass my plans before the Congress now, typical families will see savings show up in their utility bills immediately.
Now, keep in mind, some of you...
Oh, look at his eyes.
You realize he's talking about that we're going to average $500 a month, which is more. Keep in mind, that's more than some people pay total a month. And he's saying that's just the average.
Well, the White House press corps had to. The
step out.
Wouldn't you love to heard him in the back room when he said it?
Oh, I know. Here we go again. They had to come out, and they do this after every appearance, and have to issue a list of corrections. They said he meant to say $500 a year, not a month. And then the critics even jumped on that and said, "No way, Jose. That they can't even meet that goal. That's pie in the sky." So.
So we don't
just another day at the office.
So here's what we have to ask, and I was going to search Babylon Bee because they're on a roll again with some of this stuff. Is we have to ask the question. We know he's reading, and you can tell that he's reading. So what in the world? Here's Babylon Bee. Here's the headline I thought y'all would love related to this story. Quote: I can't work with this man. After repeated gaffes, Biden's teleprompter resigns in disgust. So I have to ask the question. He's clearly reading. Clearly.
But yeah, look, he's squinting his eye.
What is he reading that makes him say $500 a month on average? Does he just go off script? Is he?
You don't even realize
what? Adler, what's written there? I mean,
it's so funny you mentioned this. Look how big his teleprompter is, you guys. It is like
Bubba,
a gigantic big screen in the room.
That's bigger than your computer.
Let's not make fun of that.
Right.
Okay.
But how do you how do you say $500 a month on average with a font that big? I wish somebody could show me what he read that made him say that. Don't y'all want to know that?
Well, guys,
I'd like to see it. Yeah.
I don't think we covered this. The flashcard that he accidentally showed the other day, it was like tough questions about Russia, Ukraine. That was at the top of his little flashcard. So when he got a tough question about Russia or Ukraine, he had the answers for him. And one of the answers was, no, NATO is as strong as ever. You can't remember that? You can't remember to say, if people are asking about worried about NATO, you can't remember to say, no, NATO is as strong as ever.
Right.
Great.
Greg, another one you'll love because you love how AOC always claims that things have happened to her that have never happened.
Right.
AOC claims she too was slapped by Will Smith at the Oscars, and now she is dead.
That's so good.
Now, she's still undergoing therapy for January the 6th, even though she was like 8 blocks away. Is that still a problem?
To protest Florida law, Apple now announces iPhones will now autocorrect every word to say gay.
Oh, wow.
If you could see the story.
These Babylon B headlines.
They're on fire.
And they're still banned from Twitter, right?
Yeah. Corrupting our youth, popular Disney mascot is roaming part without any pants on, and it's Donald Duck. So anyway, but back to this again. So you understand now that we're all living in this constitutional republic, and right now we are under the authority for the authority that is allowed and then some, because the central government always grabs more authority than they've even been given by the Constitution. Yeah. But we know that when an administration is in there, they can have an impact. Okay, our founders tried to limit their impact, but they have impact.
Oh yeah,
especially since we've given up things that our founding fathers told us not to give up.
Right,
and they're not giving them back once they get them. Is that we have an administration, and we gave you the percentages yesterday of our fellow citizens, that is being completely run by the global warming, climate change, green movement, and the LGBTQIA or whatever. And then we say, aren't we supposed to add IA?
Yeah, plus.
That's what has the most influence and is running our country right now.
Yep.
So he's got to come out and convince us that all these things, these renewables, and look, if we can get to better energy and cleaner and all, that's fine.
$500 a month,
as long as it'll do the job of the stuff that we're replacing. People like Bubba's try to tell everybody, even if you don't get to the products that are made with petroleum, just how many things that you get every day that requires fuel that is made by petroleum.
Yeah.
That electricity is not ready to replace. Elon Musk even knows that.
Well,
and we're still trying to, and now throwing up stuff like this. Somebody right now is living their life. They've missed all the corrections. Hey, I saw the president the night. I tell you what, this solar stuff and some of this stuff, man, I could be saving $500 a month.
Yeah.
And they just move on with their life, and that's just not true.
Well, good luck. I tell you what, when you save that first $500, let me know, and I may match it for you. You know, I don't think it's going to happen.
By the way, I love when they come back and say he's talking about a year. Then somebody said, not even sure about a year.
From the Energy Information Administration, EIA, how much of the U.S. Electricity? Now, when we talk about electricity, and that was what the bottom line was in this. We still have to generate electricity. It doesn't happen. We don't catch it with a kite with a string on it, okay, and a key. Like Ben Franklin did. We actually have to generate it, which means we have to move a generator. We have to have some way to move it. Natural gas, 40% of all the U.S. generated power, okay? 19% coal, 20% nuclear. Petroleum is only 1%. Renewables are at an all-time high of about 20%. And what does that break down to? Well, it's kind of small here. I got to look at it. Wind, 8%, hydro, 7%, solar, 2%, biomass, which I don't even know what that is, 1.4%, and geothermal, 0.4%. So you got a lot of little bitty pieces there. But, Rick, it's still, natural gas is still the way that we're going to charge 40% of your charging of your car is going to be natural gas burning somewhere. I mean, you're still doing what you say you're trying to replace to do that. I mean, I don't see why they don't understand that. Listen, I love the high-tech battery cars. I've drove one. It's fun. I'll probably have one time. But it's not going to save the planet when I still have to burn gas to charge my battery. It's the same thing. I mean, what do we don't get about that? And if natural gas, which I said all along, probably would have been a better changeover, a step. If you were going to go from petroleum to natural gas in a car, that's not near as big a transition. I mean, some of the fleets are run on natural gas now. that would have been a logical move in that direction. Not, hey, let's scrap all that and go battery day one, because we're not quite there yet.
And that's the mistake. What you just said is the mistake.
We could have gone to hydrogen. We could have gone to, natural gas. There was a lot of mid steps if you really wanted to get away from burning gasoline.
Phone calls. Here we go. We'll open up all 10 lines and we'll chat with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You'll pick the topics when we come back, when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we'll get into that going forward. We do have much to do on the program today. Everybody had a pretty active weekend, and I know that, Bubba, you had one graduate yesterday. How
about that?
That was great, and it was
one
great.
out, one to go.
Yep, got to see Hunter Bus. We had a lot. Anytime you go to a graduation ceremony, you never know what's going to happen, and really I feel bad.
It's a tense day, Rick, because it's like a wedding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's that one day that everything has to be right.
Yeah,
and you can't mess it up.
We've known this day's coming for 12 years at least, maybe 18 if you want to look at it that way.
Right.
And to be running late, and the tenseness of it.
Oh, you can't be.
It's just it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't even know who you were sitting with. I came in, of course, I immediately see Hunter Bus, and he's like, "Oh, Dad's down. He's been here since 1:30. He's down there to stage left, right on the front." Well, I got up there and I said, "Well, let me get Bus," and I look, and you're sitting next to some guy with glasses on. Where was Betty?
Oh, well, she was right next. She was on the other side.
Who was the guy in between?
That was
you?
Mike.
Huh?
He was taking pictures for us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because at first I thought, well, my gosh, Betty's got some mad at Bubba. She's not even sitting with him.
Well, no, being a good Baptist, I'm not used to being that close.
Oh, I know.
I actually had a place staked out about halfway back.
Right.
But we had relatives there,
Yeah.
and one of them went to the front and got that seat.
Yeah.
And we were right up there on it.
Yes, you were.
Yeah.
Yes, you were. I thought you were helping. I expected you to hand somebody.
Well, I thought at one point that we may be asked to move because somebody playing a piano needed to sit.
Well, that's
there,
what I was
saying.
saying.
And,
at one point, I thought you were part of it, and then
but it worked out well for Mike Roberts, longtime friend, taking pictures because if I do it, I'm never in any of them. We've been through this, so. True. I thought for this one, I might just get him to do it, and then I could actually be in some of the family pictures.
There you go.
Which is a nice change.
Well, and a brilliant move.
Because Dad's not seen much. I mean, it's
in a brilliant move. I got there for the perfect timing. I dove into the class of 2017, got my picture with Hunter Bus, all the guys I coached, all the people from my neighborhood. So when it was over.
Yeah,
we were gone.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
well played.
And to make it even, couldn't get any better. Guess who sat right in front of me? Caitlin Bussey and her boyfriend. I'm talking about that. I was thumping their ears.
Good. I'm glad you keep an eye on.
So I leaned into him. Hey, let me say something. I leaned into him. God love him. Caitlin was finally like, "That's enough. you have done enough." You know what I mean? Hey, so been waiting to meet you. He's looking around. I said, "Singing a lot of pictures with that sly grin on your face." He didn't know what to do with me. It's like you turn around thinking, if I just don't turn around, will he eventually
down the ball?
Then finally Sherry pinched me and said, "Okay."
Well, see, what complicates it too is you have a little reception afterwards, and then everybody speeds to the beach.
Oh yeah,
because we've all had to rent places from Saturday to Saturday, so we're already paying for an empty place.
That's right. Graduation coming.
I do want to mention an email from Tessa Patton here. She said, at my child's graduation Friday, the first one that hollered got escorted out by law enforcement.
As it should be.
So, I applaud that. I asked where it was. I'd like to know more about it. But so, anyway, you got this weekend. Everything has to be perfect. And like you said, it complicates matters slightly that everybody's headed out right after the graduation. You don't even go back home. So, you got to be packed for that, and when Betty's involved, it looks like the Fourth Army moving out. So it's just so many things going on. So I did what I thought was a very responsible parent. On Saturday, I got out of the house and got away from it.
Brilliant.
because Rick, there were several roads that needed box blading at the farm.
Well, all I can think of is how selfless a move that was.
Yeah, well,
because you're clearing out any obstacle.
Got out of the way so they could do
You're
what
not
they
packing.
needed
You're
to
not
do.
packing to leave.
No,
you're just
no.
in the way.
Well, yeah, I really am. Trust me, and apparently aggravate everybody terribly, not meaning to.
Right.
So
Well,
I just thought the best thing is to clear the area.
Could you have said "I love you" with any more fervor than that?
Rick, I want to tell you, getting in the cab of the Mahindra tractor is like a little island, you know, when you get in there because
Yeah.
people can't get you.
No.
You know what I mean? It's
Nobody can
glass
get-
you can see out, but they can't get you.
No one can get you there.
And they got that diesel running like I like it.
Sure.
Huh? Box blade just dragging.
Just hearing it hum.
Oh, I love to hear that old box blade drag. You know that road's getting fixed, you know? Oh, a little spot, I'll back up, dig up a little dirt, box it in, you know?
Oh.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Fire up. Let's go. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show. We just continue to get great emails on Relief Factor. Jennifer, who listens to us on 100.3 The River out of Huntsville, Alabama. She says, I know you guys have been talking about the product for a long time. I finally decided to give Relief Factor a try. Well, thank you. Jennifer finally said, I suffered with arthritis, sore muscles, and tendons. I felt much older than my 55 years. I can relate. Very, very active person, but it hurt just getting out of bed. Exercise became very painful. I ordered the Quick Start Pack and felt relief within 24 to 48 hours. I'm very, very grateful that you guys told me about Relief Factor. Thank you. I mentioned it to my 80-year-old mother and brought her a couple of packets, and they seem to be helping her too. So she's also just ordered her Quick Start Pack. Good. Thanks for bringing this great product to light, Rick and Bubba. There's truly a significant difference in the pain level in a very, very short amount of time. I hope this is the way it's going to go for you. Why don't you go and get your Quick Start Pack? That'll give you 3 weeks of supply. You'll know inside the 3 weeks whether it's going to work for you or not. It's $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com. 4 botanicals, all natural, not a stimulant, not a drug. And it works with your body's natural inflammatory response. This has been researched for years, really for the aging process, but it was discovered that it really helps with inflammation no matter what your age. So go to relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button and get your Relief Factor today. Let's go to Illinois. Jay's standing by. Hey, Jay, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Well, good morning.
Hey, Jay.
This solar and everything that they're doing, battery powered, using electric on vehicles. If I'm driving to Alabama from Illinois, I don't first drive to Texas and then Alabama. I use a straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And what they're doing with battery powered and have to generate electricity to charge your battery is a route that's not a direct line.
Yeah, like Bubba was talking about. They're not. Yeah, this is not what the next step should have been. Yeah, and that you were making that point, Bubba. There were better ways, if you believe this, to go about.
Well, I mean, using systems we already have, tanks in the ground, stations, and all that. I mean, that could be transitioned to natural gas or hydrogen, and it would be very similar. You would fill up the same way.
Yeah.
You may have a pressurized connection or something. I don't know, but it would have been I think a better transition than to try to jump to this. Look, the all life on this planet, from a science standpoint, comes from the sun, and it is a great energy source. And as we learn to capture more of that energy, it's going to solve a lot of problems. But it's a process. We have to move it forward. I mean, the first people who came up with a combustion engine were going to build, the Model A and the Model T and all that. They were not going to build Indy race cars. You know what I mean? It takes time to evolve to that.
Right. Will Smith is the topic Bobby's on. Bobby Montgomery, I-92, go. Bobby.
Hey, guys, how are you guys?
We're good.
Good. Hey, just had a quick comment about the Will Smith, Chris Rock incident and how it could have played out different if you'd have had different people in the scenario. First of all, could you imagine if it was just, say, The Rock up on the stage and Chris Rock's position, The Rock, the wrestler, and same things were said. But do you think Will Smith would have got up out of his chair and gone out there and slapped somebody like The Rock?
Yeah, that's been mentioned several times on the program, and
I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right, but
I'm in and out of the car.
It's a good thought process.
Every time we hear it, it's a good point
and a fair question.
And an update on that is that we're now hearing. Now we don't know what's true and what's not. The Academy has told us that Will Smith was asked to leave, and he would not, I guess, by ushers or whatever. Now we're hearing that the L.A. police were ready to arrest Will Smith for battery, and Chris Rock was the one that told them not to do it. He kept saying, no, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. But L.A. police, they're coming out and say, look, we were there, and we told Chris that we would arrest Will Smith on the spot for battery, and he declined to file charges, so we didn't.
You know, through all of this, Chris Rock, Rick, hear me out, is really taking the high road on all this. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you saw, there was a story about his stand-up routine. I think it was last night, because he's been in Boston a few nights. You know, we had the story from the first night where he said he wasn't going to address it. Last night, somebody started hollering an obscenity about Will Smith from the audience.
Wow.
And Chris Rock told him to quit.
Wow.
He said, don't go there. Don't be doing that.
Have y'all thought
Shut
about
him
this
down.
scenario? What if it had been Rock up there? Chris Rock.
Thank you so much, Greg Burgess.
Have y'all thought about that?
And what if the joke had been, did you hear about Biden being in the hospital?
Yeah.
This is an example, Greg.
So how about this one slap? This one slap has caused such a handle with comedy clubs around the country. It's made them all reevaluate their security system, and they're concerned about copycat, people coming up on stage. Some that just they're mad because of what the comedian's saying, and others just because they want some popularity. But it's seriously, comedy clubs around the country need more security. What's our protocol? Just because of this one slap.
Can you slap somebody? It's just not funny.
Yeah, how about that? That's justified.
Yeah, well, look, you have to. People are so weird. They'll say,
let me run this by you.
See, this is what we were talking about in the kickoff hour. This is one of those things you can say that nobody else can say.
Right.
You get a pass. If I had said that, or Speedy would have said that, we'd have dealt with email all day. Too mean.
Cliff in Mississippi. Cliff, go ahead.
Guys, Adler was talking about earlier about Biden's flashcards with his answers and stuff like that on it. He's got the standard junk that they want him to say, and then I think from what I've understood that they're just little generic sayings that he can throw out that are really not relevant to anything. I think it was on Twitter that I saw a picture of one of his cards the other day. It said, I sell candy and gum.
No. That's hilarious. That is so funny. It's a long way home for that line, but that's good. Now, I just think if the roles were reversed, and how about this? I can honestly say that I would be with you. The left of our country, if we had a Republican president that was losing cognitive skills at the rate and at the level of our current president,
be screaming.
They would be losing their minds.
They would be a protest in Washington, D.C.
We would
today.
be the 25th would be the number 25 will be on everybody's shirt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like this is not good, and I feel bad for him, but it's not good.
Rick and Bubba.
I tell you learn a lot on YouTube. You know, you
Tell
really
me,
can.
Tell me, I was looking at that frantically yesterday. We were trying to put a soft top back on a Jeep. But go ahead. Golly.
It's almost not even worth it.
You talk about taking a father-son relationship and damaging it just slightly.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
So we've had a spring, a lot of rain. So we had some gullies in the roads. I'm trying to smooth all that out. I'm as close to the Enoch walk as I get. You know what I mean? It's just me and God and Mama Hendra. You know what I mean?
Believe God's just not going to take you right into heaven.
Yeah. That's so good.
So everything is just running great. And I've been at it a while. I'm about to wrap up and head back to the house. And of course, I'm, checking to be sure everything's all right before I go.
Well, drama's waiting on you back there.
And I'm just about to wrap up, and man, I get to itching and sneezing, and I had like a little mini allergy attack or something. And I don't know what I did to bring it on because I was fine. I'd even took a couple of pictures and sent back earlier. I was fine. I mean, I look at them now as evidence I wasn't having allergy problems.
Now, hold up. Who did you send those pictures to?
Well, I sent it back to Betty. She was asking what I was doing. So I was just sending it back saying, hey.
Yeah, but they're going to use that against you. Look, I'm up here doing all this, trying to get us out of this house and get us ready for this trip. You down there doing this. You don't want to have a proof. No. Because you got to make up stuff that sounded hard.
Bubba,
I mean, you got to
at least act like
you got to say things like, oh, what a miserable trip down there that was.
That was probably
hey, I'm glad I checked on the house because you ain't going to believe the shape it was in. You got to check on it, man.
Yeah, I didn't think that through.
I mean, that water leak.
You don't send like vacation pictures to your wife.
Yeah.
Hey, how about me and God? We got it. It may be dramatic there, but it's not here.
So at one point, I got out.
We always make our getaways sound like they're not as good as they really were.
I got out to adjust the teeth on the front of the box blade. And it happened right after that, and I had just come through a green field. Of course, grass now, I don't know if you've seen it lately, green fields, they're shoulder high in some places. Yeah. So I don't know if I got something on me or, I'm kind of allergic to, I've got grass allergies anyway. So never had that problem before, but that while I was driving the tractor. But, I guess getting out probably. If I'm in the little glass bowl, everything's good.
But if you get over and start running your hand across the blades that have been through every kind of grass God's ever created, that could be tied to that.
Might be it.
I'm gonna bet that's it.
My left eye got blood red.
Oh, buddy.
Blood, like I'd been punched, blood red. Oh. And I thought, well, this is bad.
Is God punishing you for running out of the house?
That's it.
I thought, golly. So, that was. You notice I got sunglasses on a couple of shots just in case. It looks
fine now.
It's still a little itchy today, watering a little bit.
Did you panic like, hey, I got to get out of here? Or what?
Oh, yeah. I went back and took a shower like I was, been in a toxic spray. Right. It's like hazmat,
He got his sunglasses.
Those sunglasses.
Nobody wants to see your red eye.
So, boy, I thought, whew. I was panicked though a little bit.
Well, look, but I can't believe you were sending pictures. What are you doing?
Well, I wasn't thinking.
I bet it was a little cold when you got back.
Well, it's been so busy. Nobody noticed I got back.
That's what you're
I just stayed out of the way.
No, anytime that our wives are in the middle of some handle and we go off it's not joyful. It's something we had to do.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean
well, this did have to be done.
Yeah,
I mean, there was. Some of those ruts wasn't going to make it.
Hey, what? We're getting ready for what? Good night. Look at this text from Gary. We got a barn door broken down there or something. Golly. He's wanting to know. I need to go.
Shooting up 10 foot high.
Good night. We got a water issue down there.
No way to cut it
Just
off.
don't be specific. The water issue might be the pond.
That need fish taken out of it.
Hey, we got an issue at the farm. Wow, we got too many of these, small half-pound bass we need to get out of there.
Rick, who am I?
you don't send pictures of what a great time you're having.
What's wrong with you?
Because you'll get a boy text right back. Well, I'm glad you're having a blast. Look, we'll come back and we're talking about the weekends too and some of the stuff that went on. I guess y'all.
There's some other people escorted out.
Yeah, so we got so some people are at the graduation ceremony. Yeah, I got to go back this again. I mean, you don't send happy pictures from it.
No,
that's a mistake, buddy.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Can't tell you how this solace is right now. Just me, God, and the tractor. Rick and Bubba. Come on in, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie. Hour, you can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Can't have nothing. Earning her degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University, and an unnamed intern. We'll try to get her a name coming up today. How about it? You know what we say, don't we? What we got to do, baby? Everybody together. 1-866-WE-BE-BIG. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. From the No Name Studio, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. For all we ask for, Rick, is 5 hours.
That's all
each
we
and every
need.
day.
We just need 5 from you. I don't think that's an over ask, do you?
High five.
High five. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. We dive deep into the Russian-Ukrainian conflict with Jim Hawkins, who is very knowledgeable, and we'll talk to you about that. I think you'll get a lot out of that if you want to kind of, hey, man, I don't really know what's really going on over here. And you jump in there. I think Jim will do a good job of at least giving you some clarity on what's been going on, the history of Russia and Ukraine, etc. What are some I mean, it's just theories, but what are some theories based on a lot of things he knows on how this thing's going to end? So
yeah, and I think there's a lot of confusion. I know there was a documentary that what's the guy Stone did?
Oliver Stone.
Oliver Stone. Called Ukraine Burning or something
Oliver
like that
Stone.
back several years ago.
Yeah.
And some of that, I think, has added a little confusion to some of this, but you know, Jim really cleared it up, and there's obviously some concerns there, and you see maybe why the Russians are acting the way they are and how it's been a terrible miscalculation.
All right, so out of our videos today, I heard you guys talking about it. I haven't seen it, and this is this close call, a couple of bird watchers from Indiana. Have you seen this?
Oh, me.
And you said you've seen it, right?
Yes, I have seen it.
Yeah. So they're bird watchers. I'm a bird watcher, and they're from Indiana. And they're chased over and by an armed cartel while bird watching in Mexico, right?
Rick, I don't, you know, if you're from, where'd you say, Indiana?
Indiana, yeah.
Surely there's enough birds you can watch between there and the Mexican border, right?
Oh, these
not the Mexican birds.
Yeah, these bird watchers, they go to where
these are Mexican birds, all right.
Yeah, so here we go. Yeah.
Just pick one.
What?
Straight.
Oh, this is so good.
Bike on this road, so there must be civilization somewhere over here.
What are they watching? These are bird watchers that are about to be pulled over by a Mexican cartel armed.
The car behind us is kind of scaring me how fast they're going. I know.
Greg?
It's not scaring me. It's scaring me because what if they're speeding up on us?
By the way, these are 2 new lead characters in the next Disney movie coming out.
Oh my God, they have guns.
Go.
No, please. What? Please.
So here it is again.
Oh my God, they have guns. Jesus.
Go.
No, please. What? Please.
Gringo.
Please, what?
I heard gringo.
Please, what? No, Espanol, please.
Okay.
We're just.
Watch him, Rick. On his heart, man.
Look at this one.
Hey, man, you cry. Hey, please.
No problem, okay?
I'm about to pass out. Logan, don't. It's okay.
No problem, okay?
That can't be real. That's not real, is it?
Okay, so
that's funny.
let me ask you
the
this.
passenger looks like he's legit. I mean, like legit. He's scared.
Look,
Y'all,
even the Mexicans felt bad. No.
Let's look at the camera angles. Who is riding around with a camera out the front and on the driver's? That's all set up.
Here we go, him. It's got to be.
I don't even think my mic's working, so it doesn't matter.
I think it's real, guys.
Yeah, I'm done with us fake or real right out the gate. We don't even talk about is that a drug cartel? What drug cartel? What drugs are out there? Where are these guys from in Indiana? The first thing, I think it's fake.
But how do you? Shame. Do you have? Are there dash cams?
How many of y'all have dash cams so you can see? out and back at you.
Yeah,
it's a new thing that a lot more people are doing, especially with like Uber.
Nobody's doing that
for accident. No, it's a lot. It is. I've seen this.
I understand. I don't think there's a lot of them out there. That's why I think it's a setup.
And well, guys, think of how many selfies there are out there. People want a constant selfie on them all the time. Why not put one on your dash? Boom, we got one.
Well, here's what I would say too.
Boom diggity.
And I'm gonna hit all the scenarios. I'll hit all the scenarios. Okay, we do know that we are living in a time that everybody in the whole wide world thinks that their YouTube channel should be watched by everyone.
They won't be, and that would get a lot of views.
And if I was in the bird watcher community, it is plausible. I'm not saying that I believe it. I'm just giving you the other scenario. It is plausible that we're going to Mexico to see these exotic birds or birds that are part of this region of the world, and we're going to put our YouTube video out to all of our fellow bird watchers who love our bird watcher YouTube channel. And so we're set up out here documenting us going to Mexico.
Right there on the Mexican interstate.
Yeah, going to Mexico.
that was a joke we got from there.
Yeah, I know. But that while we're going to Mexico on this trip, we're documenting it. And we have it set up for us to sit in the car and talk about it as we're going, so we can put it on our YouTube channel and all of our bird watchers watch it. Now that is plausible. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it is plausible. Now the outside shot and the inside shot both being available to us. That does bring some doubt. But I'm just giving you different scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, if they're there doing a show they're going to put online, then it's very possible they could have the car wired for cameras.
And to I'm just thinking because it's so specialized, I could absolutely see my birdwatcher YouTube channel that birdwatchers love, and these two very flamboyant bird watchers have a little decent following on their little YouTube channel. Do I kind of want to watch them bird watch? I kind of do. Because I think.
Let me ask you this:
I think the potential for the stuff like this is good.
Let's say that you do have your car wired for this adventure to document.
Yeah,
and that happens to you. Do you want that footage out there, or is this a way to get more viewers? Do you think, oh, this is good controversy?
All right. Yeah, now go to this again.
And that's why we put it out? Or, most of us, if you had something really embarrassing, you'd destroy it.
No. Now listen, though, but hear me out. This is the thing we have to remember.
It's kind of the guy that the elephant backed up.
But here's the thing. But if we were doing a Rick and Bubba YouTube channel that we have,
right,
and you and I wired the car for adventure, and a drug cartel pulled us over.
Oh, yeah. Well, we think it's funny.
They don't see their reaction as embarrassing.
No.
Well,
we do.
Don't. See, we would think it's funny, but that bunch, I don't know.
Yeah. They're trying to show, like, to their bird watching YouTube channel fans, you wouldn't believe how stressful this was. This drug cartel pulled us over, and there's nothing that we say, wow, they really are flaming. Well, they don't care. I mean, that's like,
if real, they're in the middle of nowhere on a dirt road, and they think they're about to get killed.
Yes.
If real.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I'd react, because if you're...
Well, we wouldn't react that way.
No,
I would react that way. I would react that way. I'm going to say it. I would react that way.
Bubba would scream, I got biscuits.
Right. If I had no firearm to defend myself and a pile of cartel got out, I don't know how I would react if it's real. But the passenger, I am locked in on him.
Yeah.
Because he might be a good actor, but if so, he needs to get in some shows. It looks real.
All you got to do is watch Modern Family and know that straight people can act. I mean, let's face it. I mean, what's the big guy's name?
Yeah, he's funny.
What's his name on there? I forget his name.
I don't know.
But gosh, it's I can't think of that.
The passenger,
the character's name.
The passenger, he said, "Go, go, go." I think the driver made a really good decision by not going anywhere.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's true.
Because if he takes off, it's probably over.
Mm-hmm. Guys, I follow a lot of these van life people that do these crazy transcontinental trips.
Follows a lot of van life people.
Oh, yeah. All about it.
Van life
And
people.
they will go from Canada to all the way down to Chile. Like, people do that stuff all the time.
Chile?
But these shakedowns happen all the time. It's very common in these Latin American countries. These shakedowns are very, and you get shaken down by the police, you get shaken down by the cartels, you get shaken down by everybody.
Yeah. To them, Bubba.
So wouldn't the people shaking you down take your money and the video so they couldn't be identified?
I don't know if
maybe they didn't shake
y'all
want
to watch it again.
Maybe they just let them go.
Yeah, maybe they just.
But
they can't earn a living like that.
But to them, this is you and me getting the bullhorn taken away from us at the Iron Bowl tailgate broadcast.
I think the cartel was like, these guys are not a threat.
Right.
Instantly.
I think they probably let him go.
Yeah.
Because first time they say gringo, it already de-escalates.
Car behind us is kind of scaring me how fast they're going. It's not scaring me.
Somebody's been
Scaring me
littering.
because what if they're speeding up on us to rob us or something?
You see it says Our Mexico Experience?
Yep.
See, I'm telling you, they got a YouTube channel.
For sure.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they have guns.
Go, 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 go,
No,
go,
no, 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 please,
go.
please. What? Please.
Here it is again.
Oh my God, they have guns.
No, focus on the passenger, please.
No, please. What? Please. Please, what? Please, what? No, Espanol, please. We're just.
No problem. Okay?
They are so scared.
Please.
No problem. Okay?
I'm about to pass out.
Okay? No problem.
Logan, don't. It's okay.
No problem. Okay?
So there's no way to really know, but either I could believe either way.
When those guys get out of the car, it looks like they've gotten out of the car with guns pointed like that before. So I would have been real scared.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh man, you're out there. It's a different game. We'll be back. 17 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba.
Your truck. As we start this hour, and we're looking back over the weekend. So anyway, I did do that. I did learn that the Peach Pass, if you don't have it, you got to get out of that lane. And I begrudgingly got out of the lane and got over there everybody else. Now, was I in the lane too long? We'll see.
So let me ask you this: what is the ticket price?
Well, let's see. We got a caller right here. I do want to tell you this, and you go from what is it called? HSV line, or what? When you can
HOV,
whatever HOV. If you have more than two or more, you can ride in that lane. Well, that's what I was doing, and then it turned into Peach Pass, and you know, and my accountability son showed me that there was what is a Peach Pass, Dad? And then we got out of the line. Now, did we get out? Did we get out in time? Leon in Alabama. Leon, how are you?
Green Acres, gentlemen.
How about it, Leon?
Go ahead.
Beware the Peach Pass. If you ain't got the pass. Yeah, I got a $48 ticket myself. I don't know how long I was actually in that lane. I went from HOV just like you did.
Right.
And then all of a sudden I had those little rails on my right-hand side. I couldn't get out.
Oh, yeah.
But my ticket was $48.
Well,
so is it
I got to
more,
tell you that's worth it.
Let me ask you this. Is it more based on how far you drive in that lane? If every time you pass a camera site, does
probably
it add up?
Yeah. Every time you have an opportunity that you could have exited,
Rick.
then you're going to get a bigger ticket.
That hurt. But anyway, well, look.
Rick, I'm thinking your ticket's going to be $800.
No, look, how about this? I didn't understand it, and this was told to me many years ago by a judge in Panama City. Ignorance of the law does not make me innocent.
Not bliss.
Right. And so once I discovered that I was where I wasn't supposed to be, I did move as soon as I could safely get over. So anyway, I will pay the fine if I was in it too long.
Rick, they actually say you can go online and search your tag on their website,
Right.
and you'll see what invoice you're getting.
Look, that's fine. That's
ticket fee
All
plus
right.
penalty for using the lane.
I think I'm gonna be going to Atlanta enough over this summer, and with as long as I got one living there, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get one.
Yeah, you got to.
But I will say this: this is how they
But
get
Rick,
you.
that's how they get you. You go on the site looking that admits guilt.
But
So
Bubba, listen to this.
they start looking for your tag. then.
What do we often talk about? We often talk about speed traps. That's when the speed limit goes, say, from 70 down to 45 within a half a mile.
Over a hill,
Over
and
a
you can't see it coming, and somebody's hiding in a bush over there.
If I could tell my brothers and sisters who are in charge of Atlanta, and maybe I missed it. Okay, maybe I did. Okay, because I want to give benefit of the doubt. There needs to be something that says HOV line is ending, Peach Pass is beginning, because it's the same lane.
Rick, I think it does.
Does it?
yeah. Rick, I'm gonna guess they
I
put
really
some
do.
pretty
I think
big
it does.
signs up about
A
it
lot of
somewhere.
Peach Pass. There's rate cards. It's just weird, y'all. It's a lot to look at. We try not to get killed out here. Can't look at all that.
What do they tell you, Rick? Don't drive
Yeah, I saw
distracted, right?
Yeah.
So what do? They put signs for you to read all over the highway.
I mean, don't
Think
drive
about
distracted. Peach Pass. Here's our rate card. Lawrenceville, $10. Over here. Where am I going? And it's very confusing.
Rick, you got direction signs, you got speed limit signs, you got reader boards up
Good
there.
gracious.
You got outdoor all over the
My
place.
goodness.
I mean, how do you drive and not be distracted?
Yeah, there's an Amber Alert. I mean, I don't know what.
You spinning this and playing the victim is your role. That's a good
Well,
angle.
what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to be selfless and help others.
Right.
So we'll see how that goes. But I want to thank my son for holding me accountable and quoting How to Be a Man, the 40-Day Journal.
Yeah.
All right. So let's
Dad just talked about integrity.
well, we did stay there, didn't we, son? Let me pull right on over here and cut this guy off. All right. So anyway, another thing from this weekend, God love the idea of having a vehicle that you can take the top on and off of.
Yeah.
Hey, that looked good on paper, and there's a lot. You see all these happy videos of people doing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And but
Happy videos.
So and,
Rick,
and they look
hey,
like they're
Rick.
having a blast.
Rick,
I mean, they look,
Rick, welcome to Jeep life.
right. And then they'll show you a video of them taking it on and off, and it looks like it's nothing.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're having a party.
I'm like, man, look, no offense, 2 girls did it. You know what I mean? They've got one of those where 2 girls are surfing or whatever. It looks so easy. And it looks so easy. It just looks and it looks like so much fun.
Yeah, everybody's smiling.
But the problem,
nobody's sweating in those. You ever know?
Oh boy, I'll tell you, there's one large daddy that sweated his rear end off yesterday afternoon. So we had taken the top off. Now, when you're taking the top off of a Jeep, and my son has a soft top. I think it's like a 2011 Jeep Wrangler or whatever. So when we're taking the soft top off, and we all know we do it, and I know human nature, and I know me. I'm not, we're all delusional to some point. I just don't want to be crazy delusional. I realize as we're having fun taking the top off, we're not paying attention like we should.
Yeah.
I don't pay attention really well anyway. You know what I mean?
Right.
As I saw a group email go out about this class that I teach on Sundays, they're trying to get the schedule of who's teaching when, and in it says, let's not bother Burgess with this because he's constantly distracted. $22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. The gang's all here, and we'll try to chat with you before we're done today and get you into another weekend. Bubba, we understand the Trekkies out there. The Smithsonian has just received a gift.
Rick, there's few prosthetic applications in sci-fi more famous than those of Spock's ears.
Yeah.
The famous Vulcan ears that Leonard Nimoy wore were when they were making the original Star Trek. They were when the series wrapped up. They gave him those ears in a little glass box.
Oh, yeah, you got to have
when the
that.
series wrapped up in '69. It has been in the family for a long time. Of course, Spock died not too long ago. You remember that a couple of years back.
Now, what was the actor again?
I'm not going to say his last name. Leonard Nimoy.
What?
How do y'all say it?
Nimoy.
Okay, fine. I'll go with that.
Bubba, you're the Spock guy.
You're the track
This is your guy.
Yeah, but I don't do names well.
You know where he kept. You know where he kept his Vulcan ears, though, don't you? On his Vulcan head.
His family
Wish you had something to
is
sip.
donating the ears in the glass case to the National Air and Space Museum so that people can see them firsthand. So there you go. They'll be. I guess that's the one. That's the one in D.C. You'll be able to see it when you go in there.
Mike Tyson bought them? What's the deal?
Yeah, they just went to the top of his real ears, but but I guess in 1969, special effects not what they are today.
Right.
I mean, those things look kind of cheap, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, without an ear on them, they look really strange.
Yeah.
Rick, you remember those big plastic ears we had?
Oh, yeah.
For Halloween one year that
Oh,
fit
yeah.
over your ear?
Oh yeah. That's Bubba and I were just discussing when people don't realize they have something like those people. They shot that TV show and ended it in 1969. It certainly had some success, but they had no idea the franchise they were creating for the future.
No.
Did they?
Yeah.
It's
because it wasn't on how many seasons? It wasn't that many, was it?
There's Nimrod
Didn't
there.
say. It
There
didn't
he
say.
is. Look at old Nimoy. Nimroy.
But the fact that was 50 years ago and where that
Wow.
franchise still is
Oh,
today is
do
amazing.
you stay with it? Like, do you see the new Star Trek movies and things like that?
I do some. you know, my kids like to watch them. Hunter likes to see them, and I've watched several with him that were pretty good.
What's your favorite? Wrath of Khan?
Well, you know, for me, the old original series was what I, you know, was more familiar with, and you know, Wrath of Khan's a hard one to beat. You know, that's a good one.
Leonard Montalban with what was his name? Something Montalban. And he had they put a fake muscle chest on him.
Yeah,
remember?
yeah, yeah. Special effects.
Ricardo Montalban.
Ricardo.
What? Hey, you thought it?
Is that not
You might as well say Nimroy. Montalban.
Yeah, was it Ricardo? Remember he used to do
it is
the,
Ricardo, and he used to do
car
the
commercial.
the Chrysler Cordoba.
Yeah, Chrysler Cordoba,
which
you had.
I
By the
actually
way.
drove
Yeah,
in,
it
in
was a
college
good
in
day.
1977 Chrysler Cordoba. I was rolling that thing out in '83, headed to Troy.
You know, we
I
were
was very
talking,
popular with the team though.
We were talking about Star Wars when it first came out, the first movie, before we knew there was going to be 25 of them.
Right.
That you know, the producer on that actually booked a trip to Hawaii with his family because he didn't want to read the bad reviews when it came out. Didn't even go to the opening night.
Oh yeah, Star Wars. Yeah, because he thought he was going to be ridiculed.
Yeah,
George
he
Lucas
didn't want to hear it and left. And then look how big that turned.
Madden kind of blew up.
Yeah, it did.
Three
It really
seasons Star Trek was on.
Yeah, the original
Is that all
series
three?
was 66 to 69.
That's amazing,
That
by the
is.
way.
That is.
And still,
How many episodes is that total, Adler? Because I feel like I've seen all of them.
66 to 69 on the original series. Let's see here. Was this the one, by the way, where Shatner was the first white guy to kiss a black girl on TV? Did y'all know
Watch
that?
out.
He broke the race barrier.
now you're stirring something up.
80 episodes, 79 episodes.
Yeah. Now when did which
That's a
episode
lot
he
of-
kiss her in?
That's a lot
I'll
of
look it up.
episodes for 3 years, isn't it?
That is a lot of episodes.
I mean, I think
they have
now
like 10.
Now they maybe do 24 a year. Something.
Yeah, I never watched it. I didn't get
I
into
didn't
Star
either.
Trek till I went to see, I think, Wrath of Khan that y'all were talking about. I remember seeing one of the motion pictures, and it was entertaining.
movies were pretty
yeah,
good.
they weren't bad, but I never watched all the movies either.
Motion picture was 79. Wrath of Khan was 82. Search for Spock was 84. And then 86, 89, 91, 94.
The
93.
I
original,
remember when,
the original movie I thought was pretty good.
You remember our cousin? That
That's
he was-
where the alien had took over the Voyager spacecraft, which, you know, is out of our solar system
yeah.
now, and was looking. It had kind of mutated with that satellite, and it was looking to try to come back to Earth to transmit its power, and it was destroying everything it ran into. It was kind of cool.
I don't remember that. I remember one where the answer to all of our problems was whales.
That was
I forgot about that.
That was in the fourth one.
You're
Wasn't
talking
it?
about a letdown.
Wasn't it the fourth movie? When they come
No,
back?
I don't know.
It was a letdown. Adler, you not into Star Trek?
I'm not a Star Trek guy.
A little bit
no.
of surprise there.
Well, I don't know how to feel about that, but no, I'm not a Trekkie.
Is there anything of y'all's that they would put in the Smithsonian? You know, like after the show, like, okay, buddy, after the show is over. This is something that you used, and we're putting it in. Let's say that not the Smithsonian, but maybe some type of museum, broadcast museum.
Bubba's headphones.
Bubba's headphones.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
And his chair for surviving.
Did you hear his tone? He wasn't sure if he was going to say it.
Rick had his chair. Everybody listens to Rick. Everybody goes, "That's a hell of a chair."
No wonder we get emails.
I'm sorry, Bubba.
What's that thing made of?
I'm sorry, Bubba.
That's a good one.
Rick, I'm in my quiet voice. I really want to say it, but I'm not sure.
Walked up like in Bubba's chair.
It's my timid making fun of voice. I'm sorry, Bubba. I'm sorry.
It's a different tone when it's not Greg, isn't it? It's a much different tone. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just tell him when he's teaching. That's how I operate. I told my wife, I follow instructions very well. You know what I mean? But I don't expect me just to come up with this own plan. So we're all so happy we're about to ride around on this perfect day, you know, several weeks ago, that we were so excited that when we were taking the soft top off, and to get it off, we celebrated. We were excited. We remember I told the story. We drove around singing songs about country roads.
Yeah. Right.
And it was so good.
Take me home.
And then all of a sudden we realized that our son turns 16 tomorrow, and he's going to have to take a driver's test in this vehicle, and there's rain in the forecast all week. So,
and if there's one thing you don't want, Rick, is a state trooper with a wet notebook.
No, you know what else you don't want, even if it's a clear day? I don't think troopers want to ride with the top off.
Probably not.
You know what I mean? Because that hat will fly right out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Start to say that hat is not
It's
really.
not a wind hat.
Yeah. No, it's not.
But anyway, so yesterday, you know how you do that? Now we got to do it. I said, we need to get that top back on. Nobody wanted, and nobody, you bring it up, it's like you bring in, we're going to turn loose a rabid, skunk through here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, we got a car in the garage. We got to get the top back on. So we're watching the rain and trying to watch the window, and then foolishly someone says, "Well, it didn't look like it was that bad." Now I don't know when the last time anybody's ever tried to accomplish something with a teenage boy. So me and he's at that age we've all made fun of on there where he speaks and grumbles and. Of course, he said you're in the Peach Pass lane, really clear. Yeah. But anyway, so I said, hey, we got to work together on this now, okay? Because and I'm gonna get frustrated in the process, and it's not gonna go smoothly. No, Dad, I got YouTube. I can watch a YouTube video. I said, the YouTube video though they don't show you the intricate details like where these things fasten. They don't get a good camera shot of that. And I've looked at the instruction manual, and you might as well throw that and start a fire with it. I mean, it's a bunch of cartoons with arrows pointing places, but there's nothing close up that says this thing attaches this way.
Mm-hmm.
So we get to the point, we follow all the different steps, and then we had a couple start overs and do overs, and then we get to the point to where it should be fastening. I said, son, there's nothing else left. And we got into various, moments of where, we didn't love each other like we should have. And so I said, and everything you say to them, they're doing. Are you feeling like, yes, sir? So you've done that? Yes, sir. Okay, then came the dad moment that every dad says, now we've turned into our own fathers. When I said, I started doing various things about hummingbirds and all that.
How they fly backwards.
And then finally, you remember this one? I wish I could do it all. Yeah. I wish there was some way I could sit back here pushing the thing forward and be sitting where you were in the front seat fastening the fastest. But I can't do both. My arms aren't long enough to do both of these.
I got to have a partner here.
So I start looking, I start fiddling around with the fasten myself, the little thing that has to go in the front.
Yeah.
And I notice an extension. I said, are you flipping this extension out? Because we're inches from this thing connecting. It looks like that'll do it. No, I've done that every time. I said, so you're flipping that out when we get up and it won't fit. Are you pushing that thing out for the extension to reach? Oh, that's what I've been doing every time.
Yeah, and so it kind of goes here and grabs it.
I said, are you absolutely sure? Now that I've shown it to you, I have a sense we're going to get in this Jeep and it's going to fasten this time. I can tell by the look on your face. No, I've been doing that. Are you certain? I think so. And I think, and so we sit down and all of a sudden we go forward like that and I hear, clunk. I said, well, buddy. I said, did I hear that thing fasten? Well, I don't know. Maybe we finally got the other part right. No, I'm going to bet that I've been sweating. I've been sweating like I've been stuck in solitude at the worst prison in this country in this Jeep burning up. And I said, about 3 times ago, we should already had this fastened. We've gone back and redone this, and you just didn't see that extension? Well, I thought I did. And I just thought, well, golly. I mean, it's like, and then, of course, I knew you were going to say that. Well, yeah, I'm going to say it because it's okay to say, well, I don't think so. You know what I mean? But we all know this thing.
Or I don't understand what you're talking about.
I don't understand what you mean. Hey, I just noticed that too. We're all working together, son. Now I'm drenched, real sweaty. And I said, then you do this. I'm never taking it off again. That's it. That's it. Never again. Country road, take me home.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You might find deal or no deal. I don't wear it to play. It's my hair.
Donald Trump in Israel. He has landed. He is making some comments. Now
we got live coverage up there, Rick.
You said something a minute ago that were like, okay. By the way, that's not the Garden Tomb is better. But anyway, so I'm looking. He's at the Church of the Holy. How you say that?
Sepulchre.
Yeah,
sepulchre.
I was going to let you wrestle that a minute.
Yeah.
I wasn't even going in, but the Garden Tomb place is better, by the way. But anyway, so
now, is that the one where they claim the tomb was?
Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. We'll get some more phone calls of yours in here momentarily. If you want to join us, carshield.com/Bubba. CarShield.com/Bubba. It's really sort of a no-brainer why you should get CarShield. They just make it easy and affordable to protect your car from expensive repairs. That's just one reason why we encourage you to have a protection plan through CarShield.com/Bubba. Whether your car's 5,000 or 150,000 miles on it, you have monthly coverage options for all budgets, and they make it easy to get whatever you drive fixed. If you need a covered repair of any type, you get to choose the mechanic that you trust, and their administrators take care of the rest. Plans even provide rental car options as well as roadside assistance and trip reimbursement, all at no extra cost. You heard us talking about Jillian in Georgia. If you heard me mention this, before. If not, she's the one said I heard about CarShield for years, and we have a 2014 BMW, and the warranty, of course, had ended because it's an expensive car to fix. We figured CarShield would probably be in our best interest, and Jillian found out that she was right. A few weeks after we had some electrical and engine repairs done, everything went well. The claims process was all handled by the dealership without any problems, and we were happy in driving our BMW with smiles. Very satisfied with CarShield. Thanks for turning us on to it. You're welcome, Jillian. So if you want to get the coverage that you need, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, just contact CarShield.com/Bubba for your free quote. 2, tell them you all about your vehicle. And 3, choose the type of protection you need. That's it. It's very simple, and they have your back. We love the vehicles that we drive, and we're not looking to replace ours anytime soon. So get it covered by CarShield. You won't have to replace yours either. Join us and go get the coverage you need today at CarShield.com/Bubba, or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's CarShield.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Yeah, go ahead.
Nimoy, am I saying that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Nimoy?
Yeah,
Leonard Nimoy.
Leonard Nimoy.
I always loved when he narrated something. He did a lot of documentaries. I always thought he had a great voice for that.
Yeah, yeah, he did. No doubt about it.
You remember The Search for Noah's Ark?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I do remember that one. I was thinking about series like that I was never interested in, but then later in life, there's almost an entertainment version of how we act as adults concerning food.
Mm-hmm.
When you're a little kid, there's just some things that you will not eat. And Greg, of course, was one of the big examples of this. There was only maybe 4 things he would eat.
Yeah.
But as you get older and you start eating things that you never would have even considered as a child, I think there's an entertainment version of that. I was the kind of person, the Lord of the Rings trilogy was long gone. And people are always talking about Lord of the Rings, and I was like, Lord of the Rings. And I thought, there's another bunch of weirdos. And then everybody was like, "Have you ever seen Lord of the Rings?" And I was like, "No, you need to give that. You need to give that a shot." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know about Lord of the Rings." And I remember one Christmas while we were on our 2-week vacation, they're all available on DVD and everything.
Takes about that long to watch them.
Yeah, it does. And it was, I remember, cold and rainy most of the time we were off, and I watched the Lord of the Rings. I mean, like when people were like, "You're just now seeing Lord of the Rings," and I was like, you know what, I kind of dig it. And same thing like Star Trek, the TV show.
Yeah.
You couldn't have got me to even go anywhere near that show.
No.
And then when these movies started coming out when I was in high school, everybody's like, "Well, you need to go. This was really good movie."
I think the first one got me really into it. I mean, I knew what it was, but when I was a kid, I didn't like Star Trek because I thought, I followed the Apollo program, and I'm like, well, they don't understand what's going on, or they're making fun of it, or something. I was like, I wasn't into the sci-fi aspect of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, space is always a mark against you if it comes to me as far as entertainment.
Right.
I'm thankful for the space program. I'm not one of those people. But I just normally don't like shows that everybody's stuck out in space.
Can't get back.
I'm not into that. And so if your whole storyline is in space, that's one mark against you. Yeah. I didn't watch Battlestar Galactica.
What about Space 1999?
How about that? No, didn't watch that. Didn't like Star Wars. Didn't go to see Star Wars.
I watched the first 2, and I was like,
but I was on Star Wars later.
Me too.
The kid, we had to read the book in 7th grade, and that got some interest in it.
So Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, they were. I didn't watch those too much. I mean, till they were available out there for you to go get whenever you want. Never went to the movie to see any of them, and I realized that they were actually pretty good. Now once you start doing prequels and all that, you kind of lose me. I can't keep up with all that. So anyway, other things.
So it had 5 shows, TV shows that came out of the original, and 11 movies.
There you go.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
And as Adler wanted to inform us, the Cap he broke racial barriers.
Yep,
he did.
Yeah, I remember that episode, but it wasn't voluntarily. There was a alien make them acting out a play, and that's where the kiss took place.
Wow.
Yeah, I do remember
aliens
that.
captured them, made them act out a play.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
Watch out.
Yeah, that was it.
Now I'm over here feeling silly that I never watched that TV show.
You must be in the play.
But even now, it was one of those TV shows like
Carry them sugar up.
You know how I have all these. You know, I have all these weird quirks. Anyway, I'm such a quirky person.
Right.
There was something about the way it looked on TV. I couldn't. I just that show. When Star Trek was on, it's almost. It was like It was almost like somebody put a puzzle in front of me.
Right.
Do you remember
when they would teleport? It was
Yeah,
you know.
and they're working on that now. That technology. It's funny how
I'm not gonna hold my breath.
It's funny how some of the things he envisioned have kind of come to pass.
Yeah.
You know, antimatter. You know, they're working on that theory now. Engines that would involve antimatter.
Do you realize how incredible, the being able to teleport would be for someone with secondhand embarrassment?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I'm
my
out.
God.
But now you'd have to be on the probably you'd have to be on a pad set up to do that, or have someone that could control. You couldn't just disappear from place to place.
Greg, you wouldn't have to commute. You could have a pad at home and a pad here, and all of a sudden you're here.
Oh, Greg, y'all do with me in meetings. Here's what it is.
Oh yeah.
Now seriously, he'll teleport right out of here.
Yeah, you better go tell him.
You see that pad right there?
Right there he goes.
And Rick,
I told you.
Rick, everybody made fun of the fact they had communicators, which was a little computer they carried with them all the time. Wait a minute.
We got him.
That's right.
Yeah. So just give it a guess. I mean, he'll teleport right out of
If
here.
you see him get up, walk into that pad over there, it's over.
There he goes. See his particles? I told you, no small talk.
Rick, where'd he go?
Right.
Where'd he go? I just heard a funny noise. Where'd he go?
Okay, so good. So tell me what we're talking about. What do we want to do here? First of all, I just I went to high school and so. Of course, that was my mom. She did. There he goes.
And he's out.
Don't go, Rick. All right. Well, we planned this meeting. Now you've caused Rick to teleport. Well, he's texting me. He's at home.
Yeah.
He's texting me. He's home. Remember that the vapor.
Oh yeah, that's brilliant.
Can't believe Kevin's tournament's so early in the month this year. All right, so
you thought of
so early. It's never been this early, has it?
No, I don't think so. It's normally in the teens.
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday. He said it's early. He said that where he normally has it, that he couldn't get this.
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Is that how did you tie that into transporting out of somewhere?
I'd rather not say. But
Call him out, Bubba. Thank you, Bubba.
Well, it's just not
What do
easy
you
to
mean?
get
What do you mean
to.
there?
You'd like to get home quicker, is what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. If I
Traffic sometimes
Or you
when
like
you
to
go that
park.
far south
You'd
is
like
tough.
to park within 3 miles. And
if I can't
Getting
find
past the Shelby County Airport is a feat.
well, let me say this time.
I'm gonna leave my car in Pelham and walk in.
Yeah. But let me tell you something. You know what saved it? He's moved the tournament so far away in recent years that if I have to be able to go onto the farm from there.
Oh yeah.
And come back.
make a day
So I
of
feel
it.
like that I accomplished a couple things.
Yeah, that's good.
You know what I mean?
That's what I think, buddy.
I don't know if y'all have ever hit that road though during spring and summer at the wrong time.
Oh, it's tough.
Cost
It is tough. Red.
We got to find.
Red line is
We're
what
going to
you
have to
see on
find
the map.
another. Hey, we're going to have to find another way for the nation and including Canada to get to the Gulf Coast.
Yeah.
There's got to be another way.
Right.
And maybe there's too many lakes down that way. I mean, it's
Build a bridge.
There's just too many cars. It's just too much. We were talking. We talked about the Eric Church thing, and that is kind of a tough, the dilemma there.
Mm-hmm.
But this Albert Pujols thing.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, Albert's gonna have a tough time
He needs to
justifying
go
this
the
one.
other way a little bit.
Albert, I think you've earned a day off.
Yeah, he did not play in a spring training game while his wife had brain surgery. He played in it.
No, he did play.
I mean, he played.
Yeah.
Rick, she had brain.
He's
he's playing while she was having brain surgery.
His wife's
Got
having
hit.
Yeah, like it was a root canal.
brain surgery, and he plays in the spring training
It's not even
game.
a real game.
Yeah.
You know, that would have
got
been
a hit and then was told, "Hey, she's good.
She's all right."
That would have been. I think that would have been
in my hit. That's good.
That would have been a tough sell to my wife. I think.
Yeah.
Even if she says go, you probably go, I'll be
because
there.
that go was a test.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, just like when Sarah said, "Go ahead and sleep with Hagar," she took it back. They always take it back. And so, look, even if your wife says, it's just brain surgery. So she's in one of those things where people say things like this. Well, it's not like it's brain surgery.
Right.
In this case, yes, it is.
Yeah.
How serious? I know
It's
that
your
sounds
brain.
ridiculous.
It's your brain. They're
what
working on your brain.
What kind of surgery was it
on
for what?
Tuesday, he posted on his social media account that she was preparing for surgery to remove a brain tumor discovered back in October.
My goodness, it don't get no worse than that. And he's out there shagging flies.
I want y'all to listen to this line. Okay, listen to this
There's got to
line.
be something here we're missing.
Listen to this line that will haunt Albert Pujols forever as a husband. Pujols doesn't plan to leave camp early to return to California to be with his wife. He may head to see her during some days off between the end of camp and the start of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he not only missed the surgery, he's not going to be there for recovery either.
Well, he said he'll get back during a couple of days. He's got off before the season starts.
He said that her mom is with her, and there's a lot of family support around.
They're
her.
all there.
Yeah, he'll get there eventually.
Yeah, I'll get there. Boy,
He's got to work on his swing.
I'll tell you one thing about that brain. It's not going to forget this.
Oh, that's great.
Or the mothers, which is his mother-in-law.
They're tearing him limb for limb. I can't believe Albert's not here.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
I don't know which one.
Which one is it where they claimed the stable was? They built a church on that too.
You're right, Bob. I don't remember. I'm just telling you, of the two tomb places you can go in Israel, the Garden Tomb is better than the other one. It's a much better presentation. It's a little less, like we've turned it into. When they build churches on top of things, it kind of takes away a little bit. The Garden Tomb,
that was the thing
and they're
one
not
time.
claiming that this is it. They're just saying this. If this isn't it, it's a lot like the one the Bible talks about.
Right.
And it's a really incredible presentation. But we had the Lord's Supper there, and it was really moving. But and of course you remember that's when I got turned around in there and lost the family.
Right.
And then I
right.
walked out, and there was another group coming in of Nigerians, and my hair was long, and I had the beard, and I walked out, and I just said, "He is risen."
Yeah.
And and they started singing Hallelujah, and all that, and then I heard what I've heard most of my life: "Get over here! What's wrong with you?" Well, I got turned. You have to duck to come out, so I came out and. But if another group's coming in, you need to get out. But anyway, so he's there. I heard him make a comment a minute ago, and just to be consistent, I've heard others make the comment. And I'm not going to say if Trump makes it, it's okay, but others can't make it. He said this is not a conflict between two faiths. Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, if you don't understand the spiritual side of this conflict between the Palestinians and the Arab world and Israel, if you don't know the religious connotations of it, you're wasting your time. And I've said that about others, and I'll say the same thing about him. That's an incredibly naive statement. It is two faiths against each other.
Well, I think in the speech he was given, that Rick, was when he was addressing the Saudis and all that, the more moderate bunch. But I don't know if he would exactly. Boy, the video of that sea line, that's incredible.
Yeah,
I didn't realize the video was that good, by the way.
We've got that coming up. I've gotten the the sea line attack was my number one email from the weekend, and we'll get to that here in a minute, all over social media as well, as I've tried to warn everyone about animals attacking at an alarming rate and doing things that are uncharacteristic. But back to this, if you do not understand in the Middle Eastern conflict that one religion and one faith doesn't want the other one to exist at all, you can't do anything. There's no amount of land that you're going to give the Palestinians. They go, hey, we're good. That's been tried because they do not want Israel to exist. They want it all. And if you don't understand that, then going over there saying we're going to sit around and I'm going to do the art of the deal and I'm going to sit down and talk to the Palestinians and the Israelis and I'm going to work this out because I'm a good businessman, you're out of your mind. I mean, that's just a very naive statement. And we've said that about everybody who's tried it that way. Look, the only person that's ever been consistent is George W. Bush. He understood the biblical ramifications of it and, frankly, didn't fool with it. Do you remember? He's like...
Well, yeah, he got criticized for not being involved more, and I think his position was there's no need to be.
Yeah,
it ain't going to get fixed.
It's not going to get resolved. until Christ returns. So it's now I know he was ostracized for that, but at least he understood it.
There's something, and I don't know what it is. It's just kind of strange when you see Donald Trump there with the, the Jewish what with has the long hair. What's the
you talking about the
Orthodox Jews,
Jewish,
right?
Yeah.
This is the church that was built over the cave that the early Christians claimed that where Jesus' body was laid.
That's right. Yeah.
And what it was, I looked it up here. Let's see. One of the Roman emperors, and I won't bore you with his name since I can't say it, in the 2nd century built a temple dedicated to the goddess Venus on top of the cave to basically destroy the story of Jesus' resurrection. But a later emperor ordered that it be turned into a church because of his mother, I believe, was a believer at the time.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of that back and forth stuff.
Helena, as a matter of fact, was her name, Speedy, is believed to have rediscovered the tomb. And they say it's some of the earliest writings that indicated that's where the tomb was.
Right.
Even though the garden tomb setup looks more like what you would think.
That would be like me rolling up to the Michigan-Ohio State game, and I said, this is not a game between two schools. Yes, it is. You know, I mean,
when did he say that, Rick?
Well, they were showing up there. They were putting the quote up on the screen that this is not a disagreement between two faiths. I mean, that's the quote they keep putting up on the screen. So I guess he just said it a minute ago. I don't know, but
I think it was this weekend at the Saudi deal. Yeah,
but it is. I mean, and one does not want. Wow. 8 minutes to the top of the hour at Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so Panama City, Florida. Excited about being with you guys tomorrow for the marriage gathering with Sherry and I. Excited, headed out. See you tomorrow around 4 o'clock. Doors open at 3. If you don't have tickets to come, you can still come. The only thing that's sold out is the dinner they're going to give the couples after we're done. So that's all you would miss out on if you still want to come now. And we'll see you there at Highland Park Baptist Church tomorrow. Also, looking ahead, Sherry goes back on the road coming up this Monday, Tuesday, as the Student Leadership University Youth Pastor Summit Tour continues. It'll move to Orlando, Florida on the Monday and Tuesday. Sherry speaks on Tuesday. And if you are a youth pastor and you'd like to go to that, you can. Or if you are a church and want to send your youth pastor to that summit, it goes to Orlando next Monday and Tuesday. Then the following Monday and Tuesday, it'll be in Dallas. Then they'll skip a week for Easter and then come back and pick up Nashville. You can find all that by going to burgessministries.com. Under upcoming events, Sherry has the session on pain and suffering, and you can catch that if you so desire as that tour continues, working its way through April. All right, so Bubba, we have Whoopi Goldberg. She's on the View, of course, and you know everybody's starting to say this Will Smith debacle and the way it was handled, and he got his award, and everybody still clapped for him, and he went on to the party, and all this is just another sign of the Hollywood elite. They live in a different world, and one of the guests makes some comment like that, and Whoopi takes issue with it. So here we go.
Again, goes back to why some people feel like Hollywood elites are a bunch of hypocrites, because they go out there and they give these, these statements of moral, superiority about things and political statements, and then they're
I'm sorry. As one of those people, I gotta stop you because I just want to stop with this elite stuff because a lot of us work for a living. Mm-hmm. We work, we collect a check, we got families, we try to do the same thing, the good stuff that everybody else tries to do. And it really pisses me off when people start to talk about people who work in Hollywood, with just not just actors, but all the other folks. So please, when you're talking about actors, be specific. If you're pissed off about somebody or how they act, don't put it on all of us, because that's like saying all black people like chicken.
Well, I mean, not saying that people don't work for it, but when you're making
and Joy goes on to try to defend what Whoopi's saying, and then the rest of the panel says, well, to the average American, it just comes across like you're hypocrites because you're on this moral ground, but then some things you do in your life are totally opposite.
By the way, terrible comparison on the chicken thing.
Yeah,
that's not the same thing.
And Whoopi interrupted her. By the way, she butt in.
She sure did.
Let her finish.
Big time butt in.
Yeah, it was.
Well, and where Whoopi doesn't,
or just a plain person,
but again,
this working person.
This shows the arrogance and the pride. If Whoopi Goldberg, and I don't know how Whoopi Goldberg lives her life, if Whoopi Goldberg lives her life in a way that is not hypocritical. And she does not live her life like she lives by a different set of rules than your run-of-the-mill Americans or whatever, hardworking Americans. Well, then the comments that are being made are not about her. You could just sit there and go, well, they're not talking to me because I don't live that way. That's that thing when people always come and say, and I want to say, well, now if you're not doing those things, then whatever's being said doesn't apply to you.
Mm-hmm.
But I think where we have a problem with the Whoopster, and I've heard some of her tirades before, is that she doesn't treat people the same way she's asking this co-host to treat her.
Right.
She lumps people together into groups all the time.
I hate to say it, she acted like a Hollywood elite in her complaint of being compared as a Hollywood elite.
Well, remember what you find in Scripture, and you find that you have the mocker. And there's another word that the Scripture uses and says, if you try to hold these kind of people accountable or anything, they'll attack you.
Yeah.
But if you want to meet somebody who really has their act together, who understands when you're holding them accountable, they'll actually love you for it. But so notice how defensive she went real quick, and that probably tells us more than even if she said anything. Whatever she said is hard to hear because of the whole reason she said it.
Yeah, right.
And by the way, for the record, I love chicken, especially
I do too.
Especially fried.
Oh yeah,
and I love a nice ice cold watermelon.
That's right.
I love
both
it.
very good.
Love it.
To the phones we go. Let's go to Louisiana where Josh standing by. Hey, Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Monkey grass green acres.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that very much. Thanks for taking time to call us. Go ahead. Scoffer.
Right, so,
that was it. A scoffer and a mocker. I'm sorry, Josh. At our age, when you remember something you couldn't remember, it feels good when it finally pops back in there. Sorry to just shout that out loud. Go ahead.
All right. So Bubba had some questions earlier. Didn't know what biomass was.
What was?
Renewable energy.
Biomass?
Biomass.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that? I'm not familiar with that term.
Well, basically bark being used to burn for energy. Bark or pellets. Bubba, you have a pellet grill, don't you? But the type of pellets that are being burned are not necessarily the ones you burn in your grill. They're going to be the ones that are
wood,
like pine or your softwood.
Understood.
Yeah,
And
compressed.
a lot of pellets are being made here in the southeast.
Okay, I got you. Okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot. Appreciate the call on that. And maybe a cup of coffee here or there. Let's go to let's go to Brandy in Vestavia. Brandy, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys were talking about how people are not wanting to work in the service industry, and we went to a restaurant last night to have dinner. As we were walking to our table, we came face to face with a server delivering food, except it wasn't a person. It was a robot.
Really?
And the owner happened to be standing there behind the bar because he had to work because he couldn't find anybody to work. And I asked him, is that a robot delivering food? Because I couldn't believe what I saw. And he said, yeah, I can't find anyone to work. So I thought I'd buy myself a robot. And he was the owner of a pretty significant restaurant, and he was having to work.
Do you want to tell us the name of it, or would you rather email me?
I mean, I can, yeah. Jubilee Joe's.
Okay.
And where is that at?
That's a
Jubilee
Cajun.
Joe's,
That's a Cajun restaurant, isn't it?
It's seafood.
Is it seafood?
It's I think at the Hoover Med exit.
Bubba wants to go over there to get a robot. I'll tell you what that's about.
That's it, exactly.
Bubba wants to look up. He wants to see that popcorn shrimp being delivered by a robot.
Very
looking
good.
it up right now.
I can tell you where it is.
Have
Very
a great
good.
weekend if this is your last hour with us today. And don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Lord willing, we'll talk to you Monday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.